and we want to keep you guys up to date about who's spending time with who, and you know, if there are any conspiracy theories, if there's any alliances being formed. So James and Johan, why don't you guys go ahead and tell us what's been happening so far behind the scenes of the Battlegrounds.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with James, the translator. You're not new to this. You've been to Battlegrounds before. You've had to do some translating, but this is going to be a different format here with these Korean players. They're going to be chilling here during the games. Can you tell us a little bit about your role here?
First of all, I am James the translator, as you guys all know, and also I'm going to be helping out with the organizers on, you know, managing, dealing with players. If they have any issues, I go to them, solve it out. This is going to be very different from Atlanta, because Atlanta, I pretty much had one player to translate for, and I had fun casting. So this is going to be different and fun.
So how much gossip are you going to be translating for us, or teaching us about?
I'm going to try
all of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I hear anything, I will tell you guys all about it.
Have you already heard things? Like, don't spoil everything. If you go to big scoops, save it for later. Just give us a little, maybe teaser of what you've
wish
heard.
I had something to give you guys a little glimpse of, you know, what's been happening behind the scene. But these guys been they're not really all that close yet.
Okay.
A lot of them met on the airplane. So I've been trying to get some juice out, you know, when we were separated from the pack and stuff. But nothing's been said yet, unfortunately. So I'm excited to hear what they're gonna say in their interviews and stuff.
You know, actually, Solar moved next to Impact earlier, and when I asked him why did he move PC, then he said he wanted to move there, and I was like, yeah, but what if you have to play against him? He's like, we're probably not gonna play. I was like, what? And he told me we are rooming together, so it's unlikely that we'll play. What's up with that? The players that are rooming together won't pick each other. Like, what are they afraid of?
So what happened was when we went to the concierge, the front lobby yesterday, we found out that 2 players were sharing the rooms together, and we were solving it out on the front desk, and they're like, okay, well, we're gonna put 2 Terrans in one room, or we're gonna put 2 youngest players in one room, and then we're gonna put the rest of them in the other room. So that's what happened. So Solar and Impact became roommates, and I don't know what happened last night, because they didn't come with us for dinner. So, and apparently there's some kind of alliance that happened. Who knows what happened last night?
They went to the beach and had some marshmallows together with the fire.
Maybe.
Like we're not gonna pick each other. We are BFF forever.
Because before Solar came here, his expectation was Santa Monica is near the Pacific Ocean. Man, I'm gonna go to the beach. All day yesterday, all he was saying was, "Where's the beach? Where's the beach? Where's the beach?"
Okay. All right. Thanks, James. We'll be back later on with the players to talk to, and back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, Johan. I can't wait to see what's happening behind the scenes. That was one of the most fun things at Battlegrounds North America, which unfortunately back then we didn't really display and we didn't really translate properly to the screen. However, this time we're going to do our other best to make sure that you guys stay in the loop of all the alliances that are being formed, because that is something that's pretty damn important. I was already talking a little bit about with the players before. I was like, hey, who's your best buddy here? Who you hang out with the most? They didn't really let go of much, Nate.
No, you know, we have players that participate in a very different set of leagues, especially you consider you have some players coming in playing in Pro League, Kes, but they don't really face off, or I would say even compete, talk to, I would imagine, too much to players like Polt, like MMA, and you know, we have kind of the hybrid DongRaeGu, played outside of the Pro League scene for a very long time, one of the early StarCraft 2 players, and then he spent a lot of time with those Kespa guys. So I'm very curious to know what the network actually is for this event as far as planning to snipe perhaps early players, because if you can take somebody out early on, if you take someone out on the first day, everybody else makes a lot more money.
Yep, now of course, what's very important in this format is the order of players when they will start playing. Now the way that it worked is we had 3 qualifiers. Polt won the first one, Solar won the second one, and Hydra won the third one. So in that order, players could pick which number they wanted to play of today. Everybody has to play at least 1 series a day. But if Polt wanted, he could have started last, he could have started first. Instead, what we do know is that Polt decided to play as the 3rd player of the day. We can take a look at that bracket, because that bracket is very important to give you guys an idea of how today is going to play out. Here we are. So MMA is going to be our first player of the day. MMA had no saying in that, as he was the runner-up, actually even a replacement in the final qualifier. So he had last choice and everybody else didn't want to start first. So MMA is going to be first. DongRaeGu is going to be second. Polt could have picked to be number 6, but he started as number 3, and we can talk about that a little more after this. Hydra is going to be our 4th player of the day. today. Impact is going to be our 5th, and Solar will have the final challenge of the day.
Yeah, pretty intense setup to be put in, especially when you consider that when we look at what happened in the Battlegrounds North America, the player who had the first pick lost their first life in that match, and things kind of snowballed in a kind of a bad way for him after that.
Yes, he became a target. Of course, we were referring to Puck, who decided to start off as first, as back then he even had a saying in that. He's like, no, I want to play first. He ended up losing his first series of the day, and for the rest of the day, he remained a target, and he was eventually eliminated in the last series. Now, I asked Polt, because Polt had the choice. Polt could have started as 6th and kind of thought that what he would do, or maybe as 5th, and he decided to go as 3rd. So I asked him, Polt, like, why number 3? He's like, well, in that case, I guarantee myself with at least one pick. He's like, because if I would have been the 5th or 6th player of the day, if the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd player of the day all pick me, then I will never have to pick myself, and that would be unfortunate. I was like, well, good point. Someone who had no saying in the order, however, is MMA. He is going to be our first player of the day, and he's standing on our left with translator James. So James, go ahead and talk with MMA, and how does he feel about being first?
Hello guys, James here. I'm with the replacement of replacement, MMA. 자, 이제 백업에 백업으로 오신 문성환 선수 함께하십니다. 안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요, 문성환입니다.
자, 이제 백업에 백업으로 오시면서 마지막으로 이제 시드 자격이 주어지면서 결국 첫 번째 게임을 하시게 되셨는데 이제 뭐 어떤지 소감 말씀해 주시죠. So MMA, you ended up replacing a CJ Entus Trust, CJ Entus Hero to get here. So you ended up getting the 6th seed. Hence, no say in the starting order. So how do you feel about that?
일단 백업에 백업으로 와서 시드가 없어서 선수들이 다 뒤로 가는 바람에 제가 첫 번째 픽을 하게 됐어요. 그래서 첫 번째 픽이 좀 마음에 부담이 많이 되는데 첫 번째 선수에게 좀 아무 감정이 없다는 걸, 그리고 좀 참 마지막까지 고르기 힘들었다는 거 알아줬으면 좋겠습니다.
So coming as the replacement of the replacement, being the 6th seed, I'm a bit sad that I didn't get a say in the starting order at all. But I just want to say it's very pressuring to go first, to kick off the Red Bull Battlegrounds Global, and no hard feelings for my first opponent. 그리고 문성환 선수 제가 이제 전적이랑 이런 거를 비교하다 보니까 좀 신기한 거를 찾았는데 I was looking at MMA statistics last night and I found something very interesting. 지금 현재 최근 10경기 전적이 6승 4패. So the most recent 10 games he's at 6 wins and 4 losses. And most recent TVT he's at 6 wins 4 losses. 태태전도 6승 4패. 태저전도 6승 4패. TVZ is also 6 and 4. 그리고 좀 억지를 좀 더 더해보자면은 프로게이머 생활하신 지 6년, 스타트 하신 지 4년, being a pro gamer for 6 years and 4 years in StarCraft 2 players, do number 6 and 4 mean anything to you? Obviously, you're not doing this on purpose. 일부러 하시는 건 아닐 테고 6과 4에 뭐 의미를 딱히 두고 계신 게 있나요?
의미 같은 건 없는데요. 그 6, 4를 오늘은 좀 7로 만들고 싶네요, 앞자리를.
There's no meaning. It's funny that coincidentally everything's 6 and 4. I'm gonna see if I can change one of the numbers to 7 today. At the minimum, right? 최소한이죠, 최소한.
네, 그렇죠.
그러면은 이제 첫 번째 픽으로 이제 살짝 먼저 힌트를 좀 주시죠, 좀 티저로. Give us a little hint, a little teaser on. Give me a description of the player you're going to be picking.
안경을 썼어요.
So he wears glasses. Let's think about who wears glasses. Looking around. Oh, there's only one person that is not wearing glasses, and that's Hydra. And can you give us a little more? Give us a little more.
스마트합니다.
He's very smart. So I guess that narrows down a lot. All right, so let's be done with the hold up and announce who you're gonna play. 이제 그만 시간 끌고 이제 선수 이제 픽해 주시죠.
지금 같은 방을 쓰고 있는 폴트 선수를 고르겠습니다. 정말 마지막까지 고르기 힘들었는데 정말 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠어요.
It was a hard decision. I thought about it all day and all night yesterday, and even before coming, and I picked my roommate, Polt. Polt, come on up. 최소 선수 안녕하세요.
Hello.
I'll do this one in English because I mean obviously there's no translation needed for Polt anyway. So you're picked as first. How does that make you feel?
Well, it's very predictable, so I'm fine.
Predictable. How would you say it's predictable? He's at 6 wins and 4 losses the recent 10. It's not like he's dominating the TVTs right now.
I don't think about that. Well, I'm prepared for every match, for every player, so I don't really care about that.
So obviously Polt is very, very prepared for all scenarios. I mean, coming into this kind of format, it's really necessary that you prep for all the players and the scenarios. Terran to Terran. There's no Terran Alliance? What's going on?
이거 테란 2명이서 힘을 합쳐야 되는데 저도 참 어떻게 할지 모르겠어요.
I know that being only 2 Terrans in this format, Terrans do need alliance, but I really can't say any farther. So I guess last things to say to the opponent.
Good luck.
Good luck it is.
Yeah, good luck too.
All right, before we start the first series, we need to go to map vetoes. So I'm gonna first throw it off to the casters. Back to you guys.
No MMA, no. Do you really want to leave us with 4 Zergs eventually? Is it going to be nothing but roaches for the last 2 days, Nate?
You know what? My Terran heart, as much as I love a good TVT, seeing one of these guys, one of them has to lose a life now. And we saw what happened at Battlegrounds North America. It's not just a matter of who's going to beat who in this TVT. It's who's about to get ganged up on by everybody else after this match.
Now, this part of the show is so much more fun for us than it was the last time. Now, for you guys, it may not really make a difference because you guys didn't really know, but last time it was kind of obvious for us who was going to get picked because that player had to get his PC set up. This time, all stations are qualified to play on at any given moment, so that means we really did not know. And I did speak with Polt a little bit before, and I was like, so Polt, like, are you expecting someone to pick you? Do you already know who you're going to pick? He's like, well, I'm not 100% sure. He's like, but I do not think that MMA is going to pick me, because why would you want to pick each other as the only 2 Terrans? That really makes no sense. So the fact that he says here that that it was predictable is not really correct, because he didn't really see it coming, unless he lied to me.
He was mind gaming us, Rotterdam.
No, I don't think he was mind gaming us, and I agree. I really did not expect MMA to just open up like that and pick the only other non-Zerg in the tournament.
Yeah, it's really tricky because you look at the recent results and pretty much all of these Zergs are incredibly scary. You've got players like Solar and Impact who've made it to tournament finals over the course of the last year. And, Polt's a champion in his own right who's had great success in StarCraft 2, making deep runs in tournaments like WCS, of course, earlier this year in the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. But I have to agree, I'm a little bit surprised by the decision out of MMA, because Terran versus Terran can be certainly a good matchup for a player who doesn't want to have to rely on things like splitting versus Banelings, but it's just, you're going to have to play a lot of Terran versus Zerg no matter what. Just wants to delay it a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, now going over the history, these 2 guys have been around since pretty much the start of StarCraft 2. Maybe it took a couple of months for one of the guys to make a big splash on the scene, but their results playing against each other go all the way back to 2011. So going over all statistics and saying like, oh, throughout the history, Polt has defeated MMA a few more times than MMA has defeated Polt, is really kind of irrelevant, because you're looking at a time span of 4 years now. It's StarCraft 2 times, that is centuries, and how good you were in 2012, it really has no effect at all how today games are going to play out. Different metas being used, different openings are being used, and above all, it's impossible to stay in peak condition for 4 years straight. They haven't actually played against each other a single time in 2014, and if you wanted to go back to previous series, that's pretty much how far I ever want to go back since the start of the year, because referring a series that has happened last year, that's already not that relevant. Talking about 2012, really, who cares? In 2011, that's almost a different game. Like, you're looking at a different game, playing Wings of Liberty. So far this year, they have not played against each other yet. They also, of course, compete sort of in different regions. So despite both Polt and MMA still having a prominent role in the scene, Polt is competing a lot in the North American region. MMA is competing in WCS Europe, spends some time in Europe, or goes to Korea, while Polt is pretty much exclusive North America. So that's one of the reasons why, despite both being them so active, above them still being so active, they don't really go up against each other a lot. Either way, there's not really a whole lot that we can refer to, but of course, I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, I kind of like that when you look at where both of these players are coming from. You have Polt, who's been the champion of his region several times in America. MMA could be said the same for Europe as well, competing, of course, in WCS Europe. And it's just not a matchup that we see a lot. And you're right, it hasn't occurred this year. Both of these players have some pretty interesting, I'd say, overall results in Terran versus Terran, especially when I look at Polt. Most recently, the results that come to mind, I believe he's dropped series to, I would say, an opponent he's favored over, Major, in not only a qualifier for
Intel Extreme Masters Toronto.
Yeah, for Intel Extreme Masters Toronto. I also believe he dropped the series again to him in the Destiny 1 tournament as well.
Okay.
So he's TVT. I'm actually really interested to see like if he can stand up to MMA, or I guess I haven't really seen too much TVT from MMA though.
You're making
so it
a
makes
good
things
point.
tricky.
You're making a good point there, Nate. Do you think that MMA has picked Polt because perhaps he was watching that Intel Extreme Masters qualify the other day and he's like, hey, Polt, I like you and all, we're Terran brothers, but if you go 0-3 against Major, and if I look at the remaining Zergs in this tournament, you'd probably be the guy that I square off best against in my first pick, and this will be the only time I pick you, pinky promise, but it could make a lot of sense.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that too is if MMA can take the first blood off of Polt and he can draw all the attention of the other players onto Polt, then MMA doesn't have to worry about playing against the Zergs, and he can at least make it to the second day. So there's a lot of more implications than just one life off of this best of 3 that we're about to see. And I think that's one of the cool parts about the tournament format, and one of the cooler parts about having 2 players go up against each other that don't have enough of experience against each other to really have something planned out specifically for this matchup. But you make a great point. I'd be really surprised if you go into a tournament, the only other Terran is Polt, and you don't watch the 5 maps he dropped in a row to a player like Major.
You make an excellent point. We got invited to the game lobby. Game number 1 is going to be played on King Sejong Station. I think looking at our current map pool, this is a map that you guys will see a lot in the upcoming days. It's not a map that's really favored one way or the other. Polt is almost ready. I believe MMA is pretty much ready. MMA tells us he's ready. You make one final point that I would like to talk on a little more. Of course, they're both WCS champions. Like you said, MMA won Season 3 Europe last year, the runner-up of Season 1, I believe, as well. Polt, of course, won 2 WCS seasons last year in America, so that already makes it a little extra special for us. But the final point, Nate, that you were just talking on, becoming a target. Now, Polt has already picked himself as the 3rd player of the day. So if he loses the first series of the day against MMA, the guy who goes second, which I believe was DongRaeGu. So if DongRaeGu would pick Polt as well and Polt would go 0-2, then he's forced to play as 3rd player of the day because he wanted that. And that could be tournament live on the line already. Now that's of course worst case scenario. Best case scenario, he wins the first series, doesn't worry, then wins his pick, and he goes into day 2 very healthy.
I mean, when you look at it like that, Polt could very easily, if he were to defeat MMA, and then DongRaeGu were to pick MMA, then Polt could actually go for the revenge pick and eliminate MMA from the tournament altogether. There's so many potential ways that this could play out. It's kind of interesting, and then you remember that these 2 guys are rooming together for the weekend. He's gonna be like, "You knocked me out on the first day."
Yeah, that's
like,
actually,
well, you picked me to start, so you asked for it.
You know, with this format, of course, we're looking for a little bit of extra fun as well. We're trying to find the ways to make it a little extra spicy and trying to find the stories that are either there or not there or just in our mind. But come on, picking your roommate as the first series of the day, and he's the only Terran player as well in the tournament. That's one way to kick off the Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series as we are loaded into our very first game of this 3-day StarCraft 2 tournament. It's going to be 3 long days of StarCraft 2, but we're going to have a blast, and hopefully you guys as well.
That's right. It's going to be awesome. We have our first player here for the Battlegrounds Global Series. In the top left, wearing red, representing Team Acer, he is MMA.
Was rocking that new Acer hoodie. I just ordered one of them myself.
I gotta get on that.
MMA is also a part-time model, and he was doing the modeling online. I was like, man, if that hoodie looks half as good on me as it does on MMA, I want it, I need it.
Oh yeah, there's some sweet eSports gear going around these days. His opponent in the bottom right position, representing Cooler Master Storm, he is Polt. Of course, Polt made it here. He's the only player in this this Global Challenge Series to have participated in a tournament with a format like this before. He did play in the North American Battlegrounds as he studies in the United States of America, but he wasn't able to take the title there.
Nope, he got very close and he looked so healthy going into day 3, and it seems like everything was under control for him as he opened up with the Rex and he delayed his refinery a little bit. While MMA went gas first, Nate. I'll let you talk about the Terran openings real soon. I was talking a little bit about him as well, and of course I was like, so Polt, since you have the most experience, did you learn from last time? He's like, yeah, I think so. He's like, I think I have a good game plan going into these few days. However, of course, you can never control what the other players do. I also asked around a little bit on age, because I think that's always interesting to look at. MMA and Polt are actually the oldest players in this tournament, both of them being 26. The rest being a little bit younger. We have 2 guys that are 24, and then we have Impact being the second youngest, who's only 20 years old, and of course we have Solo, who's actually only 18 years old.
We got some youngins here in this tournament. So as this early game begins to develop, build orders, I think we see this quite a bit from a lot of Terran players. What MMA is going for. It's just a gas first, very fast factories, probably going to line it up into either some sort of Hellion or Banshee play, and with the second gas being taken, it certainly does look like we're going to see some Banshees out of MMA. I think it's a play that he's shown in the past he really likes. MMA is just a Banshee kind of guy. Not to say that he couldn't open up with Raven from this, but Polt take his gas just a little bit later. He opened Barracks first. It's slightly more defensive, but he's only going to be behind in tech by maybe 20 or so seconds. Not taking a second gas, though, shows that Polt will more than likely open up with something like either a very fast Hellion drop or a fast Viking to deny the Banshee of his opponent.
Yep, both players have been very busy as well throughout the last 2 weeks. I can imagine that it's hard for you guys at home to keep up with all the StarCraft that is going around. But of course, MMA recently participated in the Gfinity tournament in England, made it to the quarterfinals, lost in an exciting series against Snoot. Now, despite losing against Snoot, there really is no need to panic, because Snoot is just a very, very good Zerg player. So I wouldn't say like, oh, this means that MMA is bad against Zerg. Snoot is definitely an exceptional Zerg when it comes to foreigner Zergs. Polt has been participating in mostly online tournaments, but still has been very busy. And we did have the pleasure of just casting him in WCS America 2-3 days ago. He was in the group of death and he made it look easy, Nate. He steamrolled group. He ran over Jaedong like Jaedong wasn't even Jaedong himself. So Polt definitely left a good impression on me after I was a little bit worried after seeing how he played in the IEM qualifier. And even though he still qualified, it was still good. Defeated Violet 3-2. That is definitely something to be proud of. But he did lose 3-0 against Major, so that makes you worry a little bit. But after that WCS performance, I'm not worried about it at all for Polt.
Yeah, he put some great matches forward. Of course, MMA looking in WCS Europe, not yet begun their Premier League matches, so maybe not as much to look at from him as far as overall maps to study. But these Marines are going to come down, and he sees the first Hellion out of Polt. So what Polt's build gives him usually is a faster expansion. MMA is taking a very defensive posture here, opening with the Raven.
This can get risky though for MMA, because MMA is currently working on 8 Marines. Polt has 9 Marines and 3 Hellions. If these Hellions get the shots off that they're looking for, there's a good chance that he's going to have to drop an auto
these
turret.
Marines are actually really lined up. The Hellions trying to get into a good position to snag a big wave of damage, and already picking off quite a few of them. That auto turret's going to buy some time, but
shots.
these Hellions are getting some phenomenal attacks off on these Marines.
Yep, and there is a tank out. The tank will be able to eventually clean this up. At least I thought he would. MMA's in a lot of trouble. Look at all these Hellions. All these SUVs are lined up. The Hellions doing some serious work.
MMA just kind of caught with his pants down here. Brings all of his SCVs to repair this siege tank. And yeah, it's nice the tank won't die, but he doesn't have any. He's not gathering any resources.
Is it not going to die? Oh, so close.
Barely saving 5 hit points. Just 1 attack away from losing that siege tank. I have to say, definitely not the start that MMA was looking for, as Polt's command centers have to finish up on location. All of his workers have been mining with an extra couple bucks that he has compared to MMA. He starts his 2nd and 3rd barracks Polt will move on into a bio-based build. And of course, the workers tab, the income tab, shows just that extra edge he gets because of all the workers that MMA lost.
Yeah, it's not even just a small extra edge, Nate. It's 10 SCVs ahead. That's 33% of the economy right now of MMA. And above all, like you mentioned, a couple of these SCVs were running around. A few of them were repairing the tank for a while. That's a few extra resources lost. And above all, none of those SCVs were mining. So I think the early stage of this game turned out very, very good for Polt. Now, despite opening up with the Raven, MMA will still have the Cloak Banshee as follow-up, so you just didn't rush it. And because you go for a weird timing with your Cloak Banshees like this, every now and then you'll find a unique scenario where you can run into a base just when Polt decides to move out. He won't have any missile turrets up. It will be forced to burn down a couple of scans. So this is definitely the card up MMA's sleeve to come back into this game. But he needs to make something work with these Cloak Banshees, that's for sure.
That's right. And important to know, I believe Polt still built a Viking or two, so he's got a lot of air control. It's going to come down to whether or not he has scans when the Banshees come in, whether or not he decides to build missile turrets now that his engineering bay is complete. But you typically don't expect later stage Banshees, and that could be what gives MMA the opportunity to get in. But those patrolling Vikings on the edge of Polt's base are going to make things just a little bit difficult. And he's even got Marines out on the map to see if a ground push is coming. These barracks are finished up so much faster than him. He's going to get way ahead in the supply count much earlier, as he's going to have all his add-ons. He's going to have his production set up so much more quickly.
Yeah, 16 SCVs ahead. So even, even if these Banshees will wreak havoc, Nate, even if these Banshees do quite a bit of damage, Polt is in a position where he can definitely lose a few. Now, Cloak is already being activated after the Viking spots this Banshee. So Polt knows what's up. When you scan, you want to make damn sure that you can actually kill the Banshee with Marines and a Viking. That should be possible. Viking was still out of position. Banshee's definitely doing a little bit of work. Throws down the scan. This is not good enough. With 2 Vikings, maybe it is. No, still
manages
not.
to get the Banshee out. So MMA, he's making it work for now. He's going to at least force out a few scans. He's got a Banshee parked on the right side of the natural. He's going to be able to pick off SCVs mining the gas there. And you know what? For how poorly this game might have started for MMA, we could talk about, yeah, it's still not fun to be behind on workers, but I'd rather be behind 6 SCVs than a whole 16. He's trying to bring things a little bit closer. Still down 10, but progress is progress, Roddy.
Definitely, slowly but steady finding his way back into this game. Now, he did see this third command center going down for Polt as well. That helps. No third command center yet for MMA. Leaves the tank as well. Of course, MMA is worried, because if you take a look at army supply right now, see it's 47 against 41. But quite a bit of that army supply is actually in these Banshees, and the Banshees are going to have to be repaired. Right now, they're not really capable of fighting. And above all, Polt has this command center on the way. So I'm still digging Polt's position, but MMA did do some damage at least.
Yeah, it's still nice to be able to get your third command center up at a nice timing, get your +1 a little bit faster, just get all the upgrades running a little bit earlier, because we could see just a big push off 2 bases, and if MMA gets caught out of position, he's going to have less units to fight with.
This is interesting, Nate. MMA broke down its own rocks. We know that this position to siege up is very popular. We see Major do it all the time. And we see a lot of Terrans using that, because as long as the rocks are out, if tanks are able to sneak up over here and just siege, you're going to have a good time. Now, MMA is going to siege on the ramp, so he's pre-siege. He's able to receive this army of Polt. And Polt is like, man, didn't expect that. Didn't thought you'd be there. So good read here by MMA.
Polt does have the Vikings to grant him some vision, and actually picks off a couple of Marines to start this off. He's even going to get a siege tank, it seems. And this is just a nice little bit of a
shots there.
Nice way to use what he has. Oh, the Banshee swings it from the side, though. MMA making the most of his units as well. Might even pick off 2 siege tanks. Yeah, 2 tanks for his Banshee. And I'd still say it's a reasonable trade, but Polt, with the lead he had at the beginning of the game, he's in a position to trade a little bit more freely than his Terran opponent.
Yeah, he got a lot of SCVs, and above all, he got the tank that was on the ramp, and he forced MMA to relocate because of these Vikings. Now he starts working on his middle line as well. Polt steams forward, has to be careful. There are 2 tanks over here from MMA on the high ground, very well positioned there, keeping MMA safe for now, but not before Nate. Once more, losing a handful of SCVs. He's down 12 SCVs, and above all, he still has no third command center. Like, this is a position where normally Polt, you would say, Polt, you don't even have to be the aggressor, but he's like, I don't have to be, but I can be, because I'm in a good position. MMA knows that he's gonna have to break Polt right here, right now. Stims forward, should be able to clean this up.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to clean this force up, but loses a lot of his Marines in the process. And As we can see, Polt still maintains a sturdy supply lead in this game. Of course, he has a good supply lead in workers as well. So the armies, they're pretty close. Still an edge to Polt, though, because that's what the economy gives you at this stage of the game. And honestly, MMA, this is going to be a tricky spot for him no matter what, because
he has to make something happen.
Yeah, Polt's taking his third base. MMA's behind on economy, he's behind on army supply, he's behind in almost every imaginable way. And now he's going to move out onto the field, spreading his Marines, but his combat shield isn't even complete. He can't win head-on Marine fights at this point. He does break the front lines for now. His combat shield just completes, but it's not enough to actually break this. And suddenly he's down 40 supply.
All these trades are massive for Polt. The Polt is still active on the map, but once again, Polt really doesn't even have to be the aggressor. But he's taken even trades, or are they even? Maybe it's even slightly in favor of Polt. But Polt is already in such a better economic position. He's up 16 workers once more, and above all, those 16 workers are mining of an additional base as well. So it's not like he's heavily oversaturated on 2 bases. Polt finds himself in a fantastic position. I love how you mentioned combat shield wasn't ready yet for MMA. Perhaps if it was, he would have been able to get a slightly better trade. But now I almost see no way for MMA back into this game. He's down in tanks, he's down in medevacs, he's down in Marines, he's down in upgrades, he's down in workers, he's down in bases.
Yeah, he still doesn't even have a third command center. He's sending out a drop to the third base. He's going to try to pick off some workers of Polt, which, you know, could work. His Marine spots him moving in, though. Certainly expect to see him move a few units over there in the near future. But
actually ignores the drop. Surprising.
Yeah, this drop could get a little bit of work done. It's still tricky. I feel like Polt can afford to bleed out a few SCVs, but this could be one of the start to MMA trying to make something of this game. The fourth command center is on the line as well.
One tank will siege up and keep this fort base safe for now. So MMA is going to pick up these Marines, head over to the main base, see if there's anything there. But just a few, there's 5 Marines or 6 Marines it is. It's not really going to be able to allow you to snipe a building. If it's 6 morale is, sure, then you can start working on engineering base and stuff and really find your way back into this game. But for now, it's going to be very difficult. If you take a look at the main base of MMA, he's been dropping a lot of mules, Nate. He is pretty much mined out, maybe in 1,000 additional resources. I guess he's just going to float over this orbital. Is that his plan of getting another base?
That seems to be the only realistic plan at this point, and I'm still incredibly worried because these two upgrades they're about to complete for Polt. And in a situation where you have mirror armies, you have a player that when you're building both the same army composition, you have more than your opponent and better upgrades. It almost doesn't even matter how good you are. You could put this army in the hands of any other Terran player, and Polt with 2-2 versus 1-1 is simply going to steamroll you.
I've seen Polt being behind in upgrades and do good. So if he's had an upgrade, he's going to do very, very good. Cleans up this drop as well on the left bottom side of this map. If you take a look at the army supply, 92 against 125. And the fort base is actually 5th command center already for Polt.
Are those all medevacs in the center of the map? Is MMA just going to go for the counter doom drop?
Yep.
Yeah, he realizes he can't actually fight Polt. Hey man, trying to force base trades in situations like this is sometimes the best way to go because you're not going to win in a straight-on engagement. So the tanks are going to siege up, but Polt still has a lot here. The 2-2 upgrades are complete. He starts his 3-3, but MMA, does he have enough to break this? It simply doesn't seem so. He's down 50 supply. Polt's still in his natural, and Polt's going to be able to clean all of this up. Once the Marines are ready, he can drop his Marines on top of those siege tanks and utilize their very, very awkward range. GG's called. Polt will take the first game here, and suddenly MMA, he's one map away from losing his first life here at the Battlegrounds Global.
This really goes back all the way to the opening phase in this game. MMA opening up with the Raven, having that siege tank just a few seconds too late, and awesome execution by Polt with his little drop in the main base, and of course the Hellions swinging in. And you always hope for the juicy shots with your Hellions. Well, these Hellions, Nate, they definitely did get the juicy shots, as the Marines from MMA were very lined up, and there was still 2 Hellions alive by the time that all the Marines went down. That allowed those Hellions to work on the SCVs while the Marines were fighting the tank. And from that point on, Polt was in the driver's seat and he just didn't mess up. If anything, he played it excellent. He just did pretty much everything right, how you expect Polt to play out an advantage.
Yeah, from the beginning stage of that game, you had build orders that, you know, in a normal, in many scenarios, they can kind of deflect one another, but when you set up your buildings in a certain way that allows for units to run by, a good example of a way that you can open up like MMA did without necessarily being vulnerable to these plays, Bomber has done this several times over. I've seen in his WCS matches against players like Polt. He puts his wall up, he puts his barracks or his factory closer to that main ramp just to make sure that if some sort of fast attack comes by, or even supply depots, that you can raise your depots, and if you're only dealing with just that medevac and 8 Marines, suddenly your Raven does give you that oomph you need to defend without taking so much damage. But when the doors are wide open and you let your opponent get those Marines into your base by not having a supply depot to spot the edge, you're kind of setting yourself up for the difficult situation that comes ahead. And Polt is simply not the kind of player that won't take advantage of such mistakes.
Polt's TVT looking a lot sharper than it did just a week ago, and we know that his TVT is looking pretty sharp in the current patch. He likes the current map pool a lot better than he did about the last one. Doesn't have to worry about way station anymore and all that. I would almost say crap, because that's what it was for Terran, you know, Altazim and way station. That wasn't a fun time to be a Terran player. However, game number 2 is live. It is going to be played on merry-go round. Will MMA be able to bounce it back, or is picking his roommate truly backfiring? As he's, of course, our red Terran player, spawning on the left top side of the map, rocking that sexy Acer hoodie, and of course still representing Acer in general. Currently being down 0-1 against his roommate for the weekend over here in Santa Monica. CM Storm's Polt is, of course, the blue Terran.
Yep, and this is a nice spot to be in for Polt. If Polt can take this game, if Polt can take the first life, he's going to put a lot of pressure away from him as one of the only 2 Terrans in the tournament. He's going to put all the pressure on MMA, because we could see a lot of those Zerg players try to gang up on MMA.
Now,
And that would be very difficult, I feel, for MMA to deal with, getting picked a lot today.
Guess first on either side over here, and I really wonder if this has influenced Polt's decision one way or the other to perhaps pick MMA as third player of the day. It would be cruel, it would be rude, but then again, you could also say that that would be MMA's own fault, you know, if he ends up losing this first series of the day. Because if I was Polt, like, okay, his TVC looked really good a few days ago going up against Jaedong, but you have only monster Zergs over here as well. I would say that none of these guys are truly less skilled one way or the other than Jaedong. As amazing as Jaedong is, you know, Solar, Hydra, DongRaeGu, and even Impact, these guys, Nate, they're all very, very good. Polt's TVZ is scary, but if you can get a very convincing TVT victory, why wouldn't you want to ride that wave a little longer?
That's true. That's true. You make a good point when you talk about the results of some of the other players, though. Like Solar, he just came in second place at the Intel Extreme Masters Shenzhen. Impact had a very deep run, and it was a little while ago, I suppose. DreamHack Bucharest, I believe. But these are all, I mean, they all are really scary players. DongRaeGu himself has actually had some pretty good results, along with Hydra, of course, and Solar in the Kespa Pro League, especially over the course of the last season. So definitely a match. When you talk about how good the other guys are, you really can't afford to lose this. The first match of the tournament is going to set up whoever loses this for a very rough road ahead. However, looking back at this game, with both players going gas first, I like it on this map. There's a lot of space in your main, so if you don't properly cover it with supply depots, there's a lot of different places where a medevac can drop a couple Marines in, like we saw on the last map, a lot of different angles that a Banshee can push in from, and I'm getting the feeling that Polt might do that Hellion play again. It's a build I like to do myself.
It's a little different though this time, Nate, because last time it was Rex first and he delayed his refinery a little bit.
He's just going to hit that drop even faster. He could get into MMA's base almost by 6 minutes. Even though MMA is showing the same opening so far as he did in the last game, he could go Raven, he could go Banshee, and honestly, if he goes Raven again, he's going to put himself in a really awkward spot because the Hellions and Marines, they just avoid the auto turret.
I almost feel that this time it is going to be a Banshee opening. Polt, on the other end, is opening up a Widowmine, so it is a little different, Nate. Everything happens for a reason when it comes to these guys, and if Polt delays his refinery for a few seconds or not, that is probably a good reason why. So he's going to open up with Widowmines, which in theory can be very good against Banshees. Defensively, but even offensively, Nate, because Widowmine can really keep your Marines safe as well against a Banshee.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The thing is, there will be a Banshee out by the time that Polt could get a medevac in MMA's base. And the other thing to take into consideration is that Cloak won't be done, though, even though that Banshee will be. So as you mentioned, that Widowmine can knock a Banshee down to about 5 to 10 health. which is enough for the Marines to finish it off quite easily. And this Hellions continued to poke, so he knows where MMA is. He knows where, most importantly, MMA's Marines are. And he wants to abuse this position with this mine drop, with these Marines. There's not really anything in the main base to defend. Now the Marines are moving in, but he sees the Banshee.
Hellion just drove by that Widow Mine, by the way. Very quick Hellion. It's June, man.
I actually really like that Widow Mine up front. It's basically his way of saying, yeah, I can bring all my Marines in my main, because I know that they're, well, you can't
still though, I mean, like Marines against Marines with a medevac, especially when there is a Widow Mine in the way, wiggling his way into the middle line. MMA is going to have to pull SCVs, does that very successfully, only ends up losing one.
I like how fast MMA pulled that over, but he needs to pull SCVs to fight this because that medevac is just going to allow these Marines to win a straight up fight pretty easily. Now the Banshees come in, wreaking a little bit of havoc, and I believe delayed the command center of Polt just a little bit, but Polt doesn't want to burn any of his scans just yet. This Viking's going to come over with one Marine, but yeah, you can see he's very hesitant. He's like, you know, I'd really rather just get the missile turret because that scan, when I lose workers like this, that scan's not going to do me as much good as a mule would if you're not going to get much more damage.
A lot of these SVs were very low on HP as the Widow Mine did fire once more, but only picked up a second kill, so MMA did again split his workers successfully. The Banshee definitely did way more damage than, you know, in the last game was the case, or even though the Banshee did some damage, but it was just in the wrong stage in the game. Polt's going to try his luck once more, but MMA, despite not having a medevac, oh my god, Polt's playing with fire, only 5 HP left on that medevac. But MMA had very good Marine positioning there, pulled SCVs on the right moment, pulled SCVs away at the right moment as well against the Widow Mine. MMA handled the early stage in this game so much better than he did on King Sejong Station.
Yeah, you really can't afford to let builds like this go by without dealing a lot of damage. And I feel like the Banshees have so far paid off pretty well. He didn't really force out too many scans, which is nice for Polt, but he's still going to lose units to these Banshees. Still very active. This reactor is actually a pretty big target, and he will force out another scan, but the Banshee barely does not escape. That's so close. If those missiles, even if they look like they connect to the Banshee, if the Banshee leaves the detection radius fast enough, it doesn't always connect.
Nope. So second Banshee flies in, scan goes down immediately. This time the Banshee will make it out of that area though, but still has to be very careful. Okay, second scan goes down immediately. 2 scans
for 1. That's MMA getting a little bit more of his money's worth out of this, and he says, okay, yep, let's start up Stim. Let's get the rest of our upgrades going now that I don't have to worry about the Banshee anymore. And Stim, I like it. MMA going for a fast +1 attack, probably about as fast as you're really going to see it in a TVT, at least before Stim pack upgrade begins.
I'm surprised at the fact that Polt is still 5 workers ahead. Of course, he did have his command center on location, so you don't waste any time flying your CC over. I guess that helps a lot, because when everything is settled, he's still ahead by 6 workers, and that's quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. Oh man, MMA just seems to find ways to get these Banshees to do something. He's always getting something for his money. And I really like this because you delay these barracks, you delay all this production so much. And MMA, you know, he also wants to get his extra barracks going in his Banshee. Really,
makes it out.
Really nice that he can escape. Turret. Of course, that missile turret is so close. If he takes one more step to the right.
Exactly.
Wow. He's still going to keep killing SCVs. That's quite nice too.
And eventually did run out of energy, but a good movement there by MMA. Amazing how he was able to stop exactly outside of range of detection. It really couldn't have been a millimeter closer, because then he would have been able to be attacked. So did a little bit of work again. Of course, he has sacrificed 3 Banshees throughout the entirety of this game. However, he did have a very good idea what he's playing against this Widow Mine of Polt. Actually thought it, did a lot of damage to these 3 Marines, and also allowed to do some splash damage to the other one. And of course, he picked off one. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you know, when we look at small things, we say, hey, this game, we actually have a third command. These Widow Mines.
Widow Mines all over the place, man.
Widow Mines just doing random damage to both players.
There are not a whole lot of Widow Mines on the map, but so far they tell the story of this game. As Polt is like, meh, just moved out with my fresh medevac, was ready to actually put on some pressure. My stim is going to be done before my opponent's stim. I was all excited, and now, Nate, it's very hard to be excited when your medevac is only 15 HP or 25.
Yeah, forces out another scan, trying to see just where this Widow Mine is. We're removing that threat from the map, but you said its stim is done. However, you don't want that medevac to get picked off, and with how low its hit points are, you certainly can't attempt a drop against your opponent. And this is just going to force this game into more of an even macro game, but that's when other things come into play on a map like Merry-Go-Round. The spawns, the third bases, And when we talk about third bases, both players having those command centers lined up very closely means that we can once again move into a situation where, you know, if you get a good siege position on that third, it gets really rough. These Widow Mines. How many Widow Mines does Polt have?
No, only one. They both had one Widow Mine, but somehow we were always able to find a sweet spot to do some splash damage on Marines and of course pick up a Marine as well. You know, the only thing I'm a little bit disappointed by from MMA so far, was played an excellent game, is that he had so much of a quicker +1, but then never really fired up his armor upgrades. So now he's actually behind in upgrades. Polt finished up his own +1. MMA had no vision of this army moving out. Army supply, it's pretty damn even. 63 MMA, 55 for Polt. But MMA's army was out of position though, as he does have a slightly quicker third command center that he's putting on location right now. Once again, there is the Viking control. There's this air superiority for Polt. Polt actually sieges up in range of one of these tanks. He's going to drop on the high ground as well, Nate. That's a pretty ballsy move, but I like it.
This is a really tough spot to be in for MMA. Those tanks are completely blocking off the entrance to the natural from the outside world. MMA is going to boost in his own tanks, the medevacs, and I do like this play, but this third command center is taking a beating. The Viking giving all of the vision that Polt needs in this situation. And he really can't afford to lose this command center. His tanks are doing more than enough of a good job in this situation.
Such a beautiful play there by Polt as well to pick up those Marines as soon as the tanks were in range. So a lot of SCVs went down there. Only 38 SCVs remaining actually for MMA. So you could almost say job well done, Polt. He can back up, but he doesn't have to as his tanks are in such a good position. MMA is going to try to clean it up, may succeed in doing so, but we have to ask ourselves the caster question, Nate.
At what cost? He's lost almost all of his standing forces to defend against this, just a handful of Marines. Now Polt lost a lot as well, but he's going to backbone off that the superior economy that he had to get himself remaxed faster, get himself up to a powerful fighting force more quickly than his opponent can. And he's also got those 2-2 upgrades on the way. So if he holds out, he'll be in a good spot no matter what. But the supply counts can be deceiving, as you pointed out. The army supply is very close.
Yep. Basically, they traded even. If you take a look at the units lost tab, I love this tab, so we're going to see it a lot in the upcoming days. 5 tanks on either side, 32 Marines, 34 Marines. That's very even. However, Polt got what he was looking for, Nate. He killed over 20 SCVs there. I mean, obviously, he would have loved to win the game, but trading even while taking 20 SCVs with you, that's, of course, not trading even anymore. So in the end of the day, that was a very good fight. This orbital command also took some damage that perhaps allows Polt to stem in a later phase in the game. However, Polt has to be careful that he doesn't get very overeager, as MMA is still a 3-base terran with 3 orbital commands. So he has plenty of economy left to work with. However, still job well done for Polt.
Yeah, I mean, MMA is not going to make any macro mistakes. The only issue here is that in order to afford
these upgrades,
to keep his army supply with his opponent, it's the upgrades. He doesn't have the 2-2 on the way, and it's going to have a really big impact on the fight. I'm not... You know, it's not something just trying to talk up, but you need these upgrades in TVT. When you're playing with Marines versus Marines, upgrades are make or break. And in this situation, MMA's just got to try to make wild, crazy moves. I can't say I hate this, but if Polt reacts quickly enough, things are going to be awkward, and he gets a drop in MMA's natural again, so he's already forcing him into multitask.
He's also moving over here. He's going to be able to siege up this third base. But this TVT just went crazy.
Hitting the main base. MMA is inside of Polt's main. A couple of barracks building reactors, not getting out quite the units that Polt needs. His +2 attack has... Oh wait, he just canceled the armor?
Yep, he just killed the engineering bay that was researching armor, but I think attack did finish up for Polt. He has +2 attack, and MMA has to be careful with these Marines, losing a lot of them against 3 tanks that were sieged up in the main base. MMA is sort of stabilizing.
Oh my god, look at the funnel on those Marines, blocked out by the SCVs, backing up traffic behind them, and Polt has actually killed a serious number of workers.
Yeah, and he has a contain.
Yeah, he's got MMA locked in on one base, and the problem with that one base is, Roddy, there's no money.
No, MMA is going to have to clean this up unless, you know, otherwise he's just going to starve himself to death. Like you said, this base, look, oversaturation, like, many. This is an SCVT party.
You know, that's what happens in a small town, man, when there's not too many jobs. Everybody's all fighting for the same little bit of money, and that's just not going to be enough. Polt mops the floor with MMA's army, and GG is called.
Wow.
Polt taking a 2-0, and we see the first blood being drawn here at the Battlegrounds Global.
Yep, MMA's Ghost takes a little bit of damage over there.
That's great.
Well, I have no words for that as Polt takes the first series of the day against MMA, and the quote below said maybe you should switch to Protoss. That's beautiful, beautiful series by Polt, man. It's game 1 and game 2. Just, it felt like he was never truly behind, and I don't think he ever was.
No, Polt just made all the right moves. His build orders gave him advantages pretty much every step of the way, and it seemed like MMA's Banshees might have bought him a little bit of space here and there, a little bit of breathing room, but you managed, you pointed out, Roddy, Polt stayed ahead in workers the whole game. He was never really behind in income. He was never behind in upgrades at any point, and even when MMA tried to make these big, scary plays like those Doom drops, Polt just had, he was just ready. He even in the game, the merry-go-round game, he was slightly caught off guard. He still managed to find a way to get enough damage done back that he could clean up and win the series.
Beautiful play by Polt, though, that during numerous occasions on that merry-go-round. Not only, later on he made all the right plays with a drop in the natural, like the second follow-up drop and then swinging to the third base and immediately relocating to the natural. But even before that, what really gave him the edge in that game was that first big push with the tanks, and he saw MMA's going up to 3 bases right when MMA is relocating his tanks to the low ground, because MMA is like, all right, I want to make sure that like nothing happens from the north side towards my third base. Polt finds that sweet spot, puts those tanks on the ramp, zones out MMA of his own natural, drops all the Marines on the high ground, takes a lot of SCVs with him, and as soon as the tanks from MMA were close enough, he picked up all the Marines. Just a lot of small snap decisions by Polt that really put him in a great position. So Polt wins his first series of the day. MMA is the first player at the Battlegrounds Global to lose a life. However, all MMA fans, don't worry, he still has 2 lives left. That means, if nobody picks him today, he goes into day 2 with 2 lives. That is very there's nothing wrong with that, going into day 2 with 2 lives, and above all, he can afford to lose another best of 3. He can bounce back. It's not the end of the day yet, but it's an awesome start for Polt, and I'm very curious to see what Johan and James have to say about our first series of the day.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with James, our translator, Impact and Solar as well. My first question here is, how do they feel about this tournament? It's a new format. They're coming into this with a lot of big wins in the qualifiers. What do they think about the format, and how will they rate their chances going forward?
두 분 이제 예선을 뚫고 여기 오게 되셨는데, 예선 하시면서 강민 선수는 성적이 좋았고 정말 어렵게 2대1로 계속 뚫으면서 올라오셨는데, 이런 대회 방식에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 짧게 말씀 한마디만 해주세요.
예선 방식 말하시는 건가요?
지금 여기 본선 대회 방식.
특히 이런 방식은 처음이라서 아직 생각을 잘 못 해봤는데 뭐 나쁘진 않은 것 같아요. 그냥 재밌는 것 같아요.
The format of Red Bull Battleground is very unique. It's very unique and refreshing, and I didn't really try to put some thoughts into it, but I think I like it. Well, so far I like it.
I'm very excited about this format because I love little many games like CBT or ZBZ, so I think this format very refreshing and funny to me.
So which kind are they? Alliance or no alliance?
두 분 이제 동맹이라고 일단 대회 시작 전에 얘기가 됐었는데, 이게 동맹이 사실인지 아니고 혹시 연막 작전은 아닌지.
지금의 동맹인 거는 확실한 것 같은데 얘가 언제 배신하느냐에 따라서 다를 것 같아요.
At this very moment, the alliance is real, but I'm starting to get that itchy feeling that maybe Solar's gonna backstab me when his turn comes. So I don't know.
Maybe we are alliance because I believe Impact. So, but I wanna play ZBT today also. So I will not pick him maybe.
So to me, that pretty much sounds like I think we have alliance going, and that doesn't really sound like a solid alliance to me at all.
not at all. We saw what happened last time actually with Scarlet and Hawk, and alliances being broken. So our next player to pick here is going to be DongRaeGu. Is there rumors going around? Do they have a feel of who he might pick? Do they think he's going to pick a Terran? And DongRaeGu actually, if he was to pick a Terran here, he hasn't played against either MMA or Polt this year. And in the case of Polt, he didn't even play against Polt in last year. They haven't played for 2 years. So what do they think?
박소 선수랑 친분은 있으신가요, 두 분 다?
저는 대회 처음 본 것 같아요.
Also, I was my first time.
I just asked if they were close with what's his name, DongRaeGu at all. This is the first time seeing you at the airport, so haven't heard anything, I guess. 뭐 딱히 뭐 들으신 건 없죠? 네, 없죠. Yeah, this is none. I haven't heard anything from
They have no
DongRaeGu.
idea. Were
No
they
idea.
afraid to get picked?
Let's do some expectations. Who do you think DongRaeGu is going to choose? 박소 선수 누구를 지명할 것 같은가요?
저를 지목할 것 같아요.
I think me.
I think Terran players, so I'm not worried about that.
Which one?
His pick, not worried about. Yeah,
Which one do you think?
yeah, Terran players. Maybe MMA lose versus Polt, so he will pick MMA.
Shots fired.
You're such an instigator. What about them? Like going forward, like I guess I can't really ask them if they are afraid of like picking someone in particular, but were they really afraid in the first match to maybe be picked? Like were they relieved when they saw it was a TVT?
이제 첫 번째 경기 이제 문성원 선수가 최성원 선수를 지목을 했을 때 뭔가 좀 마음이 놓였는지 아니면은 어라 테란들이 자기네들끼리 치고받고 하네 하는 생각이 들었는지 as a little bit added on top of it was were you relieved or did you think it was funny that the two Terrans have absolutely no alliance, especially their roommates, and they're just going at each other?
이 대회 최후의 우승자는 제 생각에 어쨌든 저우가 될 것 같은데 아무래도 테란이 저 아닌 다른 쪽으로 찍어주길 내심 바랬어요. 그래서 테란끼리 싸운 거에 대해서는 솔직히 그렇게 좋다고 생각을 안 한 것 같아요.
To be honest, I think it's on the borderline of almost reckless and stupidity that a Terran would pick another Terran. I mean, regardless of what the outcome is, at the end of the day, I think at the end of the Battlegrounds Global, a Zerg's gonna join the Washington DC for the championship, and it's just weird and funny at the same time.
I think the two Terrans not practice in Korea, so they think they are so weak each other, two Terrans. So I think they pick them each other.
That's harsh. That's pretty harsh.
One last question. Is their mind set on Washington? Are they here for the prize money? Are they here for visiting USA? Or are they really thinking already, not even having played a match, I need to qualify for Washington? How important is it for them?
아직 경기 이제 시작하진 않으셨는데 일단 여기 제일 처음 오셨을 때랑 지금이랑 마인드가 야 미국이란 대륙을 구경을 해보겠다 아니면은 뭐 일단 돈이라도 좀 몇 푼 챙겨가자라는 마인드신지 아니면 무조건 지금 워싱턴 DC밖에 눈앞에 안 보이시는지.
욕심하자면 내심 무조건 워싱턴 가고는 싶은데 운이 좋으면 갈 것 같아요. 하지만 오기 전에는 쇼핑하고 싶어서 왔어요. Before I left Korea at the airport and up to that point, I really hoped. I'm still hoping that I could go, and I'm very eager to grab that one spot from this event. But I mean, worst comes to worst, I could have fun shopping. There's a big mall we went to yesterday. It's right across the street from hotel.
I like this guy.
I wanna really go Washington because there is many Protoss players, so I can beat them all because I'm king of the AVP. So I really wanna go Washington.
Wow, Trap SOS, and who else was it?
Parting.
And Parting, are you listening? If not, I'll send you guys a text.
All right, thank you guys. We're gonna be finding out very soon who DongRaeGu is gonna pick, but first, back to you casters.
Thank you very much, guys. It's awesome to hear what's going on behind the scenes. I think we had a very good series to kick the day off with, Nate, and we're just going to throw it to a very small commercial break. And after that, we'll be back with our second player of the day, which is going to be the one and only old school Zerg god himself. It's been a while, but he's been back again. He's been competing in Pro League as well. DRG. I have no idea who he's going to pick. What do you think, Nate?
Honestly, MMA, man. I feel like he's going to pick MMA. You take that first loss, and suddenly, if DRG can take a series off MMA, he's one more life away from 100 extra bucks to everybody else that's competing.
All right, well, maybe DRG is just the urge to build a lot of roaches in ZWZ. That's possible as well. Either way, stay tuned, and we'll be right back with much more StarCraft 2 from the Red Bull Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series.
is about trying to do the best that I can. If the best that I can is by having fun, by doing a few things that are a little reckless, a little crazy, then we're going to keep doing that.
Just get paid to go around and just make awesome videos?
You got to put your life on the line.
Let's go.
This is my life.
That's my day to day.
And this is my story. You can't ever stop what makes you who you are.
The Red Bull Signature Series continues to bring you the best collection of action sports events from around the planet.
Huge flip out of Jeff!
In store for the rest of 2014 will be some of the best of the series competitions, featuring the top athletes in the world pushing their limits. In Rampage, freeride mountain biking's elite return to the picturesque landscape of Virgin, Utah, in some of the most brutal conditions ever navigated on two wheels.
Red Bull Rampage is just the pinnacle of freeride mountain biking.
And the winter slopes of Whistler become the summer home to Joyride, the slopestyle event of the year.
The course where every single feature is incredibly trickable, and there's close to a dozen of these features.
BMX's top stars face a new unparalleled dirt course with jumps over 30 feet in height at Dreamline near Asheville, North Carolina.
There's some big hits out there, and if you do come off, you know, it's going to hurt, but with bigger jumps comes bigger risk and bigger reward.
Enduro riders from over 30 nations head to Sibiu, Romania for an event known as Romania. It is the world's hardest and harshest enduro rally, where just finishing is an honor. From Southern California, we bring you the evolution of Supercross with straight rhythm. There are no turns on this track, just 3/4 of a mile of straight-up, wide-open racing, allowing these riders to prove who is the very best when it comes to head-to-head technical racing. The world's elite big-wave surfers descend upon the cold, intimidating, and often dangerous surf spot of Northern California, known as Mavericks, for the Body Glove Mavericks Invitational. These top surfers will put it all on the line against massive and powerful surf. 13 of the most innovative competitions fused into one epic experience. Watch the Red Bull Signature Series all year long on NBC.
Hey guys, what's up? We are here at the Battlegrounds Global. We just had a pretty awesome first match with MMA picking Polt to kick things off. Unfortunately, didn't really work out in his favor, and he's dropped his first life of the tournament.
Early Christmas for you, right?
Oh man.
Last time we had a few protoses, but this time you must have been so happy. I guess the two Terrans though, like if they play now, that means it's less game that they might play later. So
as the Terran guy here, as far as the commentators go, man, I'm scared if these Terran players get taken out too early. I gotta break out my old ZVZ book.
You're afraid they go extinct in the first or
yeah, man.
In the second day? Yeah.
The swarm is taking over here at Red Bull.
Do you think it's gonna continue though? Like I talked a little bit with DongRaeGu, and he mentioned that there's a chance we might be seeing Zergs picking on Terrans here.
I feel like the Zerg players probably enjoy playing against the Terrans a little bit more than playing a lot of ZVZ. Of course, guys, we got the standings already updated for you to show you how things have gone so far. As you can see, MMA had his first pick, but since he lost that best of 3 against Polt, he has lost 1 life. If he loses 2 more best of 3s today, he will be eliminated from the tournament, and the prize money that he would get will be split amongst the remaining 5 players. So as you can see, DongRaeGu, DRG is the second pick. He's going to be the next player to decide who he wants to go up against here at the Battlegrounds Global Series.
What do you think about the change in the rule? Last time it was $3,000 per day, and then every player still alive takes splits those 3,000. Now it's $2,400 split at the end of the day, and there is $100 per series 1, and we have 6 best of 3s every day. Do you like that? Because last time we had Puck being picked on and not winning any money, even though he had 1 matches. So it's really cool, I think.
I think it makes things just a little bit more reasonable for the players involved. It can get a little bit tricky, especially when you look at a player like Puck, because he played so many series, he won so many matches, but got put in a rather awkward spot based on the way that things started. But you know, it's nice to be able to get at least some reward for your efforts, as some of these guys are certainly going to get picked on quite a bit today.
And God knows we could use some reward for efforts sometimes when we play StarCraft, because it can be a very unforgiving game.
Yeah, difficult to say the least. So when you look at who these guys going to pick, if DongRaeGu was to pick a Terran player, I have to say probably MMA, right? Because he's the player that's closest to being eliminated. If you go for Polt, then you still have to have 2 more players pick him and beat him in order to get extra prize money for everybody else.
You know, I mentioned that earlier when talking with Impact and Solar, and these guys, they haven't played in a long time. DongRaeGu, either with Polt and MMA, he didn't play with them this year, and I think it was in Polt's case, they didn't even play last year, so he hasn't played against either of them in like 2 years. That's a very long time not to play together, but right now, the word on the streets of Santa Monica and the few Koreans that are there is that Zergs like to pick Terrans, so it's very possible that we see that, I guess, start, because so far it's been a Terran picking a Terran in the first match.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see it, but it seems like our player is ready to make his choice. We've got James over there with DongRaeGu. Let's find out what the second matchup of the day is going to be.
Hey Nathan, you're absolutely right. We're ready for our second pick. I am here with our second picking player of the day, the man who made MLG VOD so much more interesting and gave reason to go watch MLG once again. I'm with DongRaeGu. 안녕하세요.
Hello guys, I'm DRG who lost to Scarlet Toast.
박수 선수 이번 최근에 이제 MVP 팀에서 나오게 되셨는데, 일단 뭐 다 시작하기 전에 약간의 이제 어필 타임 한번 가져볼게요. DongRaeGu, he just left MVP recently. So before we go through all the picking process and the interview and everything, I'm gonna give him a little few seconds to show appeal, or to show. My English is failing, and I'm only on the second one. To tell the teams that he's out there, he's available, and give a reason to why teams should be interested in picking him up.
Evil Genius has 1 Dong, and it's your chance to have your own Dong.
I think that's a great word. So DongRaeGu, how do you like America so far? How do you like your stay? I mean, it's only second day, but weather and everything. What's your thought?
Yeah, every time when I come to America, it's nice and not humid, and food is good. Yeah, I'm good.
Well, good. I like that you like to stay in America. To me, coming from North Pole, it's a little bit hot, but the weather's actually been pretty chill and nice. So before we begin the pick, give us a little teaser, a hint on the next player.
He's not a Caspa player.
He's not a Caspa player. Who? Oh, well then the option all of a sudden becomes very wide and available. All right, so without further ado, let's announce the second pick.
Polt.
Polt, second time. Come on up, yeah. Welcome back, Polt. Yawning, very hungry. Just finished off the intense games, 2 in a row. So, what do you think about the pick?
They are making ideal strategy. I mean, well, the ideal one is just avoid the scariest one and take down the make other people take down that scariest one. But it's quite impossible. So the second best strategy is everyone is going for the scariest one. They are doing it.
They're going for the scariest player.
Yeah.
자신을 가장 무서운 선수라고 자칭을 하면서 이제 전략이 아주 마음에 든다고 얘기를 하는데 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Yeah, he says right things, and I've been playing with him long time ago, so I want to just play with him. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, these two haven't played on Heart of the Swarm at all. Back in the Wings of Liberty days, Polt went up against DRG about 11 times, including the times GSTL and everything, and you've actually won every single match. Did you know that?
Against who?
Him.
I don't really know about that.
Right, because winners always, it's the ones that take it harder to remember, right? 원래 진 사람이 더 기억에 남는 법이죠. 자기의 날개 때 한 11번인가 만났는데 전적에 대해서 알고 계시나요?
Actually, I don't remember too.
I guess not. I guess that was out of the picture. So, all right, before we begin, let's do some talks to opponents. Sorry, you first.
I just want to thank you for giving me another chance to make another $100.
오, 또 한 번 10만 원에 도전할 수 있는 찬스를 줘서 너무 고맙다고 하네요.
Good luck.
All right, good luck it is. So we're gonna go to the map vetoes. Back to you, casters.
Thanks for that, James. I'm liking the fighting words between these guys, Todd. Honestly,
these players, man, they've removed from their memory their old games on Wings of Liberty. They forgot about Wings of Liberty. They forgot he was even there. I wish I could do that, man. These Broodlords and Infestors, I still see them in my nightmares.
Apparently, Broodlord Infestor wasn't a thing whenever Polt had to play against DRG, because I certainly wouldn't have thought a Zerg player to have a winless record against a Terran back in those days. But
I think this is so cool because we wouldn't really have the opportunity to see these players usually almost ever. Like, Polt plays in a lot of foreign tournaments, but DongRaeGu rarely attends them. So like recently, they played in 1 or 2 maybe, where they both were there, but they didn't play each other. So they haven't played in 2 years. That's how crazy it is. Those two players, as big as they are, they haven't played in 2 years, and now they're gonna play here again.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. How do you feel about the pick though? Because honestly, I think about it and like, well, the natural progression would be if you eliminate someone as fast as possible, but you increase the chances that you're going to make more money that day. If you kill MMA, suddenly the little slice of that money that you would get gets split between everybody else. Do you really think picking Polt? Like, do you agree with this choice this early on?
No, I'm not sure really. Like, if you look at the first series, it's hard to tell if MMA was just not playing his best or if Polt was just that overwhelming. Like, there might be a little bit of history, a bit of research here and there, or maybe we're trying to read into it too much. Maybe DongRaeGu was just looking at the players. He's like, I'll just pick Polt just for fun and giggles. I haven't played him for some time, and we'll see how that goes. Because it's like talking to them, it really feels like the players, they don't put all that much thought into their pick. Like, they kind of think about it quickly, they make a decision, and they rarely go back on it. I was actually, because I collected a lot of stats to prepare for this, and I was showing some of them to DongRaeGu, and he had no idea about most of the stats. He had no idea about them at all.
Yeah, pretty interesting the way that the choices are being made here, though. And I think looking at this series overall, we've got Polt, who you could say he always likes to play his own flavor of Terran versus Zerg. He's the kind of guy that you rarely expect to stick with the status quo of what everybody else is up to. He likes to go for, as we've seen, a very heavy Widowmine style in the mid game. And I don't know to say heavy, it's like, okay, he builds them. No, he'll go up to 3 factories faster than any other Terran player currently out there. With the last patch, we haven't seen a crazy amount of his TVZ, only his series against Jaedong, which he blew him out of the water. I'd have to wonder if DongRaeGu studied games like that, especially if, as he said, a lot of the Zerg players here are looking to pick Terrans in their matches.
So how do you think they match up stylistically? We have a DongRaeGu who's basically always been playing Ling Muta Bane, but just very, very well, who was one of the first Zergs to really defend well against Medivac drops. Those Polts even try to drop. Does he just attack with his entire main army at the front? Does he try to get good split and good fights from there? And is DongRaeGu able to keep up in terms of micro with his opponent Polt here? What do you think?
It's going to be tricky because DongRaeGu has also shown himself to be a guy that's not afraid to get aggressive either. And I think when you look at the current build orders available in the Terran versus Zerg matchup, especially for an aggressive Zerg player, we see players like Hyun especially all the time going for early pools to try to catch Reaper expanding command centers off guard. We see also, I guess you could call it another Hyun build, 1-1 Roaches become, even the most diehard of Ling Bane players are really liking the 1-1 Roach push. And
do you think there's, how big of a chance is there that we're going to see Roaches out of DongRaeGu? I feel like he's like one of the least likely Zerg to make Roaches. Maybe like a few at first to defend against something like potential Hellbats.
Polt is the kind of guy that's lost to builds like this, though. I think I don't think there's any Terran player that walks into a matchup like this and says, I'm totally safe against 1-1 Roach with all the builds that I'm going to use. And if DongRaeGu decides to break it out, I really feel like it, because any Terran player who opens up with, if they go into a game and they say, I want to go 3 command centers, double engineering bay, and they react, or they don't know that the push is coming until it's on its way, or they don't react to it until it's already on the way.
So you don't think there's any chance?
There's been dozens of games where top-tier players have just 8 Marines in a bunker, and it's like, you've got double engineering bays and your barracks are finishing, but
so you don't think there's any chance Polt takes the gamble and thinks like, hey, this guy doesn't really make Roaches, I'm just going to go 3CC, double eBay?
I think
super greedy.
Polt's aggressive openers can set himself up before the 1-1 Roach becomes really an issue, but I mean, of course, this is just a bit of theory crafting, and there's no telling what DongRaeGu will go for. I just think that the build is good enough, and it's had enough success that even as a Ling Bane stylistic player, it wouldn't be too far of a reach to suggest that DongRaeGu might try it in this series.
How many mutas? Do you think DongRaeGu plays with just like a low muta count, as in, he gets a little bit above 10 and then he tries to add a few here and there, or does he try to go for the big muta cloud? It feels like these days, the trend is to get a ton of banelings, basically. Get a bunch of mutas to shut down drops, and then you make a ton of banelings and you defend. And
well, the thing is, the strength in high baneling counts in Zerg versus Terran is that you fight on creep. And as a Terran player, someone like Polt, he's going to spread his Widowmines out, but he's going to spread them out just at the edge of creep, just a little bit back. And he's going to slowly pave his way forward like he's building new roads, basically, for his Marine army to move forward. And I think that's when the Mutalisk count comes into question as well, because you also have to look at, if Polt plays the heavy Widowmine style, eventually you can't just overwhelm it with mass baneling. You need to have Mutalisks constantly sniping the Widowmines. And I feel like that forces Zergs into either attacking before that becomes an issue, or building enough Mutalisks that you can constantly pick off Widowmines left and right.
So you think that's where the key to victory will be here for DongRaeGu if Polt plays like you said?
Polt has a couple of good aggressive builds, but they all make him very weak in the mid game. And I think if DongRaeGu can deflect any type of pressure build, his mid game, late game focus is going to be dealing with the heavy amount of Widowmine pressure that Polt likes. I would genuinely be surprised if Polt went for any composition other than Marine Marauder Widowmine, especially with anything less than 3 factories past the 13-14 minute mark.
Okay, it's funny to think like these guys, they haven't played for so long. Like how do you go into a match like this? Surely you have to be thinking, well, I probably studied a few VODs of him here and there, but it's not that revealing. He might have improved since then. He might have tweaked his build a little bit. So I feel like what we might see here is just both players going for the standard game plan and just trying to outplay each other. They're not going to try to get fancy. They're not particularly going to try to surprise their opponent. They're just going to try to play their best because they think they're better than their opponents. Simple as that.
Yeah. It certainly wouldn't be a bad idea, and it's important to we talk about styles of players. The last time these guys played against each other, you could almost say that going 5 Barracks Reaper was a standard stylistic choice, or one base.
Maybe not that far back.
Maybe 1 base 7 Roach Rush. Who knows, man? It's been a long time since these guys had to duke it out in StarCraft 2. We have the first map lobby set up for this best of 3. It's going to start off on Overgrowth. I don't think it's actually a pretty good Roach map. I've seen, it's a map where Polt hasn't been afraid to go for his fast Hellbat Marauder play. Really, Polt's just got like a couple of really strong openers.
If you don't get roaches against this kind of builds, isn't it really, really hard? Because I feel like for Polt right now, it should be pretty clear that you don't really expect roaches out of the RG.
Perhaps, but Polt's builds have been dealt with in manageable ways. I think even if we go as far back as North American Battlegrounds, a couple of the games that Scarlet ended up playing against Polt, she was able to defend against Hellbat type pressure, even the Hellbat Marauder drops with just Zerglings. I think you've seen Suppy and some of the online qualifiers for these events have been able to hold it off. And I think in general, Zerg players are getting a better feeling for how to deflect these Hellbat pushes. Also because as Terran players have less and less success with them, they commit less, hoping that, okay, maybe if I, because if I build too many of these Hellbats, or if I go for fast medevacs, then suddenly my push puts me all in, and you really don't want to risk the game on that. So Polt's biggest weakness when he does aggressive builds like that, though, if DongRaeGu can hold, is he's generally got very late third command centers and incredibly late engineering bays. He kind of puts himself behind in upgrades, and if he just went for a standard 3 Reaper opening, he's done it before, but he still likes to get that greedy Viking out to snipe Overlords with.
So, like I said, personally, I feel like I would rate the chances of either of them to do something very, very aggressive, like an all-in, like a 2 racks. I really don't think so. And DongRaeGu doing something like an all-in, even Baneling mid-game, I feel like the chances are very low, but you feel it's one of his best chances, really?
It doesn't need to be like a mid-game all-in, but the counter-attack potential is really big for DongRaeGu if he can hold off the early pressure. Because when I look at this, when I look at the styles, and you can talk about how DongRaeGu plays, I really haven't seen a crazy amount of his Zerg versus Terran recently. But Polt's going to play the way that Polt wants to play, and it's going to be his own unique style most likely. And I feel like DongRaeGu is just going to play the meta. He's going to try to use the Mutalisks. He's going to try to use the Banelings defensively. And if an opportunity presents itself, maybe not in Game 1, but in Game 2, if he's up 1-0, maybe a Roach build won't be too bad of an idea.
I really wonder how much research they've done on each other. Like, it doesn't take, it's not that hard. I mean, you go online, you just search Polt versus Zerg, and then you'll find a bunch of VODs. You can find which
most
one.
Most of DongRaeGu's games were in Pro League, especially, so you have a lot less access because you generally, I mean, I don't think he even played in any ace matches for the last round or two when he was on MVP, but Polt, I mean, Polt Terran versus Zerg, you could almost feel like a novel. Like Polt versus Zerg Volume 4 was actually just released from last week's qualifier games for Intel Extreme Masters and the Battlegrounds.
You wrote a chapter, right?
Yeah, I mean,
how to use this build
like
and not make them work.
Part 1, Widow Mines. Part 2, Widow Mines nerfed, more Hellbats, and it's Part 3, The Revenge of the Widow Mine. And that's,
good one.
That's basically what it's become with the last patch.
Yeah, he seems to adjust very well, and he always brings something new. Like, you can tell how hard he tries to refine his builds. Is it, I wonder, like, you're a Terran player, who do you look up to the most? Is it Polt, or is there anybody in particular you like to leech stuff off from any Terran, or?
Polt plays a style it's pretty crazy. I think there's a reason why not a lot of other players mimic the way that he plays.
Okay, I get it. You would like to be able to do what Polt does?
I would like to be able to do what Polt does, but sometimes, you know, I think a lot of other Terran players say, I'd rather open 3 command centers and try to defend against Roaches normally, because if you do a Polt build and you're not Polt and you don't kill a good amount of workers or somehow manage to get yourself even after losing your initial attack, you know, only Polt is going to be able to throw away an early push and still win the game versus a good Zerg player. So
I feel it's like there's a few protosses like that, like SOS, you know, like trying to copy SOS style is so tricky because only he understands SOS style. So then you use it and like you lose games here and there. You're like, what would SOS do in this case? And then you have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like when you look at a Terran player like Maru, it's like, oh, you can actually open 2 racks every single game, do no damage versus a Zerg, and still crush him in a 40-minute macro game. Like, No, I open 2 racks. I don't kill the Zerg. The game's over, right? Like you don't just copy these guys.
Yeah, if Marut gave coaching, it would be like $5,000 an hour.
Yeah, you would climb to the highest temple and the tallest mountain and meditate with your 2 racks until you truly understood. But we're loaded in, guys. Sorry for the delay. Just wanted to make sure that everything was all right for these players as we got into our second best of 3 of the day. And boy, it is a goodie. These two have not played in such a long time. Our first player in the bottom left position, he is now teamless. You heard his very enticing plea for a team to pick him up. He is DongRaeGu. Who had to play versus quite a few Zergs to actually get into this qualifier. His opponent in the top right, representing Cooler Master Storm, he is the Red Terran player. He is Polt.
Game paused.
Well, what do you think about Overgrowth as a map in TVZ?
I think, Overgrowth is a map that everybody pretty much likes. You have a reasonably easy to secure third base, and for a Terran player especially, if I just immediately compared it to a map like Alter Zim Stronghold, you have a lot of bases, and the more bases on a map, as a Terran player, it makes it more difficult to play versus a Zerg, because ideally as a Zerg player, once you get comfortable and you get a lot of creep spread out, you can put a lot of distance between yourself and the Terran. You can start to take outreaching bases that your mobile Zerg army can bounce around. But on a map like Overgrowth, it's really not that hard for a Terran to starve out a Zerg player, and because of the short rush distance across the map, it's not too difficult to apply, parades, push styles.
So you would say it's one of the better maps for TVZ?
Yeah, I would say it's one of the better maps. It's very difficult for a Zerg economy to outscale a Terran on this map unless they deal like really early crippling damage.
Okay.
All right, looks like we're just about ready to get back into the game, guys. Just making sure everything is all right. And here we go. But Overgrowth is a map I think most Terran players enjoy. The other side of the coin, of course, is that while that mid-late game favors Terran, I would say on this map, that short rush distance also makes it easier for roaches to get across the map. It also makes it a little bit easier for any potential pushes or those fast spawning pools, Hyun-esque builds to come into play.
Yeah, this is a map that has been around longer than the newer ones, so I feel like the level of comfort of the players on this map is definitely going to be just a lot more superior than on some of the new maps. Everybody's just so much more experienced on Overgrowth, and that always helps, and I feel like that's why we're always likely to see those older maps a little bit more. Unless a new map comes along and then somehow you find features on it that you really, really like, I feel like it's really less likely you're going to be seeing players picking it or not vetoing it in this case.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like maps like Foxtrot, right? There's so many different ways into your base. There's so many different areas to check as the game goes on. It makes it a much less attractive choice. But
oops. I'm going to be observing, so brace yourselves, guys. I'm going to do my best.
So we believe.
Do you know Polt's exact go-to build? Can you take us through it, and what are the strong points and weak points of it?
So Polt, I mean, it's hard to say exactly because he rotates between usually 2 or 3.
A few variants.
It depends on what happens after this Reaper. If we see a second Reaper, this could just be straight up 3 command centers. The Marine here tells me that he's going to build 1, potentially 2 Marines. He's still going to get his factory, still going to get his reactor after that Marine or 2. But he's likely, after he gets that factory, towards the end of its completion to get a second gas, move into that Viking, get the reactor on it, and it actually sometimes gets a second barracks with this as well. Now, it's usually either the second barracks or the fast Marauders, but
are the 6 lings standard here? I feel like we see more 4 Zerglings usually being made.
No, 6 lings is like the ultimate safe standard, because if the Reaper, the time it takes for a Reaper to actually kill 6 Zerglings is usually the amount of time it takes for the Queens to come out. So even in a worst case scenario, you still get that. But it is 2 Marines follow up for Polt, and this is why you do it, to catch this Overlord. He's going to get a very nice kill on this to kick things off, and even though this Reaper's not doing a crazy amount of work, he still scouted the gas. He still knows that, okay, Zergling speed is already on the way. And he knows that he should be a little bit wary of what his opponent can bring to the table. But this Overlord kill at the start, it's just great.
Yeah, it's going to supply block the RG for some time, but he planned ahead. Second gas being thrown down. Is that always a Banshee cloak?
No. Polt doesn't use it for this. He might even start a second barracks pretty soon, too.
How do you like Numetai Scarpace being made this early here?
I think it's actually good against a player like Polt. Like, Polt's not going to cheese you or like do like a big 3 barracks held that all in. It's just not something that Polt really does. But
that means he's going to neglect the speed then. But
yeah, well, he faked it out. He
saw-
canceled speed. He canceled speed to get pneumaticized Carapace. The thing is, against a player like Polt, you do really want to know what he's up to because things can get crazy very quickly. So I'd be a little bit surprised if he went to Banshees, but he could just start Stim, get a Viking, and then a Reactor on his then a Reactor on his starport, which is a more common choice for him. But I'm actually surprised that he's going to open straight with this Banshee. Maybe he wants to keep a little bit more map presence.
Still no. Okay, speed's finally going to start. And the overload speed just finished. That one is going to get sent in. There's 2 Marines ready to snipe that. I think he wants to see everything, and I was right, man. Banshee Cloak.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the least popular choices that you see from Polt these days, since we kind of know him as that guy that likes the Viking, and I do expect to see a Viking at some point. But the other nice part about this is that he might actually not even build a Viking because there's already Overlords speaking to say, well, DongRaeGu doesn't even have any Overlords out on the map beyond the one that's just scouting right now.
Sniping Overlords with speed is another story. How wrestled would you be if you didn't make a Viking?
Yeah, well, the Viking can still catch, I think, Overlords with the speed upgrade, but the problem is it's easier to rope them in once you know that Viking's out on the map.
Lots of droning up going down here by DongRaeGu. Still 1 single gas. He's going to start adding on a few extra ones very soon here, I believe. As the third base is being targeted. The Quints, 3 of them. Oh, he makes a Spore. Since he knows about the Banshee Cloak, this is definitely going to help.
Yeah, this is nice. Of course, it's a little bit awkward since the creep spread isn't towards this third base yet, but I mean, the 6 Hellions aren't going to kill this hatchery. They didn't start working on it early enough, and he should generally be okay. There are some slowlings on the map.
Yeah.
It's easy pickings for these Hellions.
Finish.
Yeah, still really unfortunate to lose this many Zerglings because Polt is the kind of guy that will build a very unusually large amount of Hellions. I think he's already up to like 10. Is that his like 9th and 10th? He's going to go up to 12 Hellions. It's really it's a really big commitment to make, but Polt likes to use this to just make sure that unless you build roaches, you get absolutely no map control whatsoever.
Double Evo finally goes down here for DongRaeGu, who's looking to try and hold this as well as possible. And drone up behind this, but he's forced to make Zerglings right now.
Yep.
He's still staying with, I think he has 5 Queens here, 1 in each base and 3 for the creep spread and defense as well. Good number, I guess. He already has a bunch of transfuse as well. That's really going to help. 3rd CC is on the way. You think Polt, when he makes the CC here, it's always going to expand down there and like being super aggressive?
I'm honestly not sure. Like, the positioning of the command center, it's usually a personal preference type thing because you can get into situations where you find yourself, if you're on the back foot, if you're getting pushed back, you really don't want that outer third base. But Polt could be looking to put a lot of pressure on in the later stage. He adds on 4 barracks at once. His upgrades are actually surprisingly close. So these Banshees in the main base, though, trying to get a little bit of damage done. Not too shabby.
8 walkers have been killed so far. That's not bad at all, but transfuse is available here. DongRaeGu needs to be careful to try and lose as little as possible only against those Banshees. 1-1 is on the way, he's getting the Baneling less, and yeah, I think this is, as I predicted, he's going to be playing with the Zergling Baneling Muta style. Man, to this amount of Hellions, I don't think DongRaeGu is not ready. 15 Zerglings against 11 Hellions, those are not very good odds. 16 more Zerglings on the way, but no, the Hellions are going to start doing a lot of damage.
Severely distracted by those Banshees, DongRaeGu was, and you know, if you don't practice versus Polt, if you don't see a lot of Polt's games, you might not realize, hey, this guy built a lot more than 6 Hellions. He's not going to go bomber style and only build 4 and then switch into a tank. He's going to be very active out on the map. If you look, there's no Zerglings out on the map. He's kept the
3 to 61.
Back. Yeah, he will be very, very in control with his mobile forces.
Yeah, these aliens trying to do some more damage here. Some of those, well, 1 more of those actually died here. The Spire, that's a fairly quick Spire, I guess. Like he didn't wait too long after he had Lair, he just started ASAP.
It's tricky. It's not the fastest Spire. Like Polt's already saying, he's like, you know what? I think a late Spire would normally come by this time. It's not quite as late given the way that his game opened up with the Banshee pressure, so he still gets it at a reasonable time. But the problem is, the Mutalisks are going to come out after this third base is established for Polt. And with all these Zerglings and Banelings in production, like he's kind of preparing for like a very standard push that usually hits around this time, but Polt's already done the damage that he wanted to prior to this. So he's mostly looking to secure and lock down this third base and probably add on his factories soon.
The creep spread was denied decently, I think, right?
I mean, he could be all the way up there.
He's done a really good job. That's the second benefit of all these Hellions. This creep spread is actually, you almost say, pitiful at this point. They're really nowhere near as far as DongRaeGu wants it to be.
This is what you were talking about before. He's going to start planning down Widow Mines just right outside of the creep here. Polt starting with the aggression. Just uses scan here to try and deny some of the script rumors. Actually, the Baneling's getting a little bit cheeky here. DongRaeGu, what's up?
These guys are on. These guys are definitely staying out past their bedtime. They need to go home.
Got a cancel here on that hatchery once, but the Banshee is going to fall. First few mutas are being made now, and now Polt is on 3 bases. Look at this beautiful wall here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice house, but there's no one staying there just yet.
This is also what you were talking about here.
Yep. Extra 2 factories. Polt is going to go ham on the Widow Mines. His 2 upgrades are on the way. He's cleared up another set of creep tumors. And is there? He doesn't have. Wait, DongRaeGu doesn't have Baneling speed.
Oh, he forgot about it.
Yeah, this is going to make things very tricky. He's just now started it.
I think he just realized maybe
that's almost an unforgivable mistake in this matchup.
Oh, man.
You cannot take a fight against a Terran off creep.
Keeping those Hellbats alive and now transforming them into Hellbats makes that push so much stronger here for Polt.
It's got to be one of the reasons why he loves to open up with so many Hellions in this matchup.
Army supply 99 to 82. How is DongRaeGu going to hold? I mean, creep and Banelings are good, but he needs way more than that, I think.
There's not even that really an impressive number of Banelings.
11.
All Polt wants to do is just slowly poke forward until DongRaeGu attacks into him, and DongRaeGu can't really afford to do that for another minute because, as you pointed out, he doesn't have Baneling speed. Polt's going to get a 4th command center. He's getting his vehicle upgrades now. And honestly, the only thing as a Terran player that you really care about at this point in the game is denying the Zerg 4th, which he is doing beautifully. Widow Mine hits on a few of these units. DongRaeGu is going to try to come up, but the Widow Mine hits are pretty damn real, Todd. These Banelings aren't going to connect with any of the Marines, and Polt, he's just having a ball here.
Polt is basically saying with this game and these fights here, if you're going to pick me, you better mean it because I'm ready for all of you.
Yeah, Polt has actually just been dominating this game. From that early lead he got off the Banshee kills, he's been balling.
Look at how many units he's killed. Incredible amount. Only losing 31 units yet in this game. 8,000 resources lost, 2,600. This is ridiculous.
Polt's just playing so crisp, like DongRaeGu.
His economy was never touched too.
No. It almost feels like DongRaeGu hasn't really even had too much of a chance in this match. Baneling speed is done, but there's so little creep to fight on.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to get a good engagement versus this army?
Yeah. He has so many units. It's like when you play the campaign, and you meet like pack of units on the map and they become yours to control. That's how it feels to play when you're
Polt's like got an SCV scouting just to trigger those. And another Widow Mine hit on the Banelings. Without the Banelings, that's it. There's nothing DRG can do. Polt takes game number 1. In a very convincing fashion, and suddenly, as much as I'd like to say Polt's showing a strong TVZ, man, this is a lot of good studying material for the other Zergs that are playing in this tournament, but DongRaeGu, tough first choice.
Do you agree, like, this game was really about the amount of Hellions he made that just surprised DongRaeGu so much, that forced a lot of links at some point, and he did a ton of damage too with those Hellions. Like, it was actually insane. Like, started killing units left and right. He pushed back the creep very, very well. And then from there, it's just so hard for DongRaeGu to fight, especially against somebody like Polt, who never steps on creep, just stands outside with Widow Mines, as you said, and takes good fights.
It's all about the creep spread in early game Terran versus Zerg like that. If you only build 6 Hellions, DongRaeGu gets maybe 20, 25 lings. He's got his queens. Basically, then at that point, 3 queens pushing out creep are going to be able to push back 5 or 6 Hellions. But when you get closer to 10, 12, you need to actually move your Zerglings through. And then Polt's control on those Hellions was just a little bit too good. And at the same time, moving the Banshees in, that already forces all of those queens to come back into the main base to help defend. And then suddenly, when your queens leave the creep, the Hellions come out to play. And that's just Polt having a nice little list of things he wanted to do and hammering them all down one by one.
I'm not a big fan of the quick pneumatized carpet. I feel like in this game he spent so much money on it, and then to get one info, maybe the same as he would have had if he had sent a regular overload in. So in the end, like, he spent a lot of money on it. He had late speed because of it, so he had no map control. Then the aliens started messing up, and it just never really did much for DongRaeGu in that game.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky because there are some more aggressive builds that Polt has in his arsenal that don't work quite like the Hellion Banshee type play, but I still think there's a reasonable amount of choices available. So we're loaded into game number 2, and in the top right position we have the blue Zerg player, currently teamless, down 1 map. He is DongRaeGu. he had pick for this series. He was the second pick here at the Battlegrounds Global, and he was able to choose who he had as his opponent in the top left position. Spawning as the red Terran player, we have Cooler Master Storm's Polt.
Polt has played pretty good so far today. Let's just agree on that.
Yeah. You know, Polt plays very clean. Polt may not have the most insane finesse. He's not the guy that you're going to look to for, you know, Marine King level of splitting in a late game fight. But he's also the guy that's going to have, you know, just enough foresight to set himself up in a position where he doesn't necessarily need an insane amount of control. And DongRaeGu is saying, you know what, man? You play a little bit crazier than I was anticipating after that first game. I don't want to play versus that again. I'm going to go for a more aggressive build on this map because why not? There's a very short rush distance, and there's a chance that even though you might know where I spawn, if you scout the wrong base, you may not see this coming.
Yeah, he's committing a lot to this. I feel like if this is spotted, it's just becomes so much weaker. Kind of like an all-in, you know?
I made jokes about things like 7 road rushes and those old builds from 2012, but this is starting to kind of look like one of those.
Really? You don't? No, I think this is, I would say, almost always for quick speed here.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be speed, but it's definitely a super committed bit play to make this early in the game because he starts his queen and a drone, so he's purely relying on the Zergling speed, which Polt's going to scout now with his SCV. And that's, I'm not really sure how I feel about it because Polt isn't intelligent enough of a player. He doesn't play like a machine. He doesn't play like a robot. He's very adaptable when it comes to situations like this. So he immediately queues up a second Reaper, which isn't necessarily
it was done
bad.
already beforehand. But
yeah, but he comes in and he's basically like, okay, your spawning pool is wiggling. Your natural expansion started very late.
Do you remember how to time Zergling speed?
It's just under 2 minutes, man.
Yes. So you basically add 2 minutes to the clock and then subtract 10 seconds. So in this case, I think he knew it had already started for a few seconds, so he can kind of time it out very, very well. And now he's just going to hang around for as long as possible and maybe, I think, try to go home just before speed finishes. He's going to make sure he confirms the hatchery before even lets DongRaeGu knows that he knows.
Yeah,
and
the problem is...
Whoa.
What's up?
Third Reaper against this many link speed?
No, it's totally fine.
Against link speed.
Like the thing is, he's just going to hold the top of his ramp, and the more Zerglings that DongRaeGu makes, the less effective, the less effective that the expansion is going to be for him. Polt's going to keep building SCVs no matter what. I think Polt kind of started this game and says, hey, I'm probably going to hold this push off, so if I get a third Reaper, my build just allows me to ease into a third command center more easily, and that makes me... I want to believe that Polt's going to go for a third command center build because this cliff space is so close to the natural. It's pretty easy to play versus a low number of links. Like, this attack is coming too early in the game for DongRaeGu to have enough Zerglings to overwhelm 3 Reapers with this many cliffs nearby.
So behind this, DongRaeGu is actually in a position where he has less walkers than Polt right now. He's going to try to catch up. Already having speed is going to be nice. He's going to have some map control for some time, but I think... How many Hellions does Polt wait for until he moves out again? 4? Or can you even move out with 2?
You know, when you know that your opponent is open with a build like this, that kind of, you could almost say, drizzles on their own economy a little bit. Polt doesn't need to get aggressive anytime soon. He can wait for 4 Hellions and then wait until his 5th and 6th are halfway done, leave those Hellions at home, and then push out. Because with 3 Reapers and 4 Hellions, he has the ability to basically dance all night with these Zerglings.
Isn't that kind of unusual? He added 1 more barracks and the quick starport behind this. Like no E-base, no double barracks.
This is one of Polt's builds, though. This is one of the ones that he's busted out quite a bit recently. It's going to give him just a really quick opportunity to attack with Marines, just a handful more than you normally have. These Hellions getting caught. Definitely a bit of an error by Polt. He went to the tower, didn't see the Zerglings there, and losing the Hellions this early is tough, especially because this lair is pretty quick for DongRaeGu.
You think Mutas?
It's going to be Mutas. He started a Spinecrawler. There's no other... As a Terran player, when you scout this, it's like there's nothing else.
He saw the starport, he's like, your Polt Viking shall not touch my overlords.
Like, yeah, he's going to have a Viking. Mutalisks are pretty good versus those.
And I guess he knows that he's probably hoping there's a third CC because DongRaeGu saw only 1 barracks.
He's banking on the fact that Polt built so many Hellions in the last game that he's going to have a very low Marine count. And a low Marine count, well, it's something that Mutalisks love to see. So especially now that reactor on the starport, he doesn't have access to a lot to build against this.
The quick spread going here for DongRaeGu. Pretty sure he's going to be starting a Spire here very, very soon. He's making 10 more links, making sure he has enough units for those to move up the ramp here. He has a Spine as well. The Reaper's going to go into the main. Ooh, does Polt realize? Actually, he's going to pull back.
I think if you see Zerglings in a Spine crawler...
He saw the two guys at the natural, but he still didn't see the lair. You think he scans here soon?
I mean, a scan wouldn't be bad. It's a safe assumption to make at this point that he's either he has to be going for lair tech. You simply can't defend without a spine crawler when you're going for lair tech. And most of the time, Zerg players don't just get spine crawlers. He didn't get one last game.
He's actually
and now the superior Hellion
here
account
to make a barracks
in
in its place, I think.
Yeah, Polt actually uses his starport to just build reactors after he gets that Viking. It's what allows him to get his production up so quickly.
But that means he cannot even make medivacs. When those mutas come out, man, I think he's going to start like 8 or something.
DongRaeGu, I think DongRaeGu is not going to be able to afford a lot of Mutalisks though. Like the Mutalisks are going to start production the same time the engineering bays finish. So if he starts missile turrets as soon as the E-bay is complete, he'll have missile turrets in time. I would say I'm surprised he didn't scan, but this Viking is going to be the first thing that sees the Mutalisks most likely.
This guy's the boss, man.
They're going to be it's going to be the first target. He's got 3 kills already, man.
Going around, sniping overlords left and right. Lynx are going to try for a run by, but Polt is sealed off back at home. No units in the bunker, though.
Once you stop building Hellions, there's no real reason to keep your depots down. So even with all of his Marines probably balled up somewhere in his main waiting for the Mutalisks, he's pretty safe. Yeah. So Polt kind of recognizes the threat, and he's like, well, as long as I get all my barracks and all my production up, it's not like I really have a lot to worry about.
Yeah. Don't you think he transferred way too many probes at the natural? He's got 10 on the minerals in main.
It only looks weird because he was saturated on his main, but the reason why he's undersaturated, he just built a bunch of barracks, so he just pulled workers from there. But it does look, it is a little bit lopsided because he'd be oversaturated in his main if he pulled a lot from his natural now that the barracks are finishing. But the mutas have shown up. The Hellions are still doing a great job of pushing back the creep. At the cost of 1 stim, Polt basically says, okay, now I know that you have mutas and you can't do anything. And these Hellions are still killing Zerglings.
Yeah, he's getting a few good shots here. Those mutas are going to chase down that Viking. Finally going to get killed here. That assassin, man.
Poor Viking.
Poor Viking. He killed a whole bunch of overlords. He was a hero.
Well, yeah, he didn't deserve to die
Bailing
like that.
speed is made early, and the creep spread is much better in this game. So I like DongRaeGu's position a lot better than previous game, but...
DongRaeGu still on 1 evolution chamber, though, no?
Yeah, he's adding on 1 more.
He doesn't even have does he have +1 attack? I don't think he does. For his Zerglings?
No, he has +1. He went for Carapace first.
Well, I'll tell you what, Marines with +1 armor with medevac sealing them aren't going to die to Zerglings, that's for sure. Not Zerglings that have no upgrades. His 3rd command center plants. And the mutas are nice to have in this stage of the game because you want to constantly harass that 3rd base. The more you can delay the defenses getting set up there, the harder it is for a Terran player to push out. But this is still a tricky position to be in because Polt should be looking to get aggressive very soon. But oh, this is really nice actually, killing this reactor.
I'd be able to get some more. The Marines were... Oh, he actually elevated them with his medivacs here.
Yeah.
The Zerglings are ready for a potential counter-attack here. Obviously, Terran almost always going to have the gate open here because they want to rally outside these units.
Oh,
that guy here is going to fall as well.
Poor Reaper.
You like this 4th base here by DongRaeGu? It's probably better to take it here than here, right?
Yeah, you don't want to expand towards the Terran, even if it's still kind of in that high ground-ish position. It's it's not too. It's kind of like you gotta take what you can get.
It's DongRaeGu, man.
Yeah.
The hearts wants what the hearts want. He can do whatever he wants. If he wants to expand, goes to the Terran. That means he will want to be more aggressive.
These Zerglings slipping in are really nice, though. SCVs being pulled off. Marines have to run over here while those Mutalisks try to break open the ramp. And this is actually a nice little bit of damage he gets done because he trades a bunch of mutas for some SCVs. A lot of lost mining time, and of course, most importantly, pulling that Terran army back. He does not want Polt to attack him because Polt, once he gets rolling, he's very difficult to stop. Uncharacteristic supply block though. He just had to use a supply drop on his depot. He doesn't have any depots in production. Polt's production is actually like stopped right now.
But stepping on creep and fighting is going to be so hard in this situation on this map.
The creep spread's better, at least comparatively, as far as when Polt made his first push out on Overgrowth.
It was never really denied in this game.
Yeah. Much more difficult with the Mutalisks. It's definitely a good adjustment that DRG made. Polt starts 3 supply dips right now. He's been supply blocked for like almost a whole minute now. And so really cut into his unit production. He could actually be pretty close in supply to DongRaeGu, but he he kind of shot himself in the foot a
He's
little
actually
bit.
still forgetting overlords. Look, he's not making any.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for a counter-attack here. The Zerglings and Mutas get into the third base. I think he wants Polt to attack into those Banelings here in position. And he might be able to achieve just that. Polt right now is army supply.
This is what you do in Terran versus Zerg. There's not a lot of medevacs, so these Marines are going to be nice and juicy. Oh, the Mutas. You want to stay with the Mutas and the Zerglings from behind. The Banelings get great connections, and suddenly Polt, well, that certainly freed up a lot of supply for him. Widow Mines get a couple of hits, but not really what he's looking for. And DongRaeGu with a huge supply lead. This is really nice for him.
Yeah, that was so well done here. He wanted Polt to finally attack into him, and he forced that with a nice counter-attack. I've actually seen a lot of Zergs do this recently, instead of just sitting there and waiting.
Oh, it's so frustrating to deal with as a Terran player. And the other thing is, +2 Carapace was done for DongRaeGu, whereas +2 attack and armor have just finished right now for Polt. He almost kind of walked into an anti-timing with how those upgrades lined up.
This setup, though, is very, very good here with all the Widow Mines. And I think, do you think DongRaeGu is going to keep on doing the same? If he's getting pushed through the middle, actually, I'm not sure how much longer Ignite Afterburners are going to last here, but DongRaeGu does not even bother for now.
Yeah, and then once he realizes all these Widow Mines are out here, things are going to get awkward as well. I like the +2 Carapace. He wants these Mutalisks to stay alive as long as possible because he has certainly made great use of them in this map, and it's a very nice change-up from the first game of the series.
20.
20 is good. It's not the super mega death ball of Mutalisks yet. It's good enough to clean up the medevacs and do this light harass, but without missile turrets, you know, light harass is really all you need. It's like without missile turrets, these Mutalisks really don't have anything to fear, and there's nothing at all that he needs to worry about.
They're trying to be active as much as possible right now. Polt's going to drop the main base of DongRaeGu, fully knowing that the Mutas are across the map, but they're pulling back now. This pack of unit here may be caught out of position. DongRaeGu has dealt so well. Compared to the first game, this is like the opposite, man. DongRaeGu has just played this so well, and he's always been in control of the game, but Polt is not out of it just yet.
Yeah, Polt really hasn't caught many breaks in this map, and now the DongRaeGu continues to move forward, and even though he's off creep, there's no Widow Mines, yet too many Banelings, there's not really any medevacs, and Polt, man, I'm feeling like DongRaeGu is going to be able to tie this series up. Show maybe a little bit more why he wanted to challenge Polt. I feel like the adjustments he made since game 1 have been pretty damn good.
Yeah, he had 3-3 on the way. He had that going for him, but GG. DongRaeGu with just too many units for Polt to handle in the middle of the map here. And that first counter-attack that made Polt believe he could actually attack, that was the winning move, I feel, for DongRaeGu. It was super well done.
It's so frustrating as a Terran player because you get into this position where you're like, okay, I'm ready to move out on creep, but because my Zerg opponent opened with so many Mutalisks, it says, hey, you don't have a loaded bunker at your third base, you don't have a missile turret. He had a bunker with like maybe 2 or 3 Marines in it, but that's not going to stop 40 Zerglings and like 20 Mutalisks.
How do you deal with it better? What do you have to do?
You got to put supply depots in front of your bunker so the Zerglings can't hit it. You need a missile turret at your third, and you should be rallying close enough to your third base. Like Polt was, it seemed like, I'm pretty sure Polt was rallying towards the watchtower where his army was.
Yeah.
And in Terran versus Zerg, especially with the way that the current meta is to use the Mutas to force the Terran into basically suiciding into Banelings on creep, you usually want to see a rally towards the third base. At least between the third and the natural, so that run-bys don't hit either of your bases. But it's still very tricky to deal with because Polt, he was amped up, he was ready to do some damage, ready to bring the pressure, but just because of the way that DongRaeGu managed to, basically, he killed so many workers that Polt's like, well, now I need to do something. And then you step forward and Banelings.
It was weird, actually, because DongRaeGu with his opener, I didn't think he was very far ahead. The thing is, he got enough map control out of it that he managed to drone very well on 3 bases, and he was quite a few workers ahead when he was finally set up on 3 bases. So the creep spread was also never really denied. And then from there, even though he didn't have the most of economic openers, he was just in a decent position the whole time and never really made any big mistakes either.
Yeah, I have to agree. DongRaeGu he had a much better control over the flow of that game. And we are now loaded into the third map, the final map of our second series here at the Battlegrounds Global Series. And it has come down to game 3 between these two gentlemen. In the top right position of Deadwing, we have the blue Zerg player, currently teamless. He is DongRaeGu. Makes that little infested Marine. These guys' icons are so cool, especially when they take damage later on. Well, one of these guys' icons actually has to take damage now. In the bottom right position, he certainly doesn't want any. Representing Cooler Master Storm, he is Polt.
A Marine, of course.
Of course.
What else?
Hey, I could dig a Widowmine icon there, man.
Really? Over a Marine?
Yeah, I would love the Widowmine
You're a
icon
bad boy.
if I was there, because that's all I do, baby. Drop mines all day, every day. It's still crazy to think that Polt really doesn't want to lose this match, not only because you don't want to lose lives, but he has the next match pick as well.
Yeah. Okay, on this map, how do you feel about TVZ in general? Like, I feel like personally, at least as Protoss, it's a map where taking 4 bases is much easier than other bases, and that really affects any Protoss matchup. Is it the case as well in TVZ, and whose favor does it play in, if any?
I don't play a terrible amount of games on Deadwing. From the maps that I've seen, I think cross spawn suits your argument much better for Terran versus Zerg.
Yeah.
But on this spawn, the rally path is so direct that parade pushes are actually pretty good because it's very difficult to circumvent a Terran rally and go for counterattacks like the ones that we saw on the last map, especially since it's so big. So Polt will most likely look to, I say a 3-base setup makes a lot of sense. Try to secure that 3-base while taking a 4th base position, but mostly you want to hold on to that Xel'Naga watchtower.
Wait, is he scouting cross map first?
I think he just assumes he's just going for a blind guess, I guess.
Okay. He's probably thinking if there is an Overlord and the Zerg is top right-hand side, he would see the Overlord on time anyway. So now that's what happens.
Yeah.
Second Reaper on the way here for Polt. We should be starting a CC momentarily. And on the other hand, with a Zerg, who's going to get speed fairly quickly, who gets the 6 links as well. I feel like DongRaeGu is definitely one of those Zergs that tries to cut corners in terms of links. Like, he's happy to make links and try and make something happen with them later on.
Man, most Zerg players these days are okay with building 6 Zerglings because there's just like this period of time where a Reaper gets into your base and you only build 4 lings, and then 2 of them spawn in your main, 2 of them spawn in your natural, and then all of a sudden he kills your 2 lings, and then you don't really have any way to stop him from picking off drones. So I do like that decision to go for the 6. But Polt, I don't know. I feel like he could end up just playing a 3 command center style.
Yeah.
That's what I mostly expect from him. A Viking on this map isn't a terrible idea, but the Overlords are generally going to be in one line to watch for drops coming from that southeast base.
Look at that SCV. I could barely see it. I thought he was invisible for a second here.
He's tucked
a dark
in, man.
SCV, man. That would be the first.
He just had his busy sign on. It's like, well,
even here, look, where's the SCV?
Working.
Do you see it?
He's a ninja. Yeah, the new privacy laws
like
for
hidden
construction workers, man.
Dude, that's so sick. The Reapers. Once you have 3 Reapers, it becomes that much easier to snipe queens, and that's exactly what Polt goes for here.
And that's
but the
exactly
thing
why
is,
you
he's
open
gambling
the
a little
speed.
bit. Speed is 10 seconds away from finishing.
Oh,
6
he killed
more
one of
links.
the Reapers. Yikes.
I'm gonna start. Are you disgusted?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You wanna try to play against DongRaeGu, see if you lose any Reaper?
I'll just keep him on my base, just to spite you, Todd. He's going to go for the starport. Tech Lab, second barracks again. So this does look like Stim, probably Viking. I don't think with the second barracks he's going to go into Banshee. Although Polt surprised me before. But DongRaeGu is going to take his 3rd base. He has a good number of lings, but I don't really think there's much he can do with them.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that if Reapers or even Hellions, he could try to get a surround. Because Polt has been very aggressive, and he's always moved out in the middle of the map when he had 2 Hellions. Remember last game what happened as well. So I think DongRaeGu tries to go for the same thing. He waits until he spots those, and then he comes in from behind, try and get the surround. If he could kill like 2 to 4 Hellions, he would have some pretty insane map control. And from there, you just drone up, you take a 4th, and this is what I talked about. Your macro just goes out of control.
Yeah, it could get tricky pretty quickly. These Hellions almost catching them. I feel like, yeah, with the backup coming, this is just a good opportunity to kill some workers. But with the Reapers, if you had that 3rd Reaper with these Hellions, he has a much better shot of actually contesting this base, or at least contesting the creep spread. Because that creep spread has to come straight from where that 3rd is. The Overlord comes in, sees the Viking. It's going to die. He did his job. He got the scout.
Yeah, Polt's playing lead pretty safe here. He was regrouping for some time, and now he's going to go for it again. Maybe try and deny some pre-spread if he can, but he's not pushed too far out.
Yep.
DongRaeGu, does he start getting banelings already, or does he just get more
I'm surprised that DongRaeGu hasn't started a lair. He's really worried, it seems. He's got a spine crawler,
Could it be a mistake?
banelings. Like, it just feels so, it feels like this build doesn't feel like a Zergling Baneling all-in build.
Yeah, double Evo goes down.
Yeah, it's you could say it's like super economic because he doesn't have the lair, he just wants to build drones.
He has the money anyway, if you look at his economy.
Yeah.
Oh man, that Viking taking out another Overlord here. Hellions are going to start dying, training hit points for Queens here. And double Medivac is in production now. Still no lair, Nate.
Yeah, that's really confusing. He like mined the minimum amount of gas to start both of his upgrades. And he's got to start his lair like really soon. Like, the longer he waits, the more difficult it's going to get because Polt's just going to start multitasking all over him once those medevacs get out, and then you don't have any way to actually kill them without your queens getting, you know, some good juicy shots off. But some Zerglings are prepared to go for a counterattack, surround 2 Hellions. Very nice pickup for DongRaeGu, who tries to move back into Polt's base but is not able to find an opening. Yeah, these Hellions are going to get good kills.
Yeah, very angry.
Yeah, this is a good pick-off. The bunker gets destroyed, though, and suddenly DongRaeGu has a bit of an opportunity. It's like, oh, raise your depot as well. There's no third building.
And yeah, those Lynx not going to be able to do too much more, but at least they were knowing they forced the Hellions back. And in the meantime, the lair finally started here for DongRaeGu, who's going to get macro hatch in his main. That seems to be where he likes to have it the most.
Still a crazy late lair, though.
Yeah.
For this matchup especially. Polt's third command center is just about done. And here's the problem now, is he has all this ability to just dance around. Another Zergling run by. He did replace the wall, but the Zerglings managed to squeeze in.
Whoa.
This is surprising.
He
and
forces the units back again.
DongRaeGu suddenly has a really nice position here on Polt.
He's starting to kill walkers left and right. Already killed 6. He's going to get quite a few more. In the meantime, Polt's not even being active. He's going to try and get a snipe on some of those units. He actually locked himself out for a second here.
This is actually like really bad for Polt. DongRaeGu's getting kills left and right. Polt denied some mining at the third base, which, you know, is nice in its own right. And I still say that Polt has a huge advantage when it comes to tech because of medevacs being out so much earlier than the Mutalisks. Because you can see right here, he just picks up. He's like, yeah, I actually have to fight you. So there's no reason to. These Hellions.
Ooh, those Banelings, man.
Oh, these slow Banes, man. Picking these off. Oh, my goodness. Killing about half the Banelings just that one volley. It really does have a big impact because these Marines, man, these Marines are going to kill Zerglings all day.
Polt is trying to force DongRaeGu down the ramp here. He's going to get the spine caller. Those Banelings still don't have speed. He's on the way now. Tries to get a surround.
Like these Hellions have peeled off all the Zerglings, so now he just leaves the Marauder behind. He basically, oh my, what? He just put all his Banelings into that Marauder, and then suddenly I really like this for Polt. But DongRaeGu started his 2-2 upgrades much earlier. And his Baneling speeds are going to complete soon, and the Spire is also almost done. So what Polt really needs is to start spending all this money. Does he have an armory?
No, I don't think I saw one. Let's see.
That is actually really bad. He just now starts it. His 2-2 is going to start around the same time that DongRaeGu's 2-2 upgrades are about halfway complete. And that's almost too much of an edge to give somebody like DongRaeGu. Polt, he's going to need to play like a beast for the rest of this game, that's for sure.
Damage supply always vastly superior for Polt. He's going to go for an engagement still on creep here. Denies some of those tumors. The Widowmine gets a really bad detonation actually on just one of the links.
Yeah,
maybe some target here.
Not what Polt's looking for. He will look to target those Banelings. Very difficult thing to do though.
What happened to the Medivacs? Did he lose them to the Queens when he was attacking? Because there was no Medivacs here to pick up and leave.
No, I'm not sure. Did he move them somewhere? How many Medivacs does he have in total? It didn't look like he was doing anything like
he
drops.
must have lost them to the Queens, which is a massive mistake, actually.
Yeah, that's definitely not good.
Oh God. Okay, he saw it.
He's on top of his game. He knows
literally.
what's up.
He was on top of that Widowmine.
He's literally on top of Polt's game in that instance, for sure.
Impressive shells being made now. Is this normal?
Yeah, if your Marauder tags a few Banelings, it's actually like really nice, especially off creep. Those Banelings are moving stupidly slow. Polt's going to get up to the position that he wants to be in this game, though, and that is sitting comfortably with 3 factories.
Who do you think has an advantage, DongRaeGu, because of the upgrades?
I would say that, but Polt's won in so many situations similar to this that it's hard to just flat out draw the line here, because he trades, his whole army trades, but he kills all the Banelings, he kills a couple of Mutalisks.
He lost quite a few Mutas. Oh, never mind. Actually, just one. What? So that means he only made 5 Mutas until now?
Really? He just hasn't built any Mutalisks.
He's making a few more.
That is weird. It seemed like he killed a lot. Like you really don't need.
DongRaeGu is trying to do the same thing as he did on Merry-Go-Round. He's going for the counter attack to try and force an attack here into his Banelings with a crit spread that he has. Oh my god, that's actually so many tumors. Even if you scan, it will take forever to kill everything.
Yeah, and his +2 upgrades are done too. So these Banelings are going to be extra deadly. That's a good bit of mind detonation. Mutalisks are repelled. There's just not enough Mutas to actually be a threat. Not yet.
Yeah, Polt's army looks very small here across the map. DongRaeGu has a nice supply lead, so as long as he waits on creep.
Polt got crazy supply blocked at 129 again. He just uses a call down supply depot to get himself back up. A couple of these unforced errors are definitely making life a little bit difficult for him, and he drops the scan. He wants to kill more creep, but he needs army at this point. He hasn't been producing like almost any units except for the ones that he's lost in the last minute or so.
DongRaeGu is on the chase here. Polt's gonna try to go back, but he doesn't have that many Widowmines, so those Banelings, they are quite deadly. The few Mutas are hitting on the medivacs. DongRaeGu right now. When he lost the first game, I was very skeptical, but he's really playing very, very well, and he's gonna do some economic damage. This might be it.
Yeah, I think DongRaeGu's got this now, man. He's moving in. There's not really much left for Polt, just a couple of overextensions, and honestly, not being on top of defending those run-bys. Once you see the first few run-by attempts, and you stop them, sure, it's nice, but you got to be prepared for more. And now with the third command center dying, the wall to the natural being down, DongRaeGu is just going to stream units in for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Widowmine is here at the top of the rank, would really help in holding this, but GG. Thor was about to come out, and the Marine of Polt is going to blow up. Man, that's so badass.
Yeah. If I could challenge you twice a day, I would. Well. With a victory like that.
Yeah, maybe later, if they both survive, it could happen if we get some eliminated players. But that was pretty cool play here by DongRaeGu. Definitely doing a lot better in the second and third game than in the first one, where honestly, after that first game, I was like, oh, that's it. I mean, Polt, he played so well against MMA, wins the first game against DongRaeGu, it's going to be a 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Not really.
Tricky for the Terran fans out there, though, man. Both Terran players losing their first lives in the first 2 matches.
It's a TVT, though.
The Battlegrounds. Yeah, but if you're a Terran fan, if for some strange reason you happen to like Terran and aren't the biggest fan of Zerg versus Zerg, Polt and MMA are suddenly really juicy targets for, I think, the rest of the Zerg players. All probably sat down and like, okay, we could probably kill one of these Terran players before the end of the day. That gets us all a little bit of extra money. Who's it going to be? And suddenly, I think it's a scary spot to be in for both Polt and MMA. Because every weakness of Polt's strategy, everything that DongRaeGu was able to exploit was just put in full view of all these other Zerg players here.
It might not be just the Zergs trying to kill them, they're also trying to kill each other too.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you, Terrans?
Yeah, but
a Brodos would have never picked another Brodos.
I wouldn't have picked.
Because we're all bros.
Actually, my TVT win rate.
And bros before Zergs.
Yeah.
All Terrans.
I don't know, man. Sometimes humans can be pretty fickle with each other. It happens. We all have our arguments and disagreements, but that does mean, of course, that well, we're gonna go into our third match pretty soon. We have Polt, who's gonna make the third pick, and I'm really wondering who Polt picks. Maybe if he really doesn't want to lose alive, it might actually just be best pick MMA again.
No, I'm gonna say one of them. I mean, even though he lost here, he played pretty well. Playing one of the, or picking one of the Zergs he thinks his style is best against could be smart too.
Perhaps. I don't think any of the other Zergs here are really like worse than like DongRaeGu though.
Yeah.
So that it is going to be very interesting to see how this all goes moving onwards. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the games. Hopefully we can send them tweets out there at the hashtag Battlegrounds for your favorite players here competing in the Battlegrounds Global.
Polt did beat Impact in the qualifier played in. Impact took second.
Yeah, that's true. It was a pretty close series though. I think we're just about ready to hear from the green room. We got James over there. Goodness knows what kind of friends he's got with him. Let's hear what's going on behind the scenes.
Thank
Thank you very much, guys. And indeed, we're standing here in the green room during the Red Bull Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series. With me are James, Hydra, and MMA. As we just found out, Hydra is actually rooming this weekend with DongRaeGu, so we kind of want to know. His roommate just won the first series. Does this mean anything to Hydra at all, or is it completely irrelevant?
자, 이제 박소 선수 룸메이트가 이겼는데 룸메이트로서 한 말씀 해주시죠.
경기 봤는데 테란전 굉장히 잘해가지고 축하한다고 하고 싶네요.
I watched the games at the green room, and well done for having a quite solid TVZ, which was the expression. So, and to MMA, Polt lost. 문성원 선수, 최성원 선수가 졌는데 또 뭐 의미하는 바가 있나요?
원래 먹히고 먹히는 거죠 뭐.
It's like the food chain. The fittest survive. So I guess I'm gonna throw it back to MMA. MMA next up is Polt. Do you think there's a chance that he might pick you as a vengeance? 이제 그다음 순서가 이제 최성원 선수인데 이제 아까 첫 번째 경기로 선택한 거에 대해 복수로 혹시 또 선택 당하지 않을까 그런 생각은 드나요?
네, 충분히 그런 생각하고 있고요. 찍어줬으면 좋겠어요.
I'm expecting him actually to pick me for the next game. I've mentally prepped myself after that match, so I actually hope he picks me.
Oh, so he hopes. Well, if we look at how the first series of the day went, it didn't really go all that well for MMA, as we didn't have a chance yet to talk with him after that series. I'd like to maybe he can express shortly why it went so poorly for him and why he feels a lot more confident going into the next series if Polt would pick him.
만약에 최성훈 선수가 문성원 선수를 찍는다면은 아까 솔직히 첫 번째 시리즈에서는 그렇게 경기력이 좋지 않은데 그 짧은 시간 안에 어떻게 자신감을 회복하셨는지.
자신감 회복이 아니라 첫 판에 너무 손이 계속 안 움직여가지고 첫 판, 두 판 다 그냥 막을 수 있는 건데 너무 못 막았거든요. 그냥 손만 잘 움직이면은 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
So first two games, first series entirely, my hands weren't really warmed up. I couldn't really react to things that I should have easily defended, etc. I had one piece of banana. I think that should solve the energyless situation that I had to face in the first series.
I'd like to ask Hydra, as he's been kind of quiet so far, a little bit in the background of everything, not just during here, about over here, but even in the playroom, he's kind of by himself. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about the tournament so far. Does he enjoy being here? And above all, does he feel like it's important to form some sort of an alliance? And indeed, perhaps gang up on a player like Polt? Is he going to pick Polt as well? Or does he feel very confident and he's like, I don't really need any friends, I can do it all by myself?
신동 선수 오늘 아침에 여기 오셨을 때부터 아주 개인적으로 아주 혼자 솔프를 너무 많이 하고 계셨는데 뭐 따로 거리를 두는 따로 이유가 있는지 아니면은 그냥 집중하려고 하시는 건지 그리고 이제 그 다음이 이제 신동원 선수인데 혹시 지금 다 최성훈 선수를 지금 겨냥하고 있는 건 아닌가 생각에 안중에 두고는 있는지.
그냥 아침에 왔는데 경기장이 좀 추워가지고 손 푸느냐고 손 푸는데 좀 집중을 했었고 그리고 아직 누구 뽑을지 결정하지 못했는데 계속 경기 보면서 고민하고 있습니다.
So when I came in today to the studio, I had a little bit of a difficult time warming up. Just I guess the morning and the jet lag and everything. So I was just focusing on that. So I didn't even realize I was, running solo all day up until now. Used I'm not watching the games with the guys anyway. So I guess that if there's any misunderstanding of how I've been acting, I think that kind of clears it out. I hope that clears it out. And I'm up next. I haven't really decided on who to pick yet. And to me, I don't really have plans on ganging up on Polt. At least not yet. I'm still deciding.
All right, so nothing set in stone yet, but so far Polt does seem to be the victim. But however, Polt will have the pick next. In the start of the day, Polt could decide whether he wants to play first, second, third, or even at the last. But he said, nope, I want to go as third player of the day, because that meant even if he would get picked twice in the first two best of threes, he would lose them both. Then he would have still a choice on his own. He didn't lose both of them, but he did end up losing one of them. So I'm very curious to see who Polt will pick, and we're gonna figure that out after this very small commercial break. So stay tuned. You're watching the
the Battlegrounds Red Bull Global Series, and we'll be right back.
Playing your favorite game and you just had one of those great gaming moments and want to share it with your friends. Well, now you can with ShadowPlay. ShadowPlay is the easiest way to capture game footage or broadcast your game on Twitch. It runs in the background so you never miss those moments. And because it's hardware accelerated, game performance stays great. To enable ShadowPlay, open GeForce Experience and click on the ShadowPlay button. Flip on the switch and you're ready to go. When ShadowPlay is running, you'll see this icon displayed in the corner of the screen. ShadowPlay is capable of capturing everything from your Windows desktop all the way to a full-screen game. In Shadow mode, when something cool happens in the game, capture it by hitting Alt F10. ShadowPlay will capture up to the last 20 minutes of your gameplay. In addition to Shadow mode, you can use manual mode to start and stop recording at any length. Use Alt F9 to start and stop the recording. All your videos will be saved in a high-quality H.264 format. ShadowPlay also makes it super easy to broadcast your game on Twitch. Select Twitch in the drop-down menu to log into your account. Once in-game, press Alt F8 to start and stop broadcasting. Once you enable ShadowPlay, you'll never miss your greatest gaming moments.
standing here with my dear friend Johan Merlo, also known as Lutot.
Oh.
How are you doing?
I was wondering if we were just going to say Johan Merlo or Lotod. I'm doing great. Really happy to be here. Some quite good games we've had already so far, and now Polt gets to pick, man. Polt, remember back in WCS America, he met Hyun in quarterfinals. He lost 0-3, and then it must have angered him a lot because he went on and won the next 10 series that he played in tournaments. So now going into a match, like, I mean, he just had a loss, but he also had a win. But what do you think personally? Who is he going to go for? He beat Impact in the qualifier they played in.
I'd say looking at the first series of the day, and there is no love lost between these two Terran brothers, apparently. They're even rooming with each other. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Polt pick MMA, but I'm not sure. Either way, this is the current scorecard in our tournament. Now, we don't really have a bracket, but this is our bracket in a way. MMA has 2 lives left, Polt has 2 lives left. All the other remaining players that happen to be all Zerg still have all 3 lives remaining. If you lose a best of 3, you lose a life. If you lose all 3 lives, you are eliminated from the tournament. And at the end, on Sunday evening, there will only be 1 player left that still has lives, so he will be the winner of the Red Bull Battlegrounds Global. And of course, qualify for Washington, D.C., which is happening September 21st, 22nd. Now, that's pretty much it. If you guys just joined us and you're wondering, this sounds really weird. What scorecard, lives? Please explain the tournament format, because this really makes no sense to me. It's actually quite simple once you get the hang of it. We started off, with 6 players. Each player has 3 lives. If you lose a challenge, you lose a life. We have 6 players, so that means every single player will have at least 1 challenge a day. We play 6 best of 3s, 6 times 1, Johan. Even you can do that on stream. It's 6. So everyone will play at least once, but there is a chance that you get picked multiple times a day, just like the cases with Polt so far. And now he actually has his own challenge. However, the difference between previous best of 3s and this one is that now Polt has the chance to pick his opponent. If you make it to the day 2, you get $500. That is if everybody makes it. If one player gets eliminated, the rest shares a bigger portion of the prize.
I feel like, Polt, he better be right here about his pick, because if he loses, he's going to be the next target. Remember last time, he was actually the guy who nobody would pick.
Yeah.
They waited until the last day, and then finally it was Scarlett who did the job. And if you think about it too, he's really trying hard to qualify for Washington. He took second in Battlegrounds North America, second in Atlanta. Now here, I'm pretty sure he wants to do better than that and win.
Polt has actually been taking a lot of second places, not just in the Battlegrounds, but he has been trying very hard to go to DC. But even MLG Anaheim, he got a second place. And earlier this year, Intel Extreme Masters, he got a second place as well. However, looking at how this day has played out so far, it would be very impressive if Polt manages to finish second once more. That would mean he would definitely walk away with more prize money than the majority of the players. But of course, he wants to win it all. James is standing on our left right now with Polt, so I can't wait to hear his thoughts about how everything has been going so far, and of course, who he decides to play against in our 3rd best of 3 of the day.
That's right, guys. I'm standing with the man that finishes 2nd place all year long, who's about to join the yellow line, perhaps. Don't be fooled by his Korean looks, because he's hailing from Atlanta, Georgia, the Captain America. But I want to say he's a black Captain America, because Captain America is known for his positivity and everything. Polt, you've been playing phenomenally in Red Bull Battlegrounds. Although even with 2nd finishes, you look at your recent match records, 9 win series, 1 loss series, even in WCS, taking out Jaedong, all the big names. In TVTs, you're doing really well. In TVZs, you're doing fantastic with 10 win series in the last 10 series. That's why I think I want to call him the Black Captain America, shutting down all the Zerg hopes, utilizing all the Widowmine plays. Polt, how do you like your intro?
Well, actually, I didn't know about my record because I don't care about that thing. Well, but I knew that I got 2nd place times again and again.
So you currently lost 1 life and claimed yourself $100. How's that? Do you feel comfortable that, I don't know, obviously you're not going to feel as comfortable as you would have been if you've successfully claimed $200 in the previous game. So what do you feel right now?
Yeah, I think I could win if I was not too hungry, but in the break time I had a cookie, so I think hopefully I'll be better this time.
Cookies. Like Cookie Monster, right? Know the reference? No? Cookies? Okay, never mind. All right, give us a little hint on the next opponent.
Zerg.
On your, yeah. Zerg. Okay, I heard third. I'm like, yes, you're third. Excuse me. A little more.
A little more?
Little more.
Well, if I say this, it's too obvious.
You can make it obvious, it's fine.
Okay, one of the players who has picked me.
Okay then, I guess it's been confirmed. DongRaeGu, come on up. Oh, 너야. How dare Polt, right? 괘씸하게 또 선택당하셨네요. 기분이 어떠신가요?
So nervous right now. I don't expect it at all. Yeah.
It's nervous because it's a surprise. So okay, before we why'd you pick him?
Because he picked me.
Oh. You always receive what you give. All right, before we begin, let's do some smack talk for Polt. 시작전 한마디.
Good luck again.
That sounds a little more sincere this time.
Well, I don't know. I'm just going for the revenge.
Okay. The vengeance shall be yours. All right, back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, Polt and DongRaeGu. So we're going to have our first rematch of the weekend, Johan.
Did you see in the how shocked DongRaeGu was?
Yeah, he was napping or something already. Like he was like leaning back on his chair, and they're like, DOG. He's like, what?
They called his name from across the studio, and he came in. He's like, "What? Like, really? Are you
he's
playing
like, after
tricks
what
right
I
now?"
just did to him.
Are you guys? Do you want to change your decision or something? Well, apparently not, because Polt has thought about it, and he said he picked him because DongRaeGu had picked him in the first place, but MMA had picked him too. So why not MMA? You think?
Yeah, I don't know. And actually, that series went a lot better for Polt than it did. Maybe he's trying to make a statement over here. Like, he's returning the favor to DongRaeGu, and if Polt bounces back, and I really felt in game number 2 there was a window of opportunity for Polt to actually do quite a bit of work with his Hellions, with his Banshees. Maybe he looked at the games, maybe he looked at the build, and he's like, you're actually getting away with quite a bit. I think if I would push the issue a little harder. So I think Polt here, I think he's dropping the gauntlet, he's making a statement. If you pick me, I'm going to pick you back, and I think this is a really important series, of course, for Polt. If he loses, he only has 1 life left. Now, that speaks for itself. But above all, he needs to win a series against Zerg, so he can show the remaining Zergs in the tournament. You better think twice before you pick me. If I was you, I'd just make some roaches in ZVZ and leave me alone.
Maybe it's not just about getting picked. It's about getting picked and then losing. Like, you don't want that to happen. And I like what you say about making a statement, because I already made my joke last time in Battlegrounds North America about, you know, like how when you go to jail, you need to make a statement early on, or everybody's going to pick on you. So here's the same thing. Like, if you show weakness, everybody's going to pick on you. So now Polt, he was picked, he lost, and immediately the first thing he does is pick DongRaeGu and try and get his revenge. And I talk about this too. Like, there is no room for mistakes. If Polt loses here, I'm sure he's going to be the target for everybody for the remaining matches that we're going to have today. So he has to win.
And of course, looking at the other side of this table as well, if DongRaeGu loses, now after this, we only have Zerg players left that will start picking. I believe our 4th player of the day is Impact, who picks. Hydra is last, and I think...
Hydra is 4th, I think.
Oh, Hydra is 4th. Yeah. All right, and after that, I guess it will be Impact, and then the last player of the day will be Solar. So it's only Zerg. There is a chance that one of these Zergs does not really enjoy CVT right now, maybe on the current maps, maybe with the Widowmine changes, the Tor changes. They're like, I'd rather play a ZVZ. So if DongRaeGu loses, then he's a more obvious pick, because he's one of the players that has actually lost a life already. And I'm not sure how close DongRaeGu is with the other Zergs, but so far, you know, Hydra is very on its own. I think Solar and Impact are running around together a little bit. They're kind of the young'uns, you know, the youngsters. One is 18, one is 20. Yeah. So they're keeping it real with each other. And DongRaeGu is kind of like, he's left. So if he loses a life now,
he's a loner.
I think DRG might be a target.
It's funny, I was talking a little bit with him earlier, and I was asking if there is any alliances we should know of, and he didn't admit to anything. He's like, no alliances. I'm on my own. May the best player win. And in this case, he did show very good things, I think, against Polt in the previous series, but as you said, they've already shown their best builds. Now it comes down to who can adjust the best to what their opponent was doing, and I think Polt might be able to do a lot better than he did in game 2 and 3 in the previous series that he had against DongRaeGu.
I hope so. Now, I think it's going to be a good series regardless. A map that we didn't see in the first series was King Sejong Station. I believe back then it was vetoed. However, this time we are going to see King Sejong, as it's going to be our first map for this best of 3. It's a rematch between Polt and DongRaeGu, and something that we've seen quite a few times in Battlegrounds of North America is that the player who got picked, lost, then just immediately returned the favor, actually won the series a couple of times.
Yeah.
This happened with Major and Violet back then, and it could happen again. Will Polt be good enough to defeat DongRaeGu in his second try? We're about to find out as we hop into King Sejong Station for our third best of 3 of day 1 of the Red Bull Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series. It's quite a bit of a mouthful, but you guys can just call it Battlegrounds Global. Makes it a lot easier. And over here on the left top side of the map, we have our blue Zerg, who just defeated Polt in the previous series. It's DongRaeGu. DongRaeGu, who was so ready to eat, was so ready to plunder the fridge full of Red Bull, pour it all over him like he just won a tournament. Yeah! And then Polt is like, I picked DRG. He's like, no, I have to wash my hands. They're still sticky from all the stuff I just ate. Some of the people backstage were eating Johan's chocolates as well.
So, oh yeah, I brought some delicacies from France.
You are a generous god, Johan.
He had one, DongRaeGu. He's definitely winning. Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody likes them.
All right, over here on the right bottom side of the map, we have our Red Terran player representing Cooler Master Storm, hailing from Atlanta. It is Polt. I must say, James's introduction was very interesting, very complicated. I'm not exactly sure where he went with the story, but I was digging it. It's hard not to like James.
So how much do you think Polt mixes it up here? Does he... You saw the first game, like in the previous series, when he went for a lot of Hellions and did very well with it. It really felt like from there, DongRaeGu was just able to adjust just so much better than anybody anticipated, including Polt. So does he try for something similar, or does he completely change what he was doing?
I think it's very important for Polt that he scouts a lot more in the phase in the game where DRG is going to have to prioritize either the much quicker layer with the quick Spire, or if he's going to focus on upgrades once more. Because I think on Overgrowth, Polt respected the 3-4 Queens a little too much. Because I think if he brings the Banshees with the Hellions, I think it would have been very hard for DRG to hang on to that third base. That was pretty exposed because he was rushing up to Spire, so he had a lot fewer units to work with. Either way, it's once again going to be this 14 pool opening, followed up by the fast expand and then the extractor, which is interesting because, you know, 99, maybe not 99, but 95 out of 100 times you're going to see a Zerg player open up hedge first, regardless of the circumstance.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. I saw a couple of Zergs already debating about this on the Twitter universe. Of course, keep your tweets coming, #Battlegrounds throughout the entire day. We love hearing your feedback. We like to hear that you guys are enjoying the action and the games. And I'm not sure how I feel about it yet, but I also am not sure if my opinion truly matters about DRG's opening. I'm sure that he doesn't matter here.
Your opinion always matters to me, buddy.
Yeah, maybe to you, but I'm sure it doesn't matter to DongRaeGu. And if I was him, I definitely wouldn't care about about me either. Either way, Polt's gonna drop the bunker. How do we feel about this, Jon?
You know, like, it's been seen. I feel like DongRaeGu probably already knows exactly what he has to do. Now it just comes down to how much it's going to slow him down. And it's definitely going to slow him down a little bit, but if he adjusts well, make sure he doesn't lose too much, make sure he doesn't overreact or underreact, he should be all right. And he actually didn't even try to get a cancel on bunker at all. He didn't think it was going to work. There was already a Reaper, so not even going to bother. How many links does that forces, though? Like,
it forces out a few more, but speed is pretty quick for DongRaeGu, so Polt's gonna have to worry about the follow-up. I hope he's aware of that.
There's gonna be some counter-attacking potential too.
As Marine starts working on the Overlord, we have these two Reapers that shouldn't die. Of course, they can regenerate their HP as soon as they're in the bunker. You want to focus on as many links as possible. Polt will salvage the bunker immediately. Not, yeah, he will get it.
Got it. Yeah. 75, come on. Imagine you could get refunded on all the lost bets you've made.
Oh, I'd be so rich, Johan. I'd have way more money right now than I have on my bank account.
Ooh, those Zerglings here hesitating for a second. They don't have speed yet, so those Reapers, I think, should be heading home soon here, as Polt should be able to time exactly when that speed is going to finish. Man, Polt, he had a very impressive run in the qualifiers, actually. He took out Soppy first. He put an end to MVP's run, who was doing really well. I actually lost to him second round. Wasn't that close? Yeah, you casted one of the games.
I casted a game.
You jinx, you. And then he beats Impact with 2-1. Impact who qualified as well. So showed some very... He didn't waste any time. He's like, qualifier number 1. I'm just going to win that, take the money and qualify as well.
And that was even the most stacked qualifier out of all three of them.
I mean, I was in it.
I'm not sure if that made a difference, Johan, but it was the most stacked qualifier. Either way, DongRaeGu is swinging around on the south side of the map with these speed links. It's been completely undetected so far, and if he runs him into the natural, this could be very annoying. And something that happened multiple times on that wing is that DongRaeGu was able to get links into the main base in the natural Polt multiple times. You want to avoid that, and you also want to avoid losing a Reaper Polt, like also something that happened. Just a few minor things that went wrong in the previous series really can't go wrong for him again.
The Polt Viking, it's been doing well in all the games, but never really mattered, I felt, in the end. Because even though you get that Viking out early on, then that means you have to skip a Medivac and you snipe some Overlord in there. I mean, realistically, there is only one Overlord on the map. He goes for the run by. How many SCVs does he get? I don't think he even gets one.
He got 0 so far, but this is already annoying. He's forcing the Hellions to come back. That's going to give him some more breathing room for the Queens. He can spread creep to Mars. Of course, if he can pick up an SCV, that would be awesome. That's bonus damage. But still, I already feel that he's buying a little bit of time with these Zerglings. He would have loved to be able to run into the main base, but he won't succeed in doing so.
He saw the starport, right, with the links? I really like that Reaper, by the way, on the left-hand side. Making sure there is no creep threat going on the left-hand side of that natural. He's just waiting for a tumor to go down. If he allowed that to happen, then this could snowball out of control.
Once more, the evolution chambers are going down for DongRaeGu, so he's not really rushing up to Lei and not rushing up to Spire. This is more of what we saw in game number 1 in the previous series, and saw a little bit of it on the last game, but still slightly different. Once again, quick Overlord speed as well. It's going to help DongRaeGu scout the main base of Polt more effectively.
Yeah, it seems like DongRaeGu, he wants to play, I guess, the adaptation game a lot more, where like you scout a lot and you see exactly what you're up against, and you counter it. You counter it with the exact right amount of units and the exact mix that you need as well, in terms of Banelings, Zerglings, and all that. So being able to scout this early on is also going to be able to put a whole bunch of Overlords around his base, see when he's getting dropped, and the creep spread is already getting scary in this game, man.
Yep, and I think the most important thing is that DongRaeGu keeps a close eye on this third commensurate in timing from Polt. He knows, like, hey, he's already up to 3 bases. He's done a reasonable job in saturating this base. Fires up 11 more drones, so this is kind of the phase in the game where things can get a little bit scary. Stim is about to finish up. 2 medevacs full of units are heading to the other side of the map. DongRaeGu doesn't have a whole lot of units to work with. The Baning Nest is just now going down. I think if Polt does well over here, Nate, Todd, he should be able to do some serious work.
Yeah, it's
41 army supply against 19.
Yeah, there's no Baneling Nest finish. That's the big problem here for DongRaeGu. He needs those Banelings to be able to hold that comfortably. The Medivac's really going to help as well. The Squints start taking some damage even before the fight finishes. They can't run away.
Nope, all Queens are trapped. 3 Queens will fall. DongRaeGu is trying to get out as many Zerglings as possible. Polt is hiding his Hellions on the high ground. Well, we have to take out a couple of creep rooms over there as well. He has Widow Mines. Banelings just now morphing for the very first time. DongRaeGu has a massive economy of 67 drones, but he needs to clean this up. I'm really worried for DongRaeGu.
Only 3 Banelings against this many Hellions. They're going to do a ton of work here, and as long as Polt doesn't mess up completely, he's going to do a lot more damage and trade very well against this army here. Look at those Banelings, those poor boys on creep too.
Widowmine getting a very juicy shot off as well. Picked off 14 Zerglings. DongRaeGu barely has any units to work with. He's going to try to surround the only bioforces, but I think Polt is already almost happy with what he has achieved over here. The only thing that he would really love to do is force out more Zerglings, maybe get a couple of drones, but above all, trade. Just try to keep resetting the unit count of DongRaeGu over here. Who does have 1-1 upgrades, by the way.
Those Banelings, they're never going to get even a single connection at all. They're going for the units now, might be able to get... No, not even. Man, those Banelings, they're just completely useless in this situation. There was just too much army supply. Polt was way too ready for this. Now he's going to get chased down for a little bit. Yeah, the unit skill, 99 to 10. Man, this is like the opposite of my games.
As beautiful as this all been for Polt, the only thing they thought, and I do it again, that I'm a tiny bit worried about is that he still hasn't killed any workers. And DongRaeGu, as long as he's trading out Zerglings, eventually he might be able to get out enough units, as that Widowmine almost blew up all those Banelings. He's still working off a very good economy. He has a couple of Zerglings here. DongRaeGu knows that just now Polt is thinking about taking this base on location. He's also getting 2-2 upgrades already, so that's something that DongRaeGu is slightly ahead in. That was really awesome for Polt, but he did not do any economic damage, and DongRaeGu did open very economically.
I thought for a moment he might be able to, but yeah, the hold was really nice for DongRaeGu, and even though he's lost a lot, he's still in it. Quite a few supply behind, though. If you look...
The next push is going to be the hardest one.
What was that? 77 to like 30?
75 army supply against 42. More banelings are. The good thing for DongRaeGu is that baneling speed will most likely be ready. But Spire is only now ready. He doesn't even have a whole lot of minerals in the bank, so he can't just fire up a bunch of mutas either.
He starts burrow. That could be good. If you had some good baneling bombs, that's a good way to come back, at least in terms of supply, where he's still trailing behind.
DongRaeGu is trying to save time with a run by, but this time Polt is ready to receive it. The Marauder does fall, but the Zerglings take care of it. So once again, Polt is going to push the creep back, and I'm really worried for DongRaeGu. I don't really see, well, unless the Widow Mines do some friendly fire as well. Polt has a bunch of Widow Mines in the mix. Will the banelings get the connection that they are looking for? Well, sort of. Not all that bad.
Not much bio left behind this, but enough with those medivacs in support to get rid of the remaining Zerglings alive. 72 army supply to 44. Polt is just gonna keep on rallying units across the map. At this point, he will see every time he gets counterattacked. The creep has somehow got spread on the left-hand side. Well, what did that Reaper do, man? It went on strike or something? He's like the little boy doing nothing here.
Ooh, there's still Widow Mines. Man, where are the overseers for DongRaeGu? This is the second time that the Widow Mine get a few more shots up than it deserved. However, the most important thing for Polt is that he has secured this high ground. He can use this as a staging ground. He can rally his reinforcements over here. Then we do see that trademark 2 additional factories going down, so Polt can really pump up the Widow Mine production. He's a little bit hesitant to step on creeps. I don't blame him. However, if he's going to wait, then DongRaeGu will have an upgrade advantage for a little while.
Ooh, big detonation there. He's going to put those mutas on low hit points. DongRaeGu is trying to delay the fight as much as possible. I think Polt at this point is going to take the fight to him.
The Widow Mines are not getting the shots over that they're looking at. However, the Marine count is very high. Baneling squeezed through though, ignore the Marauders this time. And this looked like a very, very good engagement. Right when 2-2 was ready, DongRaeGu is able to take his first victory in the game.
Look at the 2-2 of Polt. He's about to finish. He fought just before that. Maybe he was a little bit too far forward, and DongRaeGu, he timed that perfectly, man. As soon as it finished, he's like, let's just go. I know you probably have 2-2 on the way as well, and he traded very well. Now,
he's not out of the woods just yet, though. There are still a few Widow Mines in the mix. This Widow Mine will still should actually take down another Mutalisk so far.
Even when it was dead, man. It's like one of those heroes in Warcraft that sent a death call across the map.
Still a few Mutalisk on the map. More Banelings being morphed now as well. He has 13 Banelings. That might be enough. It's so important for Polt that he keeps control of this high ground, though. That really allows him to keep under pressure. What is unfortunate is that he didn't check this base immediately and just now saw it. He's like, hey, you took that base. You're not supposed to have that base.
How many Widow Mines does he have with this? Like 3 here?
7. He has 7 Widow Mines now. But he has his 2 factories, did finish up his additional factory, so he's able to pump out a lot of Widow Mines.
Getting Draining Claws here as well. No, I'm not sure DongRaeGu has enough. He's got it on supply though.
Good positioning here by Polt. Has a lot of units on high ground. Make it very hard. Snipes a lot of Banelings from the high ground. At the same time, he's going to push creep back on the left side. I'm digging the play of Polt, Johan.
Yeah, he might go for a drop, I think, in the main with this. While he keeps on pushing on the right-hand side. This is so hard to split well and defend for DongRaeGu. He goes for another fight. I'm not sure this is a good time here. There are no Banelings with this.
The Marines on the high ground are pushing out so incredibly much damage for Polt. There is a good chance that Polt's actually going to survive here and just win the game while dropping the main as well. Very, very convincing game 1 victory here by Full Master Storm's Polt.
That's what happened in the previous series though. Like he played very well and then kind of crushed DongRaeGu, and I was like, well, it's probably going to be an easy win, and then all of a sudden DongRaeGu is adjusting, but this time it really felt like it's Polt that was adjusting. Like he was only taking good fights like we usually see him do. Didn't really feel like he tweaked his build all that much, to be honest. Like in terms of like...
But he pushed the issue a little harder early on, and I felt he had a very good feeling about what DongRaeGu was up to. He saw everything he needed to see. He saw the Evo Chamber, saw the delay was a little bit late, and above all, he's like, there are just 3 queens there, and instead of being hesitant, he just went for the queens. And DongRaeGu really needed those queens to defend against that Hellion aggression with those first 2 Widow medevacts. I was a little bit surprised about 1 rotation of drones that DongRaeGu squeezed in, because he saw Polt was still on 2 bases. He even got the Zergling on top of the ramp. I think he was banking on the fact that Polt dropped the 3rd command center a lot quicker than he actually did.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
But he saw the starport was ready. He saw Stim being researched on the Rex, you know, unless it was something else. But knowing the matchup that well, I'm pretty sure that he knew that Stim was on the way. Sorry?
Concussive shells with Marines. I don't think so.
So just a little too greedy by DongRaeGu.
Yeah. I think Polt probably picked up on the fact that DongRaeGu just makes 3 queens and skips on bailingless for quite some time. And then he's like, I'm going to hate the timing just before. And it was perfect, just right before bailingless was up.
Nope. Either way, we're going to hop into game number 2 between Polt and DongRaeGu. Polt has returned the favor of picking his opponent. And so far, it turned out well, as he looked very good. And I still feel that in that first series, he also could have been able to perhaps come out victorious. Because especially, I think, on Overgrowth, there were opportunities for Polt. Either way, over here on the left top side of merry-go-round, we have our Blue Zerg player, DongRaeGu. Is he currently teamless, Johan? Because I know that he's not part of MVP anymore.
Yeah. Look at his t-shirt. Team Liquid loves the RG. It's actually a pretty cool t-shirt.
Yeah, super cool. I was looking at this morning.
Pretty sure he's looking for a team.
Well, Team Liquid.
Team Roti.
Team Roti. I don't think so. I can afford DongRaeGu for 30 minutes maybe, but that's about it, Johan. Over here in the 6 o'clock position of merry-go-round, we have our red Terran player representing Kulamas Storm, and of course the CSN agency. It is Polt. One of the only 2 Terrans and one of the only 2 non-Zergs in this tournament.
On this map earlier, he struggled, I think, when he played against DongRaeGu. Had a hard time pushing through the middle. The creep spread was insane. And then from there, well, if you let a Zerg creep spread too much, get too much gas, it's always going to be very, very hard to fight. So you'll have to be careful. It was really, remember, it was that counter-attack that DongRaeGu did that caused for Polt to attack. And it's funny because usually I feel like this almost never happens out of Polt. So few Zergs would actually go for the counter-attack the way DongRaeGu did it, not sacrifice Banelings and then pull back on time to have the Mutas fight in support for the Banelings and Zerglings. And just the execution was perfect. So in this game, if this happens again, Polt is going to have some sort of, I guess, backup plan, maybe some Widow Mines left back at home, maybe a Sensor Tower here and there would help spotting the army.
What's very interesting is that this game, DongRaeGu went hatch first. Now, that's not surprising. That he followed up with the spawning pool, of course, not surprising either. But no extractors have gone down yet for DongRaeGu. And if no extractor goes down in the almost immediate future, I think we're looking at a pretty rare sight of DongRaeGu opening up gasless. And, you know, this might be that one game where Nathanius promised that it was not going to happen, because if there's one Muta Link Bane lover, it is DongRaeGu.
Yeah.
However, you know, merry-go-round is a pretty okay map for the good old Roach 1-1 shove.
Yeah, even a Roach Hydra.
Even Roach Bane.
Oh man.
Roach Bane
Any
is still
Roach,
popular.
actually. Like, Roach,
Just Roach,
guys.
Command Center is going down on location for Polt. He's going to open up with a second Reaper. He might open up with 3 Reapers this game if he spots the fact that there is no extractor. And this is a really important scout for Polt. Polt doesn't go all the way in, Johan, so far he is not aware that DongRaeGu is opening up gasless.
Being up against DongRaeGu too, like you have to assume there is a gas.
Yeah, exactly.
You're almost always going to think there's definitely a gas, so...
Okay, it's a 3 Reaper opening, which I think is really good news for Polt. Of course, the Queens will still usher these Reapers out, slowly but steady. Polt is even dropping a bunker over here. So
that's a QXC bunker.
And it's also a safety bunker, so he can perhaps stay around with his Reapers a little longer. Normally, Polt will always send his Reapers back at around 545, 550, because he knows that speed is about to finish up. Perhaps this time, he wants to take the risk of there being no gas.
Yeah.
And if there is gas, then he can still hop into his bunker.
Man, but having 3 Reapers, that means you can deal with Queens very, very well. And since there is no link speeds, there is not many links being made out of DongRaeGu, who knows he's going to be useless to make too many of them. So does he go for a 5th Queen? Are the 3 Queens really going to be able to defend that well against those Reapers?
He has 4 Queens. The biggest thing is, though, Johan, I completely agree with you, but there is a ramp on merry-go-round. So the Reapers do not have high ground vision, and every single time they poke up this ramp, the Queens will be able to get the first volleys off.
What if you wind up, though? YOLO, man. You would risk it. Like every game you will do it, I'm sure.
Well, but I'm not very good, so that explains a lot.
You're the YOLO toss.
Factory is about to switch up with this barrack, so first Hellions will be in production. Now it's very important for Polt that he doesn't go too greedy behind this, because DongRaeGu did indeed delay his extractors. They both went down 5 minutes 30 seconds. That's not super late, but it's definitely not standard. It's not a standard DongRaeGu opening. Wow, is he getting all 4?
You think Banshee Cloak? Because he went double gas? Actually,
no, I think it's just I think it's Marine Hellion play.
Okay.
But we'll see.
The starports just finished, I believe. We'll see what he starts with that.
The Polt Viking.
Okay.
There are quite a few Overlords out on the map. Reaper peeks in. Reaper sees nothing yet. This has to be a little bit worrisome. Now Leia gets started up. 2 Evolution Chambers going down as well. And
was the bunker seen, by the way, on the 3rd base?
I'm not sure. Yes, he has seen the bunker.
He's like not doing anything about it.
There goes the Roach Wine. DongRaeGu.
Oh,
I really
man.
didn't think you were that type of Zerg, but uh-oh. Third command center is going down as well. It's going down in the main base. It is really important for Polt that he identifies this soon. I think, like, if this was
Roaches?
yeah.
Does he want to make Nathanias cry?
Yes. Nate is
gonna
actually
succeed, I
already, Nate is already sobbing there. Like, I just saw him run to the kitchen to grab a tissue. It's like, not again. They promised me this was over, that they wouldn't do this anymore.
Not you!
You were the chosen one, DongRaeGu.
I wonder if it's going to be just pure roaches, or does he go into something like Hydra? Because I've seen a lot of Zergs on this map pull it off very well.
Important scout, very, very, very important scout for Polt. 7 roaches, starts immediately. And he starts those roaches very early on. Polt immediately does what Bomber does very often, and he's getting tanks. Now, getting tanks, if I have to believe in Nathanias, is awesome. Getting Marauders is awesome. But even when you see this, even when you know it's coming, it's still not an easy hold for Terran.
Yeah.
It never is.
How many tanks does he need, like,
3.
by the time this hits?
He needs 3, and he needs a double bunker probably. He needs Marauders in the bunker, and he needs to pull SCVs in time. Like,
Just
this
double
is
bunker is enough?
Sorry?
Double bunker?
Yeah. If you have tanks and you have Marauders and you pull the SCVs immediately, with a double bunker you'll be okay. But it's...
Dude, I played human in Warcraft 3, how about 6 bunkers? And that's on a bad day too. Double eBay starts, so
yeah.
I'm not sure if he doesn't believe or if he thinks that no matter what he's going to be okay.
It's fine, because he already has Rex number 2 and 3. It would be very, very unusual to throw down Rex 4 and 5 before eBase, because then if DongRaeGu doesn't make that many roaches, then Polt's upgrades will be so incredibly late that he kind of has to drop the eBase right now.
I wonder if DongRaeGu goes for it, or if he adds some Hydralisks and then does another timing that you can do later on.
With 18 roaches, you're going to go for it, Joe. On 18 roaches is a few too many to just sit back. So he's going to try...
Link speed was never made, right?
Sorry?
Link speed was never made.
Nope, no Zergling speed. Polt sees the roaches in the middle of the map. Polt, you really need to start a bunker. So is he confident he can defend this without bunkers? He's even sending... Polt, I think that's a little over-eager. He's even sending the command center to the low ground. Now, DongRaeGu is indeed transitioning behind this, but Polt just wants to repair his supply depots. And actually, it may be good enough.
Yeah, 2-2 started, and the Hydra then, man, is going to be a Roach Hydra. On this map, it's a pretty mean build.
Yep.
You max out, and you attack the third base, and then you have a lot of money and lava to remax very, very quickly. Terran's never going to be able to rush a third base, otherwise you punish with just the roaches. Yeah. So in this case, he already has his exact plan, but I've seen this fail horribly as well. When there is a lot of tanks, especially on the high ground in a good position, where they can shoot very easily, if you don't take a bad fight, or even if you max out, I've talked a lot about this recently at a tournament I casted as well. If you max out against this tier 2 army of Roach Hydra, you've basically won already. Like, you're never going to lose. If there is no Vipers and you're maxed out, whether you're Protoss or Terran, you just cannot lose to this tier 2 army of the Zerg players. So I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any kind of hive play here out of DongRaeGu, and it's going to be pure Roach Hydra all in.
And one of the reasons why this is relatively strong, especially on these spawning locations, is because it's really hard to put all your tanks in a good position. Yeah. Now, normally you want to spread your tanks out. However, if you spread them out too far, then most of them won't fire at once, and you do a lot of damage to the Roaches and Hydras, but you won't kill them.
How do you like the position?
Right now, it's very defensive. Like, eventually, he's going to have to get it a lot closer over here. He really needs to throw in a bunker or 2 in the mix as well. That is very important.
Ooh, maybe DongRaeGu trying for something. Nah, just gonna get that turret here. I like that turret too, because burrowed roaches, man, these little sharks, if they get into the bases, it can mean a lot of damage, or maybe even GG here immediately.
And I like that the DOG scouts it, like pretending Polt that is something that he has to worry about. However, Polt has to worry about the big 2-2 Roach Hydra Shoff. And right now the tank count is at 5. Now 5 is a very healthy number, and he has all 4 of them together, so if they volley, they're gonna kill stuff. They're gonna kill a lot of stuff. However, they don't really protect the orbital command on this side of the, on this side of the orbital, so it has to be... He has to be very careful and lift it up in time.
Moving out.
If Roaches and Hydras would focus it.
It's very ambitious here. I'm not sure if Polt realizes there is no hive. I don't think he's scanned the main too much. He's spamming mills right now to try and get as much army out as possible. I don't think 2-2 is going to finish before the next fight for Polt.
3 Hellions are going to find a pretty exposed mineral line.
The entire army is coming back.
Yeah.
So he's buying a good amount of time here. DongRaeGu, who's maxed out, ideally would like to be attacking here. What's the tank count, like 4 or 5?
5 at least. He has all 5 of them together now.
Yeah, the concave is going to be so important.
Yeah, this is either awesome or terrible. If all 5 of them shoot at once at Roaches and Hydras will melt. Army Supply, it's 133 against 104. 2-2 is not ready yet for Polt. It is for DongRaeGu. Tanks are pushing out a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, another tank was going to come in, but then he moved back and he's going to try to siege on the high grounds. Looks like DongRaeGu is doing well right now. He's going to reinforce very well with a lot more Roaches as well. Oh, I don't know. Most of the Roaches died, so now those Hydras are starting to die left and right.
Yeah, but there were just Marauders left on the ground.
That tank is a king.
DongRaeGu really needs high ground vision. Why doesn't he have an Overseer, an Overlord with his army? However, in the end, he did take care of quite a few SCVs. 14 have gone down.
That tank was a god amongst men.
Yeah. Got 10 kills, and those were not Zerglings.
Two more tanks were made.
Yeah.
Usually you go all in with this. Like you remax on Roaches and then you just get in there and you just keep streaming in. But DongRaeGu is taking his sweet time, he's regrouping, he's taking another base. He could drone and he goes into Hive. He had made the infestation pit in the meantime. So actually maybe he's satisfied with his lead. How many walkers did he kill? And how many walkers? How many walkers are they at now?
It's pretty close. It's actually good for Polt. Like Polt is mining more money than DongRaeGu now. However, DongRaeGu is coming once more. He's still up 40 supply. He could start working on his orbital. Would love to reset the tank count one more time. Polt, you're going to have to repair this orbital. That's exactly what I meant early on. He will lift it up so the Roaches are not able to attack it. This time, Polt does have 2-2 on his bio. That's really important.
Chased a little bit too far. DongRaeGu is forcing that mistake every time out of Polt. He keeps on pulling back, trying to fake that he's weak. And then as soon as Polt gets in, he turns around and crushes.
If DongRaeGu runs into the tanks this time, Johan, it's going to go very bad for him. I really don't think that this is a fight that DongRaeGu can take.
He's going to go for it,
He's going to try. I don't think it's going to go all that well for him.
Steam packs used. Those units are going to start dying very quickly. Man, how many factories is Polt on? He's made so many tanks and so quickly. This is insane. Looks like he's going to hold here.
Yep, he's going to be able to take care of most of the Roaches and Hydras. A couple of tanks did die, though, so it wasn't all for nothing.
Oh, he has vision.
He really wants that tank, but he's not getting it.
Oh, he's going to get it, maybe. Doesn't target. 4 hit points, 15 kills. He's finally going to get it.
Wow, actually, there's still Roaches and Hydras. Eventually, all the tanks did die. Where are your reinforcements, Paul? They're making their way. Army supply is closer than it's been in a long time, especially with the SCVs. Polt should normally be able to hang in there. He's even on upgrades now, but for now, he's actually forced to abandon this orbital. Yeah. Man, Roach Hydra did so good that fight. I really expected with all those tanks that Polt was going to trade a little better there than he did in the end.
Doubled factory, so 2 tanks coming out at the same time here out of Polt. At this point, Vipers are going to be made, and with Blinding Clouds on the tanks, since Polt really clumps up his tanks, which you want to do against this kind of army, and I don't think he expects Vipers, I think he's going to be in a lot of trouble once that hits. But even before that right now, there's a lot of Roaches and Hydras doing damage.
DongRaeGu is doing a really good job in slowing the economy down of Polt. However, he has to be careful that he doesn't overextend, because if he loses a fight too one-sidedly and too hard, it can all backfire. He starts +3 missile attacks before he gets a single Viper. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Yeah, in terms of supply, he's actually not that far ahead, especially since also having Roaches.
Yeah, Polt is ahead for the first time. Yeah. Maybe, you know, even though it looked dicey and Polt did lose all of his tanks, in the end he didn't die there. He didn't lose a crippling amount of SCVs either. So he can still work with this. One annoying Roach. That is the Todd
Do you
Roach.
believe in that one? Maybe not anymore. Man, that crit spread though. It's going to be so hard to step on it and actually attack. So that's why CM Storm's Polt goes for a counter-attack with a medivac across the map. He started, man, that's ambitious. I will be so worried that I get attacked again and I die. He starts 3-3 on infantry and +2 attack upgrade for the tanks.
All right, there we go. First Vipers on the production now for DongRaeGu. That's really important. DongRaeGu absolutely zero map vision on this side of the map. That's a tiny bit sloppy. That's, of course, a tribute to the Polt Viking as well that always pushes those overlords away. It's a successful little drop, Johan. Picks up a couple of drones, pulls the army out of position, starts working on the hatchery. Even if he doesn't get it, he's softening it up. And I think he may have seen that Viper pop.
He's finally cleaning some creep. At this point, he's like basically trying to get out of the house, man. Yeah. Cannot even move out.
I mean, it will all come down to execution and engagement in the long run. But I'm starting to dig Polt's position a tiny bit. Of course, yeah, the Vipers are really scary. But if he gets 3-3 bio,
Yeah.
It will be hard to take a forward base. That is one problem, and the main is almost mined out. However, with 3-3 bio against such a heavy Roach Hydra army, with not really an overwhelming amount of Vipers, no Infestors, I think he can do it.
With just 2 Blinding Clouds, though. If you Blinding Cloud those tanks, then it's just this Bioforce against a lot of Roach Hydra and non-creep as well. He's doing a very good job, though, of not going too far forward too quickly and cleaning the creep.
Like I said, it will all come down to the execution, it will all come down to the tank spread. I really thought that Polt saw that Viper pop, but all of his tanks are still so close to each other.
The Vipers are full on energy. I think he's going for the fight while there is Stealth Creep.
Yep.
But
DongRaeGu wants to fight as well when he has 3-3. All the tanks are so close. Here come those Vipers, Blinding Cloud landing on top of them, and that is very, very bad news for Polt.
Gonna start losing a lot of bio. Those tanks doing nothing right now. He cannot even unsiege because the bio forces are gonna die, and then the tanks will die. So he's waiting for that Blinding Cloud to expire.
Oh
but
my
Polt
god.
looks like he's gonna hold that position.
Yeah, and at the same time he was dropping in the main as well. Only a single Marine survived, but unbelievable that Polt actually hang in there so well despite 4 or 5 tanks being blinded clouded for the full duration of a blinding cloud. 2 tanks in the back, however, were pushing out so much damage, and Polt, who has been the target today so far in the Battlegrounds North America, is striking back. He's not done yet. DongRaeGu still has a very big army, but with all these tanks and 3-3 bio, and of course during all this, Polt is securing a forward base.
Vipers are no thing here for Polt. And he's gonna go for the engagement here. Actually, Steam scene.
Yeah,
maybe overextends here a little bit, but
it's hard on creep.
No.
It's hard on creep. Most of the tanks will actually get taken care of, so this is a much better fight for DongRaeGu this time.
Wow, this is a big deal here, losing this entire tank count.
It's really hard to bounce back from. He does have 25 Marines left. Does he still have, what's going on? Not really a whole lot going on. He does still have these 2 defensive tanks to fall back on, but I do agree with you, Jon. He got a little over eager there, got stepped a little too far on creep. Just when it started to look up for Polt, once more he finds himself down in supply, army supply. He also finds himself down 21 even.
Well, the Vipers. And how much energy do they have? Only 1 left. Actually, very low on hit points. Could use a transfuse here and there. Is he getting another one? It's weird that DongRaeGu is not making more than just 2 Vipers. I'm a little bit surprised. I feel like 4 is just so much stronger, and actually Polt has so much gas.
Polt really can't go out right now. He's down too far in supply. He does have a bunch of tanks to fall back on. Spreading his tanks very well now. Doesn't want to worry about Blinding Cloud anymore.
He just got 2 bases.
Yeah, he secures his 5th base as well, but it also, of course, leaves him quite vulnerable over here. Good abduct on one of these tanks. DongRaeGu moving in should be able to clean up these tanks for now. However, Bio is raining strong. Bio pushing out a lot of damage. Polt will temporarily retreat, but I think that might be enough for Polt to hang into.
Yeah. Polt, he really overextended with that big fight. He's trying to do some counter-attack. I'm going to get a snipe on that hatchery. That's nice.
That's massive.
Is it enough, though? He needs to do a lot more damage than that. He has 2 bases. You know, I think there is a chance DongRaeGu might not read into this.
Oh my god. Neither of these bases are Planetary Fortress, by the way. I thought they were.
I mean, against +3 units, they could get sniped very easily, but I think DongRaeGu might, he doesn't realize that they are there. He needs to realize quickly. If he gives Polt too much time, and then Polt just re-expand and maxes out.
I think he expects that one of them is there, but not 2. Now both of them are morphing into Planetary Fortress. 11 Marines being produced at once. Polt just buying time with this drop. Shutting down at forward base was massive though, Johan. Look at the income tab. 2100 minerals a minute against 900 minerals a minute. And even this hatchery, you know, this is like the only mining base now for DongRaeGu, and he has quite a bit of money left over here. It's been kind of low because of the Vipers.
Very low hit points with the consume here. DongRaeGu is giving way too much time to Polt right now. He still hasn't checked any of those bases, so as you said, he probably expects one of them to be up, but not checking it, big mistake here.
Yep, and now they are both Planetary Fortresses as well, so it really makes it so much harder. Polt starts getting a little fancy though. He's still down in army supply and he starts dropping everywhere. That's either brilliant or can really backfire. If DongRaeGu just shoves with his entire army, will Polt have enough to do, enough at home to deal with this?
Gonna use a big Blinding Cloud inside of these bioforces. Polt needs to remake a lot of tank. Looks like he's trading pretty decently, so even if he's beat here, as long as he lowers the army count enough, look at those units across the map are going to kill DongRaeGu. He's not getting enough right now. He's getting 10 roaches at a time. I'm not sure
DongRaeGu is going to find the Planetary Fortress. Mass repair is needed for Polt. A few bio units are going to try to say and make sure that this Planetary Fortress survives, and it will survive.
He didn't find the Planetary Fortress. The Planetary Fortress found him.
And here's another one, DongRaeGu. You don't want to take that turn. That's the wrong exit. Meanwhile, these bio units in the main base are picking off so many roaches that were supposed to be reinforcements. Now the Queen is falling as well. I think this is the moment where Polt truly takes control of this game. He's up in army supply. He's up in mining bases, and he's dictating the pace now, Johan. He's gonna drag DongRaeGu all over the map, and with Roach Hydra, it's pretty hard to keep drops like this in place.
Still getting tanks 2 at a time. Oh, careful here. The Vipers are available. Are there Hydras? Oh yeah, he might get a snipe on all of those units. This will be a big deal. You can't pick up and leave. You'll get abducted. One of them. Oh.
Wow. What a cool death. That was the coolest death of the day.
Burning down.
Now, talking about going out with a bang, that's how you go out with a bang.
That's how you would like to go out if you were a StarCraft unit.
If I was a medevac, that's how I see my final moments. Polt again picks up 2 medevacs full of units, which, you know, so far it's been going okay. I'm surprised by the army supply of DongRaeGu. Still 130. Roach Hydra Viper is supposed to be sort of expensive, but he's producing it like it's almost nothing.
Don't you think he's getting too many Hydralisks, like his ratio Hydralisk to Roach? It feels like there's actually, I guess with Blinding Cloud, he's entirely relying on Blinding Cloud. There's not many units near there. The snipe is going to be quick. Plus 3 units, don't joke around even with PF.
No, especially here when you have 140 supply over it. Meanwhile, Polt's going to clean up a little bit of creep in the middle of the map. He wants to, of course, drag the army out of position, so this drop on the north side of the map can do some damage. He should be able to get this base because it's so low on HP, because all the Vipers have been leeching energy all along. Here comes the medevac. Oh, sick abducts. Oh my god, DongRaeGu got 3 medevacs full of units there. One of the only medevacs. Yeah, but Polt just dropped so much supply over there.
Yeah, he's going to get the hatchery here, though. He's completely shutting down the economy of his opponent. So even though Polt is only on one base mining across the map, he could fly one of his CCs. Abduct maybe. Energy. He doesn't have the energy, I think.
And now he starts working on the hive. He might actually be able to get it, as most of the units are so far out of position. What a great game of StarCraft between these two. Polt trying to get his revenge on DongRaeGu, and so far I still believe he can do it. But DongRaeGu Todd is maxed out. 150 army supply against 111.
How many Vipers are there? Like
2. 2. That's it. If he loses
the only
these
strong units that he has.
If he loses these 2, this is the only mining base that he has, and he's still using it for consume. You're crazy, DongRaeGu. Oh, losing the Roach one sucks too.
Yeah, he lost the Hydra then as well. DongRaeGu, even though he's maxed out right now, he cannot force the fight that he would like to be able to get. I mean, ideally, here you fight and then you win and you won the game, but Polt is not letting that happen. He's counter-dropping every single time that he can.
Right now, DongRaeGu can actually not replace any unit that he loses. The only thing he could produce is an Infestor without Patching Clans.
Yeah, but soon he's going to be able to make Roaches, and his wall is going to change, man.
Oh, he actually makes Infestors without Patching Clans. I mean, of course, the Fungo and Blinding Cloud is a sick combination. DongRaeGu is going to try to shut this Neo base down. The tanks are on siege for now, but he's going to siege them, and DongRaeGu will back off. There is still this drop potential on the left top side of the map.
I think he knows. Did he leave units back at home?
No, yeah, he left a few, but he's going to pull them. I think that if Polt snipes that base one more time, he's going to be in such a fantastic position if he isn't already. The only thing is that this army supply of DongRaeGu is just massive, 150. Normally this is the other way around.
DongRaeGu, he's been entirely relying on the Vipers, so now he wants to upgrade that to Viper plus Infestors. Blinding Cloud Fungal Pain can be pretty good, but against this many tanks, he's gonna need perfect micro basically.
I mean, the Fungos are a good choice because Polt went incredible Marine heavy. He has 60 Marines, only 5 Marauders, so a couple of Fungos can really, you know, drop the pain train over this entire army. DongRaeGu has to be careful here. This is not his entire army, and Polt has a lot of force over here. I think DongRaeGu can take this fight, Johan. This is not DongRaeGu's entire army. What is he doing? He's going to lose everything.
The Bioforces are going to get in there. Blinding Clouds were used on the tanks, but there was just too much Bioforces. A huge chunk of army for DongRaeGu was left on the right-hand side.
If Polt can save this planetary, he's going to put himself in such a fantastic position. The tanks are coming here, but this PF will fall. I still don't feel that was a good trade for DongRaeGu, though. He lost so many Hydras there. He lost over 15, 16 Hydras. He lost 14 Roaches in the process as well.
And now Polt has caught up on supply. DongRaeGu's not maxed out anymore. He doesn't have much of a bank. He has those Infestors though, and on the creep they're going to be so
Polt doesn't know yet. Polt doesn't know about his Infestors, so Fungos can catch him by surprise. But I feel that DongRaeGu lost his army. Oh, they're big. But if he was still maxed out, I think he could have jumped on it.
But the Medivacs are running low on energy, to be honest. Oh, and the tank is in the range of the spine here. He's going to take some damage.
This is also the base that's transforming into a hive, by the way. He wants new Vipers. Can he fire some up before he loses? He doesn't have money. Okay, but the hive will live for now.
DongRaeGu is broke, man. He might out his third base. Polt just flies another one of his CCs there.
Yeah, it was this orbital from the natural, of course, smart decision. Doesn't really want to wait anymore until another commentator finishes up. He still has the 2 Vipers. He still has
doing nothing,
7
man.
Infestus.
He could have docked tanks on the high ground and sniped them.
I think if he does that, I think he's very...
Oh god, don't do it, DongRaeGu.
This is beautiful tank spread, by the way. If I was a Terran player, I would take a screenshot and put this on my wall and fall to sleep with it every night.
Don't you ever mess with the tanks. And trying to get a sniper on some of those units. Polt does pull back on time. He has a chunk of unit going on the left-hand side. What is that for? He snipes a few overlords of production facilities here and
There's
there.
like, once upon a time, there was a main base of DongRaeGu.
He's making 1 Hydra at a time.
That's
the
in a
production
far
tab
past.
is so sad for DongRaeGu. GG.
DongRaeGu is just going to give up. He's down too far in army supply. Doesn't really have any mining bases anymore. So that means that DRG is going to take some damage as well on his little...
Terran, man. Wasn't even used and he exploded.
I'm not sure if that's... Then Polt has a very, very fast Grandma, because DongRaeGu's APM in game 1 was 330, so Grandma...
It's funny because he's actually known to be one of the fastest
I
guys.
know, Grandma's blazing up the keyboard at home.
Grandma is live.
331 APM for DRG in the last game, so I don't know, Polt. What I do know is that was a very, very good game of TVZ. Very back and forth. First it looked like DRG made it work, then he overextended a little bit, then Polt overextended on creep, and then it just turned into madness. But at the end, Polt with phenomenal macro, that double factory, like you pointed out, Johan, that helped so much, because otherwise you can't bounce back from losing 5 tanks.
Don't you feel like this really look like DongRaeGu is not all that used of using this kind of composition? You know, he's the Roach Bane guy. It's kind of like MMA. You know, MMA recently played a series against Snoot where he went mech in the last game. And that's, even though he played really well and it was an epic game, there was a few points in the games where it looked like he just was kind of lost, you know, like I was joking that Avilo would have handled the late game situation a lot better with the Ravens and stuff, but like, yeah, if this is a style that you're not doing, usually, even if you try to use it as a surprise and it surprises, which in this case it did a lot of damage, in the end you're going to be worse with it than you would be with your usual style.
No, I agree with you. Definitely, DongRaeGu, of course, more of a Mula-Link Bane player than he is of a Roach Hydra. I still think he was making it work pretty well, and I think he was definitely getting a lot of money for his value for his money. However, you know, if he brings it to Overseer the first time and he has such an easy time picking up that one tank that killed 15 units, and those were not Zerglings, those were Roaches and Hydras. If he snipes that a little quicker, if he scouts that additional, not the 5th base a little bit quicker, then things could have been different. And at a certain point, perhaps he was doing exactly what Polt wanted him to do, and that is chase around Metavex, while Polt was taking 2 bases, which was 1 more than DRG. But I still think he played a pretty good game. It was just a good game of StarCraft. I don't think we should be too picky. It was a very interesting back and forth game with a lot of action, and I think it's very nice for Polt that he stroked back, dropped the gauntlets, don't mess with me, if you pick me Zergs, I'm going to pick you back. The next player that is going to pick, I believe, is Hydra, so if Hydra had the idea of picking Polt as well, then he might want to scratch his head and maybe he should play ZVZ instead.
He's still going to do it, I think.
You think
he's probably going to pick a Terran.
Nah.
I really think that Terran are being hunted down in these tournaments because there is no Protoss. The Zergs had to find somebody else.
The Zergs are hunting. Is like, all right, guys, stick together, eliminate the Terrans. Day 1 plan. Day 2 plan.
Pick each other, man.
They have 2 plans. Like day 1, eliminate Terran. Day 2, make a lot of Roach. Either way, stay tuned, guys. We're gonna throw it over to James, who's standing in the green room, perhaps with Nathanias. Very curious to see what those lovely gentlemen have to say about the series you just saw and who they're hanging out with.
Hello guys, we're back with full stomach. 이제 밥 먹고 왔습니다. 어떻게 배 좀 부르세요?
아, 이제 밥심으로 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
I asked you know, are you full yet? He's like, yeah, my stomach's full. I'm ready to go at it again.
I think so.
All right. So meanwhile, we're having actually let's talk about what we ate. What did we eat, guys? 뭐 먹었냐고?
I ate kind of rolls,
yeah.
Rolls and tempura. So this Japanese food was really delicious for me.
Yeah, two, actually more than 2. 6 Koreans coming overseas to America to eat some Japanese food. Where it's at. How'd you like the food?
아, 조금 먹으니까 입에 물리더라고요. 근데 맛있게 먹었어요.
It was very good. I'm gonna censor the first part. Anyway, so while we were eating, we actually in fact had the chance to watch the entire race or entire series. So what did you think about that series?
경기 이제 어떻게 생각하셨나요? 밥 먹으면서 다 봤는데.
DRG 선수가 처음에 좀 잘하나 싶더니 약간 못하더라고요. 제가 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
So it seemed like DRG was pulling good weight and seemed like he was doing good, but every time that thought of DRG playing well came into my mind, he kept on throwing. I mean, I've recharged myself, so I think if I go up against him, I think I got it.
I think last game wasn't good game for sure. I think Terran wasn't good also, so I can beat two guys also. I think I can beat all of them.
Some strong words from these two players. Yeah, before the next series starts, that starts off with Hydra, we're gonna go to a small commercial break. I'll see you guys in a minute.
For more than 50 years, the Brown family has created some of the most iconic documentary films in adventure sports. And now, we've got a brand new story to tell. No matter where you live or what kind of bike you ride, there's a common bond and passion every rider feels when they turn that throttle.
It doesn't matter if you're a big time dude or the average Joe, your love is in that bike.
My only memories are racing a motorcycle. I don't remember anything else.
Every time that I'm riding, if I'm not pushing it, I'm not having that much fun.
If I wasn't here doing this right now, I'd be somewhere else frustrated.
Hands down, in my opinion, this is the gnarliest sport in the world.
There are injuries and there's a lot of stuff along the way, but the human spirit will never die.
The hero in my life is a motorcycle. It's given me a passport to travel around the world and to see exotic places.
Something about being a true motorcyclist, doing something that you love, and it creates these really good friendships and bonds.
The bikes are pieces, but sometimes it feels like it has some life in it.
Join us for the latest chapter in the groundbreaking film legacy that celebrates the motorcycle and those who ride.
It's a disease, and once you have it, it doesn't leave your body ever.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series as we are getting ready for the 4th series of the day. If you guys just joined us, you missed a pretty good series between Polt and DongRaeGu as Polt dropped the gauntlet and he said, if you pick me, well, then I'm going to pick you as well. And Nate, he played well.
Yeah, he playing well is almost an understatement. And honestly, I'm sitting back here, I'm watching the game as you guys are going through it, and I'm saying, I really think that DongRaeGu should be able to take that second map back on merry-go-round, but Polt he defied my expectations, and I would call it a comeback because it's one of those things that when you play versus a Roach Hydra side like that, man, it can snowball so hard against you as a Terran player. Really, really impressive play from Polt.
Yep, good handling control in game number 1 as well, as he lost 10 units and killed 105. And even if those are just Zerglings, and you can say Zerglings are cheap, if you kill that many of them, you make it really hard for a Zerg player to get a lot of units out. Either way, we are getting closer and closer to our 4th series of the day. It is going to be a player, Nate, that we casted him in the final qualifier. He actually tried to qualify in all 3 qualifiers, but the run that he had in qualifier number 3 was nothing but spectacular. He won his first series of the day back then 2-1, then he won 5 series in a row with a 2-0 score against very, very strong opponents. Of course, we're talking about CJ Entis' Hydra. Nate, before we throw it to James, is there anything you would really like to share about Hydra?
I'm just excited to see him play. He's been one of the solid players for CJ Entis, and we kind of talked about this, so I'm sure we'll talk about it, especially if he goes up against a Terran opponent, but he's already got some experience against the guys in this tournament.
Yep, he played already a couple of them. Either way, James is ready, so I just want to hear from Hydra what he has to say, how he's enjoying himself, and above all, who is he going to pick?
Hello guys, we are halfway through Red Bull Battlegrounds Global. I am with Hydra, first time in America, representing CJ Entis. I know there's a lot of CJ Entis fans out there, so there's a chance that you can lose your pants. 안녕하세요, 신동원 선수.
네, 안녕하세요. CJ 엔티스 팀의 신동원이라고 합니다.
I'm CJ Entis I'm Hydra from CJ Entis. 미국 이제 처음 오셨는데 뭐 미국 전반적으로 이제 느낌이나 뭐 나라 자체 이제 사람들이나 다 어떠세요? Your first time here in America, so what do you think about the people, the folks around here in Santa Monica and Los Angeles? What do you think about the climate, food, and everything?
미국 처음 왔는데 일단 그 처음에부터 날씨도 너무 좋고 지내기도 편한 것 같고 음식도 대체적으로 잘 맞는 것 같아서 별 문제 없이 지내고 있습니다.
I think it's first time in America. I think the climate's very nice. It's very enjoyable. It's not as humid as the Korean summer. Food is good. Everyone's being very nice to me. I really like it here, and I'm a little skeptical about food being okay because last night dinner we had was very salty. 음식 전반적으로 괜찮다 하셨는데 어제 저녁은 좀 심각하지 않았나요?
어제 저녁은 좀.
Yeah, last night's dinner was a bit too much. It was very salty. So before we pick the players, give us a little hint on who you're gonna pick. 이제 누구 정할 건지, 누구 이제 픽할 건지 힌트 조금만.
안경을 썼어요.
He wears glasses. I don't know if you guys have noticed it for a while, but a lot of these pro gamers wear glasses. I think it's inevitable. 프로 게임을 하다 보면 안경을 쓸 수밖에 없죠. 신동원 선수는 시력 어떠세요? How's your eyesight?
저는 수술을 받아가지고 좋은 상태.
So I had LASIK surgery, so my eyes are back to where it was before I started playing as a pro gamer. Yeah, 그럼 누군지 밝혀주시죠. Let's announce the next pick.
My pick is Impact.
김주영 선수. Meanwhile, Polt just do a fist pump. He's happy that he doesn't have to play this one for the first time today. 김주영 선수 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 김준혁입니다.
Yeah, I'm Impact from Maxim. 어때 이제 선택 당하셨는데 어때요 기분이?
저는 사실 예상을 하고 있었는데 정말로 뽑아서 제가 이겨야죠.
Actually, there's a feeling that I might be picked for the next round, but since I did, I'm gonna do all I can to make sure I win. 네, 그러면은 왜 김주영 선수 선택하셨나요?
지금 그 뒤에 게임 안 한 선수 중 2명 중에 1명이랑 하려고 했는데 그냥 뭐 붙고 싶다 뭐 감정 이런 건 전혀 없고 그냥 예, 둘 중에 아무나 상관없기 때문에 그냥 아무나 별 생각 없이.
Only thing I was thinking about before selecting my pick was I wanted to pick a player that hadn't played today, and it was either Solar or Impact, and I just picked Impact. 대인배. Very generous, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean the goal of this tournament, how the format is set up, is that you wanna eliminate other players as soon as possible, so you could grab more share of the pie for the day one. So I mean, good pick. Any before we kick off to map vetoes and everything, let's do predictions on the builds, maybe a little forecast. What are you planning on going into in this matchup? 이제 먼저 경기 시작하기 전에 뭐 예측 내가 이제 뭘 할 거다. 선포 한번 하죠.
이겨야죠.
아니 뭐 무슨 빌드 할 건지 선포.
빌드를 말해달라고요?
아니, 정확하게 얘기할 필요는 없고.
그냥 하던 대로 해야 될 것 같아요. 예, 연습하던 대로.
I'm not gonna tell you the builds right now in front of the camera, but I'm gonna do what I always do, and I'm gonna win it in a very easy style.
예, 초반 조심하셔야 될 것 같아요.
Be careful for the beginning, the early openers. All right, gents, we're gonna take them backstage for the map vetoes, and I'm gonna throw it off to casters. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James. Nate, I'm a little bit surprised by this pick. I was thinking Hydra, well, he could go for Polt as well, but he didn't really strike me as the guy. And when I asked him before, I was like, are you going to gang up on Polt as well? He's like, no, I don't really gang up on anybody. So I didn't take Polt, but I was kind of expecting MMA. It's just been so quiet around Impact today. It's just like the small guy who's like wiggling his way around, but doesn't really make a whole lot of noise. So I kind of thought that the Impact was going to be sort of like the major of Battlegrounds in North America, trying to dodge the bullet.
Yeah, exactly. Just play it cool. Don't talk too much. Be like, no one will notice me. I'll just be off on the side, take my $500 and move on to day two. But no, he's gonna have to step up to the plate. I'd say at a probably earlier stage than most of us were expecting, as the theme of the day seems to have been, want to get the Terran players out, some ZVT action, and from the multiple players that I've been able to speak to, people want to still keep picking ZVT. So Hydra making a choice like this is, he's going to mix things up, but I don't think he would do it unless he felt pretty confident in the matchup.
Now, they played against each other in Code 8 not too long ago, and Impact was actually able to win that series 2-0. If I look at this result, that surprised me a tiny bit. However, of course, Impact did have some success off the back of ZVZ. In the past, he made it to the final of DreamHack Bucharest, defeating J-Dong back then. That was that magic fairy tale story, like, oh, how he beat the guy that he used to look up to so much. And he also, in the qualifiers, he defeated a couple of very strong players, like Impact defeated Violet, defeated Simbo as well. So that is already a respectable run. However, Hydra on himself also defeated a couple of very strong players in the tournament where he qualified from, as he defeated Scarlet, and that is of course very impressive, as we all know Scarlet is extremely good in CVZ.
Yeah, he's shown some signs of excellence, and I'm impressed with how far Impact has come since he joined Axiom. Things have been a little bit quiet more recently for him, but being able to make it through these qualifiers shows that he's still on it. He's still got it, because these qualifiers, man. Some of the qualifying matches that these guys had to go through to actually get to the global battlegrounds, you could say were tougher than some round of 8 brackets you're going to run into in some of the other tournaments that have been happening this year, especially ones that these guys have actually played in. So I think it's a really cool story that we get Impact as probably one of the least known players competing in this tournament. As far as the overall outreach goes, of course, the casual players, there's a little bit more mystique about them since they don't compete in foreign tournaments like this terribly often. But Hydra seems pretty confident.
Yeah, Hydra seems confident, and going over his track record, he has all the right reasons to be confident. He also defeated Revival in his qualifier run I just saw. He did lose in one of the prior qualifiers where he didn't qualify yet. He did lose against DongRaeGu, so it's not like he has this astonishing ZVZ record where he never dropped the series, because he lost his last series against Impact, lost against DongRaeGu as well, but he's also defeated a couple of formidable opponents. I think it's very even on paper. I think in-game, if I would have to give the edge to either player, I'd probably go with Hydra. But then again, I really have no idea how strong is he going to be. Is he tired? You know, this is a new experience for him as well, going to America, competing in a tournament like this. Is he going to play as well as he would do from home, you know, from the CJ Entis practice house? It's all a little different for him, so it's really hard to say. I think on paper it's very even, and I'm curious to just learn more about their ZVZ styles.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting series. Honestly, I couldn't tell you whether either of these guys prefer the crazy heavy early aggression. I wasn't able to catch most of that DreamHack Bucharest run. That Impact was able to get back then. And honestly, Hydra, I know he's regularly put in the lineup for CJ Entis. I think one of the last matches I recall him playing was, I believe it was like a ZVT. Maybe lost to True, because I know True has some really good ZVZ and Pro Leagues. There's nothing immediately impressive that comes to mind when I think about Hydra's ZVZ in particular. It has been a little while since CJ Entis was knocked out of the running for the Pro League final, so there's, I think, a little bit of, as a mystique to what these players could bring to the table, because we could just end up with straight up, you know, Mega Roach versus Mega Roach, just standard macro play, or maybe someone's going to bring out the Wheel of Cheese with some early Ling Bane play.
Now, if you guys just joined us and you hear us talk about lives and the surprise about it being picked Impact, and you guys just joined us and you have no idea what's going on, let's just take a look at our scorecard. The scorecard is essentially the bracket of this Battlegrounds Red Bull tournament. An X means that you have lost a life, which means that you have lost the best of 3. So a couple of players have dropped the best of 3 so far. It's much more even, by the way, than Battlegrounds North America started off.
Yeah.
Back then, it was one player losing 1 life, 2nd life, and eventually at the same day he lost the 3rd life. He did take a couple of lives from other opponents, but this is a little bit more all over the board. Polt did play in his first 3 series of the day, but he did very well for himself, Nate. Polt went 2-1 in best of 3s, and I also would love to give a lot of love to Polt, because often people say like, yeah, Polt is in North America, he's beating up on North Americans, but this will also mean that when he goes up against the real big stars, he's going to have a much harder time competing. So far, he's holding his own. 1-1 against DongRaeGu. Easily, there's no other way to put it, defeated MMA, the champion of WCS Europe in Season 3 last year. So Polt definitely still hanging in there, still making a little bit of a good impression, and not a name for himself, as everybody knows who Polt is, but just showing us that he still has what it takes to compete with the best. Now we have 2 players that still have all of their lives remaining. Of course, looking at this, I think it is likely that we go into day 2 with all 6 players still alive, which would be fun as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest parts, because then tomorrow, when it comes down to these situations where people are trying to gang up on each other, you're basically looking at, if everybody has 2 lives, which is a very realistic possibility at this point. I feel like you get in this spot. Do you really want to gang up on someone? Like, everyone's going to actually try to pick whoever they think they can really beat the most, because you're not really in a position anymore to take risks and say, well, you know what, I want to play ZVT. Be like, well, no, I honestly, if I think I can beat this guy, or if I think I might just be better in this matchup, or I have a special build prepared to beat someone who I probably shouldn't otherwise be able to beat, that's the time to break it out, because it's going to get a lot more cutthroat, and when it's just a best of 3, things can spiral out of control really fast.
I think it's so important for Polt that he won that last series, because
Yeah.
I think this can really disencourage some Zergs to pick Polt, and perhaps if they want to play ZVT instead of ZVZ and they want to save the ZVZs for the rest of the tournament, hide their build orders a little bit, hide their minor timings that are possible in that matchup. It's hard to be super creative, because we all know that Roaches are very strong in ZVZ, and we'll probably see a lot of it. But suddenly, you know, the meter play has been making a little bit of a comeback as well over the last month, I'd say. Suddenly see a lot more meter play again. Might just be that the Zergs are like, you know what, I'll save the ZVZs for when it truly matters, when tournament lives on the line, and now I'm just going to play ZVT. But instead of picking Polt, I should probably pick MMA, because Polt looked actually pretty good in both series against DongRaeGu, even the one he lost.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, you look at the skill level of all these Zerg players, and it's all very high level. There's no like weak point, and for Polt to beat DongRaeGu, to take that series, and the second series especially, in a rather convincing manner, and even one of those first games, you know, like I said, none of the other Zerg players here are at a low enough level compared to DRG. I would put them all at so even of a point that if Polt can beat him, he can probably beat any other Zerg here. And as you said, that kind of, you don't really want to play against the guy that can tangle with the rest of you. Suddenly be like, well, if I want to play versus a Terran, I actually haven't seen MMA play too much recently. So this guy looks like he might be a bit easier to beat. But I think the other cool part that comes into this is we look at situations where we have players like Solar, for example, recently competed in the Intel Extreme Masters Shenzhen, and he did fall in the grand final of that tournament to DongRaeGu, but it kind of shows that some of these Korean players that have been playing outside of the Korean scene for an extended period of time are still capable of dancing with the best of them. DongRaeGu, people say, oh, he can't beat KESPA players. Sure, he can beat Koreans that are playing outside of America. Sure, he can beat non-Koreans. But DongRaeGu stepped up to the plate, and he showed everybody that he could take out multiple KESPA products, multiple KESPA players in that bracket. And I think Polt is certainly, this is another challenge for him. I'm sure a lot of people going into this tournament say, yeah, Polt's had good runs in WCS America, but can he keep up with the top of Korea? And I think, the games against DRG have shown signs of brilliance because DRG himself has been playing at a very high level in the past few months.
Definitely been stepping it up as well. 2013, some people even worried that it was sort of like the end of DongRaeGu, that we've seen the best of him in 2012, and that from this point on it would all go downhill like we've seen with a couple of previous DSL champions. But 2014 DRG actually looks pretty feisty. He still has it, still has plenty of fire in him. So once more, just an excellent victory for Polt. We are right now waiting on the Hydra, as Impact is good to go. Hydra is almost good to go. We know that our first map is going to be played on Catalina. Now, before we go ahead and jump into this series, of course, I'd like to encourage all of you guys to once more keep plugging #Battlegrounds on Twitter. Let us know what you think about the games. Are you impressed with Polt? Who do you hope makes it to day 2 or above all day 3? Who do you think actually is going to take it all the way? Because, in the car when Nathan, Todd and me were driving to the office this morning, we can talk about the tournament, but I don't think there is an overwhelming favorite if you look at it, especially in a field with 4 Zergs. And we all know that being good in ZVZ, you don't necessarily have to be the better player in ZVP and ZVT to be a better mirror player than somebody else. I think that's something that we've seen often in the past. So I think it's really hard to determine who is going to end up on top at the end of the weekend and, of course, secure that ticket to Washington, D.C., which is happening in a little over a month.
Yeah, just towards the end of September, just around the turn of fall. So you make a good point, though. It's so hard to pick anybody out of these players, and naturally, I feel like you want to gravitate towards the KESPA players like Solar, like Hydra, but now's the time to find out. We're loaded into the first game of our 4th best of 3 of the day, guys, and we are going to see just what these KESPA guys are bringing to the table.
Yep, so curious to see and learn more about their ZVZ styles, and this is definitely one of these games where the other guys in the, whether they're watching the games from here or from the green room, are going to keep their eyes wide open, because there is a chance we're going to see a lot of ZVZs for the rest of the weekend, unless Polt just keeps stomping nerfs, like that's possible too.
Yeah, Polt's just going to pull out his anti-Zerg lightsaber and go to town is basically his plan.
It would be one hell of an achievement. Of course, for the people who don't know the story behind it yet, Polt already finished twice as the runner-up of a Battlegrounds event, which means that 2 times he came so close to securing his ticket to Washington, D.C., the grand final. $50,000 will be given away at D.C. Tickets are live for D.C., by the way, as well.
Yep.
You guys can check that out at battlegrounds.redbull.com. But once more, it's very likely we'll see a lot of ZVZs in the upcoming days, so it's time to learn about styles and player preferences. As over here, we're looking at Axiom's Impact, based on the 12 o'clock position of this map. It was a great victory for Impact to qualify for this tournament, so we get to know him a little more. And above all, Nate, as awesome as a team of that Axiom is, they definitely needed this little boost. One of the guys stepping up, one of the guys, making a good result, because it's been a rough few months for them.
Yeah, you have big name players in their team being knocked out of WCS left and right, not getting the big results hoping for, but Impact is bringing hope. And his opponent, though, very skilled, playing for CJ Entis for quite some time, has shown a lot of prestige, a lot of skill in the Pro League. He is Hydra.
Now, of course, everybody who made it through the qualifiers made a good impression on us and did it with style, and it was impressive regardless. But Hydra's run in the final qualifier was truly remarkable, going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 against some of the strongest players out there. It was not the most stacked qualifier out of the 3, but Hydra's bracket was incredibly stacked, and he still managed to go through it in style. So he looked good, and like you said, if we really have to pick one player, if someone would give me free money to put it on one of the 6, I would have probably gone with Hydra, but that's also just because you're leaning towards, KESPA, and you know that he's a monster.
Yeah, I would have definitely gone for Hydra or Solar. Just, if someone was like, honestly, what does your gut say? But
But it's difficult, and truly any of the 6 can make it. It's going to be very difficult for MMA, I think, but MMA has shown us in the past that he too is a world-class champ. So far one big difference, and that is that Hydra has not taken an extractor yet. Not in his main, not in his natural, while Impact did open up with the extractor. Also went pool before hatchery, so played it very safe. While Hydra took slightly more risk and decided to go hatch first on the low ground, followed up by the pool in the main.
Yeah, and in a Zerg versus Zerg matchup, when you want to play with gasless styles, you make yourself a little bit more vulnerable to speed-based plays, especially if you don't have a wall. So one of the things that Hydra, as he sends these lings out to scout and attempts to figure out exactly what's going on, did he scout the gasless overload? No. So he really needs to get this scout on the speed that's coming in.
Yep.
And then once you know that this is coming as a Zerg player, you can typically just, instead of getting your second inject, you just drop a creep tumor. Wow, killing a drone is actually pretty nuts this early on in the game.
He's not going to get the drone. He's not going to get the extractor either. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Now, of course, you know, he will still try to drop the creep tumor over here and then get enough creep spread to start working on this wall. However, speed is already more than halfway done, so we're going to keep it close. Okay, Hydra's playing it very safe. He's like, hey, I really haven't seen anything. This can still be so many different kinds of crazy openings. I should just drop my spine crawler already before my wall is even up. Because, hey, I'd rather be safe than sorry. And also the extractors going down at 5:30. Those are not incredibly late.
Yeah, I think you basically, in this situation, once you get that creep tumor down, you want to use evolution chambers, maybe a roach horn to help wall off. And from there, it's much easier to hold early speedling attacks. I mean, we can see that Impact is building drones right now, right? He got his Zergling speed, but he's by no means forced to commit to this. And in that drone in the third base position kind of indicates that he wants to go for an economic play off this, but he gets the scout off in the main base.
It's a massive scout, because he already saw both extractors in the natural because of his overload positioning. Now you will also see that there are no extractors taken in the main base, so he knows that this was a gasless opening. If he wasn't sure yet, he's damn sure now. And that also means that he doesn't have to worry about you know, losing this base, doesn't have to pump out too many Zerglings now if he doesn't want to, because he's in an okay position and there is no way that Hydra will ever be aggressive off the back of a gasless opening.
Yeah, it's a nice just little level of comfort, because as the speedling player, you're like, well, yeah, okay, I guess maybe my Zerglings can't do anything even though I researched this speed upgrade, but sad death of the Overlord. But at the very least, he has the security to just take his third base with, you know, pretty much impunity.
A couple of Zerglings will run across the map. Hydra, of course, or Impact, of course, wants to make sure that Hydra doesn't try to go up to 3 bases before he's supposed to. The Zerglings are actually just able to run in, and he might be able to get a queen. Well, there are a couple of Zerglings, actually a lot of Zerglings for Hydra. It's a really interesting follow-up by Hydra. He's getting +1 missile attacks, but he's also getting Zergling speed. Perhaps Impact is a little bit confused by this as well. He's getting a lot of defensive links on his own. He's going to get 30 links. He's like, hey, I don't know if you're trying to snipe my hatchery, but I'm not going to let you do that. And I think with those 30 Zerglings on the way, he should be more than fine. He's actually overproducing a tiny bit, but
yeah, this is a crazy amount of Zerglings that we're seeing out of Impact as well right now. 7 roaches are on the way for Hydra, so I mean, he's getting ready to look for an opportunity to seize, but the Zergling defense for Impact does look solid. Of course, it's really important that when you build this many units, you don't get caught out off guard and end up putting your larvae into units that aren't mining.
Yeah, there are roaches on the production tab. Okay, actually a couple of roaches are spawning over here as well. That makes his life a lot easier. Because if those roaches wouldn't have been there yet, this hatchery would have been in a little bit of trouble. Impact is still going to try to go, but he realized, like, nah, you have roaches, you have queens, you have Zerglings as well. It's not going to do it. Now the Zerglings from Hydra are making their way across the map, hoping to go undetected, but eventually they did get detected. They might get a queen for their efforts though, and that's a nice little pickup.
Yeah, this is a very nice pick off for Hydra, and it's oh, he's actually gonna get to the main base. He's in the natural as well. I think that main base queen, he shouldn't be able to get it, but man, if he did, that would have been cash money right there.
Yeah, but he's definitely keeping Impact off his back, and meanwhile, a crazy amount of roaches on the production tab for Riot's side. But Hydra is going to have that +1 advantage. That's going to help out quite a bit. It's going to help out in dealing with those Zerglings that Impact has on the production tab. Now, drone-wise, they're pretty damn even. Of course, Impact had that additional base a little quicker, so that's why he had so much more larva to work with. Upgrades from roaches, I'm starting to worry a tiny bit for Impact, who also didn't start Zergling speed yet. Wait, he's actually still on hatchery tag.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Impact has set himself up to go for just a massive bowl over here
But
with Zerglings and Roaches.
I feel that Hydra.
Yeah, he's starting his lair now. That's an incredibly late lair. I'm surprised there's no Roach speed though for Hydra.
Right, Hydra has Roach speed.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah. So here we go, but all of these Zerglings will die because +1 is already ready for these Roaches. Spinecrawler does a good job in soaking up a full volley, and Hydra has more than enough units.
+1, man. +1.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty.
That's a bizarre game one.
It felt anticlimactic the way that he just opened up like that. He didn't go for a lair. I can understand a third base, but was he expecting to force so much of a reaction that Hydra would put himself behind trying to attack the third? That I'm not so sure of.
No, I mean, like, it's kind of standard for the gas player to take 3 bases a lot
yeah,
before the glass
exactly.
player.
So I can only imagine that he was basically, he wanted to take the third base and then just say, yeah, I'm macroing, I'm going to be greedy, and then spam out lings. But
yeah, and then
it just seemed to come at a really awkward time, especially with how long he waited for it.
Perhaps indeed hoping that Hydra would march across the map with his first, let's say, 12 to 16 Roaches, you know, like, hey, I have +1.
Definitely would have killed all of those, that's for sure.
Exactly. Then he would have been able to swarm them around and also actually able to pick up all those Roaches because he had Roaches on his own. But just running into 25 Roaches when you have 22 Roaches and 50 Zerglings, you're running into +1 Roaches and a Spinecrawler and a beautiful concave by Hydra. I think everybody got a little bit surprised with that. It could also be that Impact just completely forgot layer, that he thought he started it. He didn't. I must say, like, we're very focused on Impact now, and this is something that we definitely would love to hear from James later. Maybe James can ask Impact about this in the latest stage of the day, what happened there in game number 1. But also this opening from Hydra, it's a little different than what we see from most of our Zergs that we see in WCS America. If you open gasless, the majority of the time they stay gasless, or they do still get like, I mean, obviously you get gases, but then you don't get Zergling speed. You focus mostly on your Roaches. It's double Evo Chamber Roach style. He got a single Evo Chamber, then they still get Zergling speed, okay. That actually made a lot of Zerglings, but still prioritized Roaches and Roach upgrade. And he didn't really get a whole lot done with his speedling, so. I mean, he did force out units. But
yeah, honestly, it's a bit of a weird game. When you have that +1 Roach setup, you're almost going to be unbreakable versus regular units. But guys, we're loaded into game number 2. Let's find out, is it going to be a quick 2-0 for Hydra, or is this gentleman in the southeast? Oh, wow. It looked like he was moving his drone somewhere weird for a fast pool, but can he bring it back? He's the red Zerg from Axiom. He is Impact.
That's Hydra.
I like how Hydra actually has the Hydra listed as his Zerg unit, though.
And over here on the left up side of the map, on Foxtrot Labs, we do have the Zerg player representing CJ Entis. It is Hydra. Would be really cool if we see Impact now. Drones on production tab on either side. No early pulls, no crazy shenanigans. Curious to see if once more we're going to have a hatch before a spawning pool for Hydra, and if Impact is going to go again pool before hatch, or if he's going to switch things up. Still a little bit confused about everything we saw there in game 1, but what we do know is that Hydra is in a very comfortable 1-0 lead. He looked good there, Nate. He looked solid. I was a tiny bit surprised by his speed timing. It's nothing like out of the ordinary. It's not like I never see it, but I was surprised to see him prioritize Roaches, prioritize a gasless opening, and then still go for 22 to 24 speedlings. But I mean, he did force out 40 speedlings of his opponent, so in the end, perhaps it was worth it one way or the other.
Yeah, gotta wonder if there's maybe some nerves coming into play or something of that sort. Both players actually gonna open up with gas, though, which is a bit interesting. Both going gas before pull, so this game could actually end up being pretty explosive, were we to have some early Baneling nests.
I saw what you did there, Nate. Explosive Banelings.
That's not what I did there. You know it.
I know what it is.
But I'm curious to see which one of these two would get aggressive, though. Hydra has, of course, the comfortable lead. In a best of 3, a sharp Baneling attack might be just what he needs to close out a quick one.
Not sure if this is one of the best maps to do so, even though there is no ramp. I still feel it's very easy to put Overlords in a position where it's going to be very hard for Zerglings to make their way across the map undetected. Like, the edge of this is pretty far away from the natural, so it's not like a Queen can just push Overlords away. And they have an Overlord over here and an Overlord over here. How are you ever going to just run across the map with Zerglings without your opponent seeing it? So, it is important that both players will be able to identify the fact that, hey, there is speed on the way for my opponent. Impact has mined 100 gas, by the way. He didn't start speed yet. For a second, I thought we saw some crazy Violet opening over here, but he's not going to do that.
okay, you saw that I got speed layer on the way now, and then it's just absolute madness from that point on. But nothing quite so crazy coming out this game. I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, okay, now we're hitting 50 gas for both players. Are we going to see a Bailing Nest? Because they're both still mining gas. Or are they going to go straight layers? Okay, there's the Bailing Nest for Impact. And I'm kind of expecting to see one for Hydra as well.
Yeah, going layer before your Bailing Nest is up is definitely risky. Most of the time when you get a Bailing Nest, it's just a defensive Bailing Nest. It's just because, you know, if your opponent identifies the fact that you don't have a Bailing Nest, it's borderline impossible on maps like this without a ramp to stop Bane aggression. Now this is interesting. A Roach Warren going down in the back of the mineral line from Hydra.
Okay, I can see where you'd be going with this. This is just a very aggressive way to open that also, in a weird way, is incredibly defensive against Baneling play. It gives him the option to go for a supercharged attack while also simultaneously being able to defend against big Speedling plays, which, by the way, Impact is going for.
Yep, 20 Zerglings on the production tab. We'll take a look at the overload positioning. Oh, if these Zerglings would be able to see all these Zerglings hatch from Impact, that would be massive for Hydra. But up to this point, Hydra is not aware of the fact that, hey, there you have a lot of Zerglings. A couple of them are shown, now a few more are shown. Now,
he just needs to buy time for the Roaches. He could actually pull a good number of his drones into his main base, let the Roaches block the ramp, and then slowly inch his way forward. Now, staying out here is going to make things a bit dicey, because if these queens get surrounded, it's going to get really awkward. He's bringing his other queen down from the main base.
What? Started working on the automaton over there. Yeah. One of the queens will fall, but here are the Roaches, and I wouldn't really want to sacrifice all my links, because then if those Roaches even pretend that they want to move out.
He loses one queen for most of those links, and now Banelings, like I said, they're kind of useless versus Roaches this early in the game.
And like, how's Impact going to deal with the fact that, like, Hydra can march across the map now with slow Roaches, and he does have speed already, and he's going to fire up 22 speed links behind this. This is going to be very difficult for Impact to defend. He's going to need multiple spine crawlers, as we do see 2 on the way, but I'm a tiny bit worried. He's going to try to buy time with a counter attack, but speedlings are hatching at home, so I think Hydra should be okay to deal with this, while the Zerglings are marching across the map. Army supply is 40 against 21. This will be really difficult for Impact, I feel.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a difficult hold. The spine crawlers have finished for Impact, but the Roach is still too much. Like, all he has is just a handful of Banelings and some Zerglings, but they're not really a crazy amount. Now, if Impact can get those Banelings to detonate on the few Lings that Hydra has, maybe he can make something happen, but I mean, they're just going to run into these Roaches.
Okay. I mean, that was definitely expensive for Impact, but he does not die. That is very good news already. 34 drones against 34 drones. Most of these Roaches will eventually be taken care of as well. So good hold there by Impact, because that definitely looked pretty dicey, pretty tricky. But Hydra kind of refused to split his Roaches. If he would have split them, I think it would have been a little bit more difficult for Impact. But in the end, Impact makes it through this stage in the game without too many scratches, and actually ended up losing a single drone. So, well
yeah, that could have been a lot worse. I'm actually surprised how well he was able to maintain that. You kind of said it. As much as we might say,
I think Impact is going to counter again, Nate. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think
it makes a bit of sense. He's still taking a gas, but yeah, I think if he had split those Roaches, that fight turns out completely differently.
Like, if he goes Roach Bane now against the Roach Ling of Hydra, and Hydra like is going up to layer, but this time there won't be +1, there won't be, you know, speed or whatever, and just speedlings are not going to cut it in defense for Hydra, because there's going to be a couple of Banelings, just 2 or 3 Banelings in the mix for Impact are really going to complicate Hydra's defense already, who really has to produce nothing but Roaches from this point on if Impact decides to commit to this. But he is getting an evolution chamber, so maybe he's not.
Yeah, these Roaches, he knows that something's coming across the map now. And I think this is the hint that Hydra needed, but does he have enough to defend is the real question. He's got Roaches on the production tab. There's so many Lings on the map for Impact. It's actually really scary.
Yeah, but he has a lot of defensive Roaches. I think with 15 Roaches, he should be all right, especially because the reinforcements distance is going to be so short for him and so long for Impact. Impact, of course, would love to make something happen, but he should also be careful. Don't lose too many of your units as he goes in and he's like, that's a few too many Roaches. It's a few more that I was expecting. I'm just going to back off for now.
Yeah, I think that was pretty reasonable, considering that both players, well, Impact Hydra just has a nice lead in a couple of different ways. Like, his lair is faster. He's got a couple more drones out on the map, or at least had more drones earlier, and Impact is going to get the upgrade faster, the +1, which I do like, but that layer is so much later that the roach speed does kind of start to open up a window for Hydra moving on.
Yep, Hydra actually doesn't have enough gas to start his own +1. He's had this evolution chamber for a while, but hasn't used it yet. He's going to push away one of these overlords, and he's starting nothing but roaches. 3 more overlords on production tab, so the roach count is currently 28 against 14. Now there are a few more roaches on the way for impact, for impact, but this could very well be another difficult hold for him. The first one was difficult, the next one might even be more difficult, as he's going to have to worry about speed roaches when he doesn't have roaches yet. And above all, he's going to have to worry about a ridiculous amount of roaches, while he's going to have to scramble all of his together.
Yeah, that's a lot of roaches on the way, Kev, and it's going to make things, well, pretty damn awkward, to say the least. Roach speed is just now finishing for Hydra. Does he actually want to move out is the question. Well, it's actually this incredibly ambitious queen.
Yeah, I do think,
the map.
I really think that Hydra wants to. I think he's still hiding a tiny bit of the fact, but he's firing off more overlords. He has so many roaches already, 37 against 25. Impact is trying to do whatever he can to catch up in the roach count. Hydra's mining up this gold base, so it's not like he really has to. But even if they start fighting soon, I have a hard time imagining Impact can compete with that gold base.
Yeah, that money's just going to explode. Now, these Zerglings are getting in, doing a little bit of harass, which is nice. Kill a queen, a drone or two, get
actually
some
very
roaches.
Nice. Yeah, I actually think very nice. He got a couple of roaches there. He's buying a lot of time for himself as well. Gives him a good feel of what the Hydra is up to. And he gets that queen, which is going to slow down the injects in the main base. This gold base is scary. If we take a look at the income tab, we can see 1,500, 1,600 minerals a minute for Hydra against the 1,200 something of Impact. And it's really hard to compete when your opponent is just outmining you that much. It's 52 roaches against 38. Upgrade should be very even. +1 is, well, not ready yet for Hydra, but will be ready in the near future. It's doable for Impact, but it will be difficult.
Yeah, the addition of all these spine crawlers is kind of that sign that he feels really uncomfortable. And with Transfuse, if he could bring some queens on, he doesn't actually have that much queen energy. The spines could do more, but he's just going to try to bowl them over with these roaches. Now, it's important to note that +1 attack is not done quite yet for Hydra. But
I think Impact is going to hold here. I think Impact had a very good concave, and for some reason it looked like he even had more roaches. Now he's moving in very far forward, but he has queens as well. The reinforcements should help out a little bit. He could reposition the spines, does that immediately. I think Impact will hold. Really sort of an anti-timing there by Hydra. If he waits 10 seconds, he's going to have +1 since the start of the fight.
When you're looking at early game roach wars, +1 is the most important upgrade because it takes the number of hits to kill another roach from 11 to 9. It's a pretty big deal. It has the biggest impact of any of the attack upgrades, and when your opponent has that, even when it seems like he has less roaches, it gives them a serious edge in killing your roaches much faster.
We're taking a look at the units lost resource tab now. We can see that Hydra has lost 800 more in resources, and that's pretty much all roaches. And suddenly they're a lot closer in the roach counter. Even in upgrades, they're even in bases. The only advantage Hydra still has is that he's mining up this gold base. And, you know, if this was a fully saturated turret, then it would be okay for Impact, and he can sort of compete with that. But since they are actually hovering around the low 40s when it comes to drone numbers, this gold base is really invaluable.
Yeah, Overseer dies over it. These roaches want to come in and hit the mineral line from behind, but he's already in position. Hydra's ready to catch, he's ready to receive these guests over to his base, and I mean, trying to pass through the elite gates is not going to work.
It seems like Hydra just has a few too many roaches for now, but there are a couple of reinforcements streaming in for Impact, but that was a really good engagement for Hydra. This time he had the reinforcements on his side, and that is actually going to be it. It was just a little too much to compete with that gold base. And Hydra is going to win his first series of the day, perhaps even his own. Wow, I feel personal offense. Come on, Hydra.
That hurts. That hurts deep down,
that
man.
hurts, but there is always a little bit of truth in stuff like that. Either way, good series by Hydra, really solid performance by him. Game 1 was a little bit weird. Game 2 played out a little bit more straightforward, even though both players, you know, open up a little bit of aggression, counter-aggression, aggression again. Just kind of your action-packed ZvZ, not a very passive, let's go up to 3 bases, 55 drones, max out on Roach ZvZ.
I mean, honestly, when you look at roach builds that people like in ZvZ, I think my favorite early one is like the really fast +1 attack roach, or you know, maybe a little bit of Roach Bane, but just going Roach Ling with a Roach Horn that fast that's a pretty gutsy call to make, and it worked out in a weird sort of way. Mostly, I think, because he scouted it and he got the spine crawlers up in time enough to defend. But because there were so many Zerglings and Banelings made by Impact, that like there's like two really aggressive builds, and one aggressive build just happened to diffuse the other like damn near perfectly.
I wonder what would have happened if after Impact defended that first 12 roaches, if Impact would have counterattacked, when he would have produced nothing but roaches and then reinforced with Zerglings, and then in case, you know, Hydra would make a few Zerglings as well, he could throw in Banelings in the mix. I think there would be a chance that Impact may have been able to make it work, because Hydra was putting money in upgrades, in layer attack and stuff like that. There's a small window of opportunity there maybe for Impact, but then again, it's hard to counter with the slow roaches, and especially on a map like Foxtrot Labs. And if Hydra then defends once, he wins the game. So it's a hard call to make. What we do know is that Hydra looked pretty solid in his first series of the day and looks like a pretty serious contender to perhaps take the entire Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series. I enjoyed my first ZVZ of the weekend though, but I think they're going to be a lot better in the upcoming days.
There's going to be a lot more ZVZ where that came from, ladies and gentlemen, for sure. It's you got a lot of Zerg players here, man, and they're all so damn good. But I'm interested to see what we get out of our next pick. Moving forward, I believe it should be Impact's choice now, right?
Yeah, I think it's Impact.
Solar,
I think
know Solar has last pick.
But then the next series is going to be Impact. So that's a little tricky for him as well, losing his fourth series of the day. And after that, he has to play immediately. He might pick MMA. I have no idea. Like,
You know, the thing is, if Impact loses this pick that he has now, I feel like I'm looking at Solar and thinking of Solar wearing like a big black hood.
Do I want to be that
guy? He's got a giant axe with him. He's got a halberd ready to.
He's the Death Reaper.
Oh yeah, he's gonna come clean up on Impact if he loses this next series.
Either way, we're gonna throw it to James, who's hanging out in the green room. I have no idea with who or with what or what he's been up to, but I would love to hear from you, James, and tell us what's new, what's happening behind the scenes of Battlegrounds Global.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with Solar and Polt. I'm going to ask you guys a few questions. You've played a bunch already, Polt and Solar. You didn't get to play yet. There is no Protoss in this tournament here. Is the race week? Is it time for a buff yet?
I don't think, because Protoss still in mana, I think. I don't know why to oral Protoss lose at qualifiers. I can understand, but I love ZVP, so I wanna play ZVP.
A little bit contradictory, if you ask me, but it's okay. I'll take it. What about you, Polt?
Everyone knows this tournament is for qualifying to the Red Bull at Washington, and there are already so many Protoss, you know, so there should be another Terran or a Zerg should be joining.
Wow. I did not expect such a strong answer from a very passionate Polt, obviously. You've played quite a bit already. Now, finally, you weren't picked in the last match. Did you expect that? And are you happy to finally catch a little bit of a break? Do you think he's going to continue?
I'm quite happy with that. And actually, Hydra, well, I will cheer for him from now.
Solar, you haven't played yet. You're going to be picking later on. Now it's going to be Impact's pick. How certain are you that he's not going to pick you? And is there anything that in the plans for you? You chose yourself that you were going to be the last pick here. Can you explain us a little bit what was your strategy? Why did you choose to be the last player choosing?
If I play last pick, I can watch all of games before my series. So I can all of strategies from another players. So I pick last pick.
That guy is a genius, I think. He's thought this out very, very well, and I guess he's gone according to the plan. He's been watching everyone and not been picked yet. Polt, Impact is going to be the next player picking here. Do you think there's any chance he might pick you? And actually, we haven't done that before, really. Do you want to say anything to him to maybe scare him from picking you? Maybe he's watching.
Well, did he lose his just last match, right? Yeah, so if he picks me, he's gonna lose another life, and it's not good for him, actually.
I love this. But what about you? You talked a little bit about having an alliance with Impact. Are you sure this alliance is gonna hold strong, or is there any chance we're gonna see some surprises here and he might pick you?
I don't think he will not pick me. I believe him, and I love him. I want to tell to him I love you.
Now that's a new strategy here. Well, thank you very much, guys. We're gonna be heading to a break, and then we'll be right back with Impact's Choice. Don't go anywhere.
The Red Bull Signature Series continues to bring you the best collection of action sports events from around the planet.
Huge flip out of Jeff!
In store for the rest of 2014 will be some of the best of the series competitions, featuring the top athletes in the world pushing their limits. In Rampage, Freeride Mountain Biking's elite return to the picturesque landscape of Virgin, Utah, in some of the most brutal conditions ever navigated on two wheels.
Red Bull Rampage is just the pinnacle of freeride mountain biking.
And the winter slopes of Whistler become the summer home to Joyride, the slopestyle event of the year.
The course where every single feature is incredibly trickable, and there's close to a dozen of these features.
BMX's top stars face a new unparalleled dirt course with jumps over 30 feet in height at Dreamline near Asheville, North Carolina.
There's some big hits out there, and if you do come off, you know, it's gonna hurt, but with bigger jumps comes bigger risk and bigger reward.
Enduro riders from over 30 nations head to Sibiu, Romania for an event known as Romania. It is the world's hardest and harshest enduro rally. We're just finishing as an honor. From Southern California, we bring you the evolution of Supercross with straight rhythm. There are no turns on this track, just 3/4 of a mile of straight up wide open racing, allowing these riders to prove who is the very best when it comes to head-to-head technical racing. The world's elite big wave surfers descend upon the cold, intimidating, and often dangerous surf spot of Northern California, known as Mavericks, for the Body Glove Mavericks Invitational. These top surfers will put it all on the line against massive and powerful surf. 13 of the most innovative competitions fused into one epic experience. Watch the Red Bull Signature Series all year long on NBC.
and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Battlegrounds Global Challenge. Nathanius, with me is Todd. We just saw a pretty short Zerg versus Zerg series between Hydra and Impact. Hydra taking a pretty crisp 2-0, I'd say. Not too much difficulty taking out the Axiom Zerg player.
He's very good at making roaches, let's just say that. I think all the players that are here are good at it. What do you think really made a difference between them two? Like, why was Hydra just so overwhelming in that match?
I think in the first game, it was a little bit questionable decision making. I'm not quite the Zerg player to give the perfect answer myself, but Impact made a very big commitment to his Ling push, and he just basically, it seemed like he had waited so long to actually do anything with all the units that he made that Hydra just had what he needed. +1, roaches, roach speed, creep spread on the low ground to spread his roaches out. Nothing just seemed to work out for Impact. And in the second game, I honestly don't know where the game would have gone if they had gone for different builds, but the build orders they chose, it really seemed like Hydra just had a win out of the gate. He opened aggressively while being able to simultaneously hard counter the aggressive play that Impact was bringing. Nothing just seemed to go right for the
So a build order win is what you're saying. You're kind of saying a build order win, or?
I feel like his builds gave him an advantage. It didn't seem like there was a solid enough of a plan from Impact, because if he didn't get that aggressive versus Hydra in the second game, he might not have, he might have just gotten the spines in time and just macroed up to a better mid game. For all I know, he could have just won if he didn't try to get aggressive.
Perhaps there was some history too between both of them.
Yeah. Well, we've had quite a few games, guys. We've got 2 matches left, 2 challenges left today, but quite a few of our players have been scarred. In fact, almost all of them have lost just 1 life. No one's lost 2 yet, though, as you can see. MMA, of course, took the first bit of pain today.
I think it might happen. No, a player is definitely going to lose 2, or there is a good chance, because Impact's playing, is picking.
Yeah.
And he's most likely going to pick one of the guys that already lost a life. So that would be MMA, Polt, or DRG in this case. Or do you think he goes for... I don't think he goes for Hydra, who just lost 2, or Solar, who is rooming with, and they've been very open about having an alliance. And Solar even said he loves Impact, so...
I wouldn't expect to see those picks, but basically, as you said, Hydra and Solar are the only players with all 3 lives left, and everybody else has lost a single life. It's important that you mention that, though, because Impact has to pick now. Whoever he picks, if he loses to that player, then he will be 1 loss away from being eliminated, from being eliminated.
And then you would have a target on his back, and you don't want that.
And then Solar could basically say, I make a little bit of extra money if I kill this guy in the final match, huh?
But he would have a hard time sleeping, maybe.
You know what? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh, you are gonna make a joke
it's
about
a hard life.
About how you've been preventing me from sleeping with your late night Skype calls.
It's okay, Jan. It's okay.
It's not okay, though.
That late night GSL, it's all his passion. I can't go to sleep, man. So we do have, I think, just about ready for Impact to choose his opponent. And we've got James over there. Let's see who's going to be our next challenge here at Battlegrounds.
Hello, guys. Now I'm joined with the player that sadly fell in the last series. 안타깝게도 0대2로 패배한 김주하 선수 모시겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 네, 임팩트입니다.
아까 방금 경기는 뭐 너무 오래 쉬어서 손이 안 풀려서 그랬다고 치고, let's just say the last series was that you just waited too long and you weren't really get back on the speed in terms of warming up your hands and skills and builds and everything. So now that you're all warmed up, how do you feel going to the next match? 이제 손도 다 풀렸겠다. 이제 그 다음 경기 어떻게 될 것 같아요?
다음 경기도 제가 질 것 같아요.
I think I'm gonna lose again in this series. But you can't let that happen. 그렇게 될 순 없죠. 그럼 잠시 또 멘탈도 좀 챙길 겸 해서 게임 외적인 얘기 잠깐 해보겠습니다. I'm gonna give him a little break and talk about something else other than the game. So yesterday you had a crazy day. 어제 정말 바쁜 하루를 보내셨죠? We went to the pool, and then we went to shopping district in front of our hotel. How was all that? 어제 수영장 가시고 또 이제 쇼핑센터도 가서 밥도 먹고 구경해볼까? 어떤 것 같아요 여기?
네, 확실히 제가 여태까지 다녔던 호텔보다 제일 좋은 호텔인 것 같고, 수영장도 재밌었고 여러 가지로 최고였던 것 같아요.
The hotel we're staying at is probably by far the best hotel I've stayed at in terms of even outside of my pro gamer experience. 뭐 수영장 가서 뭐 얻은 건 있나요? Did you get anything from going to the pool?
별 얻은 건 없고 그냥 재밌게 노는 것 그거뿐이에요. 재밌게 노는 거? 네.
I didn't meet anyone at the pool, but I think it was fun altogether. 그럼 어제 원래 야식 좋아한다고 양준희 선수가 제보를 해주셨는데 제일 좋아하는 야식은 뭡니까? So Axiom's Alicia told me that he is huge fan of late night snack. So what's your favorite late night food?
야식은 예, 뭐 한국 음식이면 뭐 가리지 않고 거의 다 먹어요. 밤이면 여러 가지 먹는 것 같고 특히 좋아하는 게 있다면 뭐 치킨을 좋아하는 것 같아요.
I like all Korean food, even for the late night food, even though I eat it all day, you know, pretty much for all the life. Yes, I heard chicken. Chicken is not really a Korean food. 치킨은 한국 음식이 아닌데?
한국 치킨.
Korean chicken. that sounds funny and weird at the same time. But some of you guys might not know there's this Korean sauce, spicy sauce that you put over the fried chicken. It's like KFC, but it's really amazing. I love it. 자, 그럼 이제 그 다음 선수 힌트 잠깐 하나 받죠.
힌트요?
네.
그냥 말해도 되나요?
Can I just announce the name? Yes, you can, of course.
Polt.
Polt, come on up. The guy who just came and sat down in front of his computer after finally getting his meal. We're now with Polt. Polt, what's up?
I'm pretty good.
Good, yeah? Yeah, full?
I'm satisfied.
Yeah? What did you have for lunch?
I don't know, some rice and short ribs.
Rice and short ribs? Just like back in the days in WCS, right?
Pretty much same.
Lovely. 자, 그러면 최성호 선수 왜 선택하게 되시나요? Why did you pick Polt?
예, 잘하는 선수지만 앞에 경기를 많이 하셨듯이 경기를 좀 제가 폴트 선수의 스타일을 좀 분석을 잘 해서 뽑은 것 같아요.
I picked Polt because I've seen his game, all day today, and I think I've come to a conclusion of how to deal with Polt's style. Although I believe he's a very, very good, solid player, I think the analyzing previously will definitely help. 어떻게 생각하세요? 또 다시 한번 또 선택당하게 되셨는데.
It's fine actually. I beat him in the qualifier and. But that was even before the patch is done. So now Widowmine and Soul patch is done, so much better for me now. There's no problem.
혹시 저거한테 맞고 테라한테 화풀이 하시는 건 아니죠? Just wondering, are you because you lost to a Zerg, are you letting it all out to Terran?
그래도 저거보다는 테란이 낫지 않나 싶네요.
Yeah, I think going up against Terran is much better than going up against another Zerg. All right, we're going to send these two players for map vetoes. Back to you, casters.
Thanks, James. And definitely not the pick that I was expecting, especially when dropping this series puts you one best of 3 away from elimination of the Battlegrounds.
Yeah, I mean, who did you expect him to pick? It was 3 choices of 3 players that had only a few lives left, so
yeah. But the thing is, Polt's taken a life off of somebody already.
Yeah, I guess.
Off of an esteemed, accomplished player at that.
Yeah. What surprises me the most is that Polt actually disposed of Impact in the first qualifier, in which they both qualified in.
Yeah.
So going up against him here, you have to be wondering, like, did Impact actually really feel like he found something that's going to help him beat somebody like Polt? Or does he think that maybe Polt is a little bit exhausted from playing all these series that he has played? He's been complaining about being like a little bit hungry in there. He's finally had food though. Maybe we're going to see like a brand new Polt who just crushes faces left and right.
We've seen it before. Players are like, yeah man, I just didn't get to eat because I was busy playing games all day. Suddenly they get a meal and they then I don't know. You get past all the things outside of the game. Once those problems are gone, as a professional gamer yourself, if there's even just one or two things irritating you, it can really make it difficult to focus on the game.
You casted their games last time they played. You were casting the qualifier. What was it like? Can you?
It was kind of a weird series. It was in the actual final, which the difference there was the seeding, of course, that Polt won to be able to choose when he was able to play. But the first two games were pretty wonky, not necessarily what you would expect out of players of their skill level. But the third map, they both really went at it, and it was pretty back and forth. Polt did his signature 3-factory, very heavy Widowmine style, and he was able to make it work. Of course, like Polt said himself, it's like that was before the patch, so it's only going to be stronger now.
I feel like if Polt loses here, Solar is definitely picking him in the last match, so then he will face elimination. He will face elimination as the only elimination today that we could have, so he has to win. Whereas if Impact wins, I have to wonder, does Solar break the alliance to try and make more money, or does he keep the alliance alive and go for somebody else? Then nobody will be eliminated today. Man, I'm starting to like this format a lot more every time we reach the end of the day, and I realize all the possibilities that there are, and there's going to be so many interesting ones that can happen. What do you think?
Yeah, it's cool. I think the format has actually worked out like almost stupidly well for today. It's been really cool to see everything plays out, and you're going to reach that point. I agree. I really want to know what's going to happen if Impact loses.
Do you think Solar breaks?
Because Solar is basically the guy that'll be, he's like holding them off the edge of the cliff, but he's like, wait, you're wearing a glove made out of gold. And you just slip it right off, and he falls off the cliff. He's like, oh, I got a little bit of extra now for that.
That would be even more hilarious because Solar, he was saying now beforehand that he loves Impact because he didn't want Impact to pick him. So it's like,
it's
sorry.
Not you, it's me. Goodbye. But it'll be
it's
cool.
me. I want money.
Hey man, I didn't come here just to make friends,
Yeah, that would be hilarious. But Polt on the other hand, I'm pretty damn sure that if Polt loses here, he's getting picked last.
Oh yeah.
In the last match by Solar.
Solar has very little to lose by picking the player with 2 lives left, as he is. He potentially, after this series, one of the only players that actually has all 3 lives. Of course, him and Hydra. And that pretty much, I think, makes Hydra safe for the rest of the day. I'd be really surprised if Solar picked him.
Yeah. And Hydra, to be honest, he had a very, very strong last series, I think.
Yeah.
It was very impressive. Was following a little bit from behind him. He's a very, very fast player. I think all the Zergs that are here, man, the standard is so high nowadays. There used to be just a few Zergs that were very fast.
It's like someone gets 300 APM. It's like, oh my god, this guy's a monster.
It's like,
now,
oh my god, even my grandma has more APM.
It's like 300 APM. Did you just get in a Diamond League? Like, come on, man. It's like, well.
How many APM do you have, Nathanias?
I think I average 225. According to the performance chart on the
You spam a lot, don't you?
I do spam a lot, man.
With that 2 racks?
I got to spam all the mules. I just started practicing my 2 racks. It's still pretty bad. But first map of this best of 3 is going to be Merry-Go-Round, which is the map that we saw the Roach Hydra play on. Yeah. I love Roach Hydra play from Zergs on this map because that Terran third is so wide open. We saw how many different ways that third base was able to get attacked. That being said, I don't really know if that's the style that Impact wants to play. I still believe every Zerg nowadays has incorporated, every single Zerg has a 1-1 Roach build, whether it's...
Do you agree that the game of DongRaeGu versus Polt on Merry-Go-Round was a game where he definitely could have done a lot better.
Yeah,
what he had.
When I saw the initial push that he made, I honestly expected DongRaeGu to win the game. I was like, okay, it's going to go to a third match.
To win.
It's going to be really cool. Well,
just kidding.
Well,
you know it though.
There's that as well. But I think there were a couple of things that DRG could have done a little bit differently.
Like what?
Some of the blinding cloud placements, especially for a specific example, DongRaeGu attack, his third base got attacked by Polt. There were some Marines and Marauders to the left side. There was a couple siege tanks in the south, on the southeast end of that area, and he put the blinding cloud on the bio. The bio being much more mobile, very easy for it to get out a blinding cloud. But if he put it on the siege tanks, the cast range for blinding cloud is pretty big. I mean, of course, maybe there was something that was. Maybe DongRaeGu felt there was a specific reason why he wanted to put it on there. It was just a panicked reaction, being forced on, being under duress when you're being attacked like that. Makes things tricky. But Impact, I feel like I'm getting like a regular standard play vibe out of him. But there's no good Zerg player out here, especially competing at a top level like this, that doesn't have a good 1-1 Roach build pocketed somewhere.
Everybody needs to have it. It's like doing blink all-ins as Protoss against Terran. If you don't do
you
them
don't need to be
ever,
an all-in Protoss, an all-inner as a Protoss to know when it's time to break out a good, blink all-in. And that, that's just actually pretty good. Or like
there
even a
used to be
two-base
time where it
Colossus
was always time,
like every Protoss should have like a blink all-in or like a two-base Colossus push in their pocket. Every Terran player, should have a 2-Rax in their pocket or, a Hellion Banshee build.
Or a CV pool build. No, wait, that's every game.
Well, if you're playing versus Protoss. But
okay.
You kind of get what I'm saying here. So
you think we're going to see Roach's style here out of Impact on merry-go-round?
It's not so much an issue of it being Impact. We could actually have any Terran playing versus any Zerg, and I would say I expect to see Roaches in at least one of the games. But it's a best of 3, it might not happen.
He said that after watching Polt, he thought he had found a good way to possibly beat Polt. Do you think we're going to see a bunch of Roach 1-1 builds here to try and punish a Polt who likes to go for quick third commentator, who goes for Starport very often quickly and likes to get his 2E base quickly as well behind it?
Polt hasn't busted out his Marauder build that was kind of more popular. Or at least, I don't want to say it was more popular because he mixed it in a lot, but he hasn't done it today. And I think if he, it's like, well, Polt's not going to open up with Marauders. Maybe a Roach push could work. I certainly don't dislike the push almost ever, unless you're playing versus Bomber, because he's just going to make siege tanks blindly, and you're going to be like, well, this was a bad idea. But a lot to see, guys. We are loaded into the first map of our second to last series of the day, the 5th challenge. And our challenger in the top right of merry-go-round, representing Axiom, he is Impact. Who qualified for the Global Battlegrounds Challenger Series in the same qualifier as this gentleman in the Northwest, the blue Terran player, representing CM Storm, he is Polt.
All right, what are you thinking, Nate? As far as openers go, does maybe Impact try to do something a little bit more greedy here against a Polt who tries, I guess he's been getting a lot of 3 Reapers, to be honest, in most of his games. What will be a good counter? Like just you drone until the last second, and then you get like your 6 links, then you drone up a little bit more, and you get, can you get only Queens for defense and be fine? Like it seems that Polt likes to mix in sometimes big amounts of Hellions and sometimes a lot less.
The thing that makes merry-go-round a really good map for Roach play isn't just short rush distance or exposed third bases. It's because defending with Queens early on isn't too hard. You don't have a lot of ways to get into the main base of the Zerg player with Reapers. And because of that, with the way that the ramp at the natural expansion works is, it's easy for a Zerg player to sit on 2 bases defensively with Queens. So to answer your question, yes, I think you can just rely on Queens. He'll still have to make a few Zerglings, I'm certain, but the opener that he's chosen is designed to punish a Reaper opening that doesn't utilize an SCV scout. And as we can see, Polt's SCV is going to go to the south end of the map. And if that Reaper moves out, and there are some Zerglings that slip into Polt's base, player like Hyun, I believe Hyun actually did this to Polt in the Season 2 round of 8, or round of 16 of WCS America. He caught him off guard. Actually, Hyun just caught a bunch of players off guard recently with this, so it's actually just going to open 2 Zerglings.
Yeah, for now.
That is, yeah, but it's already too late to actually get anything done with more than 2 lings.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice. The only reason why I think he could possibly do this is if he's he really doesn't seem like he has nerves, but if I recall correctly, this was one of the only times I've ever seen, it was on this map, I think, versus Impact, where he opened up with Polt actually 2-Rax in the center of the map. But Polt, the series didn't have the weight of like a match like this, and we've seen a lot of players kind of take the last final series after they already qualified not as seriously. So
I mean, whoever loses here, as we talked about before, faces potential elimination.
Yeah, I never like pool first in Zerg versus Terran unless you somehow magically have vision of the whole map at the beginning of the game and can see that they're proxying.
You know, Polt has been trying to qualify for Washington every event. He's made a lot of second places. If he loses here, then he would have to try later on in Detroit, which, by the way, spectator passes are almost sold out for all 3 days, so make sure to check that out and get your passes quickly, because there's not going to be much left soon.
Oh, nice dodge. I thought he was actually going to get that drone. So Polt's trying to utilize the amount of space in the main. The problem is if he hangs around too long, once the additional queens pop out, it becomes very difficult to dodge these units. And has he? You think he's killed a few lings, but I don't believe he's actually killed any workers. So
yeah, 4 links were killed in total here in the factory. He's on
Polt
the way behind
did
it.
see that there was no gas, though.
Yeah.
And now 2 extractors are being taken. And
Those no gas always mean roaches.
No gas, almost 100% of the time means some variety of either double evolution chamber play really early because you just
almost 100% of the time.
You know
Might
what
as
I
well
mean.
say 99%
It's
of the
fast
time.
tech. It sounds weird, but sometimes it's fast tech. Like one gas can be lair or speedlings, but when you go no gas like this, it's usually something like roaches. It usually is roaches.
Ooh,
but it could be some other like weird form of tech. Like there are some players that do this and then actually just end up going like double Evo chambers, just being really defensive because with how much pressure and how many Hellions Polt typically builds, trying to take a faster base on him on a map like this is really difficult. Yeah, that is actually a very fast lair.
What do you make of those 2 additional gases that fast here?
He would have actually had to probably get his evolution chambers and roach horn already. I guess this is still going to be a tight timing to reach because the roach horn's on the way. He might. I'm wondering if he's actually going to build evolution chambers because this is a little bit faster roach speed build. It feels like.
This Overlord, the same one was.
Oh,
made,
you see a third command center.
Yeah.
I think that's actually just going to be like it's like a dinner bell starting to ring Polt's base now.
Let's see what he sees
I think
here.
a roach push makes a lot of sense. Like if I'm playing Terran versus Zerg, especially in the current meta, if I see a Zerg is completely gasless, I'm almost always expecting roaches. And sometimes it can be like a weird meta build where you do this and then you just get a fast Baneling Nest and speed and try to kill a Terran that's rushing out Marauders.
I mean, he saw the roach run anyway here, so
yeah.
Is it worth it to scan and maybe snipe the Stummers here? I guess the Queens could go down and just redrop new ones that he's already anticipating.
Yeah, that's like the creep spread isn't going to be the biggest deal. Like having the extra resources to get your defenses up earlier is going to be really nice.
So tell me more about the Roach 1-1. Like, how many variants of the build is there? Like, do you do it on 2 bases? Is it better to do it on 3 bases? Like, is it all about surprising? And how do you hold if you turn?
You can do it on 3 bases. It'll hit a little bit later. Like, generally, you always want it to hit around this time. Like, Violet likes to do it like this, where he opens straight into roaches, then just takes the 3rd base and doesn't really commit with it. You know, Impact doesn't necessarily have to go all in. He could do pretty much what DongRaeGu did and just make a faster transition into 2-2 with Roach Hydra. Because the whole point of the 1-1 Roach build is not just to kill Terrans, although it has like a funny way of doing that a lot. But you want to delay the Terran 3rd base long enough that you can get an advantage somewhere else.
I think Impact, yeah, he definitely saw the factory here with the tech lab. Polt knowing he's up against
now
roaches.
There's a Spire on the way, so he's not going to leave himself too exposed.
So he's just going to keep these roaches and go into something like Mutas, but then does he transition into Zergling, Baneling? He's getting the missile attack upgrade.
Yeah, you just look at it like this. If he can very easily go into and Roachling with like, I guess he won't have the attack upgrade advantage, but
Impact scouting has been insane, by the way. He's seen everything.
He's that 3rd command center moving out actually really fast too. He could deny that with his roaches, I think.
Yeah, he saw everything he has to see here.
The Spire is the only confusing part of this because he really, it seems that he wanted to go with the Roach 1-1, but just decided like he really did not want to play Roach Hydra because otherwise he would be like way ahead in upgrades with Roach Hydra. And he could try for a 2-2 push, but.
Oh, the main is scanned and the Spire is going to be missed because it's around the natural.
Yeah,
so
good placement, Baneling Nest. Yeah, how many roaches in total did he build? I'm actually starting to get curious here. Just 9.
Roaches,
okay. Yeah, this was like an instill fear in your heart type build because siege tanks against Zergling, Baneling, Mutalisk are generally useless.
Oh man, this is so clever here by Impact, really showing that you can actually transition out of this. You don't have to commit. And I feel like it's a very rare quality. Like only great players out there at this level can transition as well as Impact is going to do it here.
Violet's basically, Impact is basically saying, yeah, this build is really hard to hold, so I'm going to make it seem like I'm doing that because if you don't have tanks, you're almost guaranteed to die.
Can it backfire though?
As
long as you stay on creep, I guess.
I don't know if I should say backfire, but he sets himself behind in tech. Whenever you open roaches, whenever you build roaches in the first like 10 minutes of the game as Zerg, you're always moving yourself behind in some weird way. And in this game, he has later melee upgrades, he has later Mutalisks, and he has later Baneling speed. So Polt has an opportunity to do something with drops before the Mutas are out. And it's not like there are a couple out this early, but this isn't meant to be a threatening number. If that
Who the
bunker
hell
is done,
harasses
he's
with
safe.
just 5 mutas?
Yeah, he's definitely got his
Impact
money's
does.
worth out of these bad boys.
Gonna take the 4th base over here, and we have a turret right in the main. He's still being pretty annoying while macroing well. He made a macro hatch in the main. I really like the way Impact is playing this, to be honest. You think he has a slightly, he's just a little bit ahead in supply. Oh wow, the unit stopped here for a second. That bad boy Viking, by the way, that's gonna be the 5th overlord that he kills.
Yeah, this is pretty crisp play from Impact. These Mutalisks are just doing way more than they should. Like as a Terran, like we often get greedy about things like building the missile turret at our 3rd base. We like, oh, just build a bunker, but that missile turret builds quite a bit faster than a bunker, and then you kind of step away and the mutas come back in. But that's just a sign of a good play by Impact by not allowing him to have a window where he can get all those things in place. But
what do you
this
think about the
circling
creep
run by
spread?
looks pretty cool.
Like, how are you supposed to push against this issue of Polt here? Like, you have to step on creep at some point. That's when Zerg engages. Like, what's the slower? Oh!
The Baneling count is pretty low, but these Zerglings, this is actually really nice. He gets into the natural. He's trying to get into the main, and he can actually work on those depots. He's going to clear out the mineral line here. This is actually beautiful because the Mutalisks pick off the drop. That medevac is likely going to die. Polt's whole army is pushed back, and now that 4th base at 14 minutes already has drones moving over to it that he can start mining the gas off of.
Poor depot man got sniped here.
Yeah,
15
that supply
SCVs
depot.
were killed, which brings Polt down to 58 SCVs against 71 drones of Impact, who's basically going to be maxing out instantly and is going to have a huge bang behind this with all of that. So he's 2-1 on the Roaches, 2-0 on the Zerglings. I guess he forgot to one melee.
He catches some Widow Mines out here. His Mutalisks are still in that 3rd base, picking units off, picking off supply depots.
Look at these guys, they're ready too.
They're like, yeah, just drag that bio away. He did research Burrow, actually, but I don't think he has any mines on the map.
Yeah, there is 2 Widow
I
Mines
think he
left.
researched Burrow.
Oh,
at least. So
the
now
Banelings are going
running
in. Oh my god, that was a sick
Dak
block.
clutch building rebuild. Now the Mutas are in the main. Impact's Mutalisk control has been really good this game. I think this Mutalisk play on its own has almost already given him the game.
It's like watching Julyzer play Brood War or something. Those Mutas have been so active, even though they are not super... Like, there are not that many. There are 16 Mutas.
Yeah,
and like
for
some
a player
of them
with this
weren't
few
even there.
Mutalisks, I'm actually really impressed he's done this much with them. And the benefit of this is he can spread his creep freely. He can expand freely. He actually doesn't have to worry about anything. His Overlord spread was hurt by the Viking in the beginning of the game, but aside from that, aside from like a drop catching him off guard,
How many Thors should he mix in, you
it's
think?
okay. I don't think there's really like a bad number. I think you want like 4 is okay, but it's hard to get too many Thors because
Yeah, 4 with
eventually
a maxed
they
out
just
army.
become a giant wall in front of your army.
Yeah.
They really mess
Hello.
up things like Banelings. Oh, these Banelings are gonna run in. Widow Mine gets 2.
Oh, quick reaction here by Polt as well. Very well done. He's going to survive for now. Yeah, I think he's starting to pick up on the trend. That's
Polt's mine spread is actually getting pretty good though.
Ooh, the
Like,
Mutas.
if you look at that minimap, you start seeing like all these specks of blue everywhere.
132 army supply. He has so much. He's 2-2. He start +3 attack upgrade. Polt's still getting more units. He's going to have to start stepping on creep, but he has the Watchtower. Does Impact try and go for a counter attack to force a bad engagement into the Banelings, or does he attack into this? He would have to step off creeps, and man, these Widow Mines, there is 10 of them, but they are not all that close to this army here.
I never like stepping onto creep, man. It's always dangerous. Polt stepping right on the edge, and the Banelings come in, but without that creep spread, yeah, he killed the Thor, but these Marines have a good opportunity to split. The Widow Mines are going to soak up a lot of shots. Impact has a minor supply lead, but it's not so big that he really needs to be he can really be pushing, because of course we know that Polt is down on workers, so the army supply is actually still pretty damn close.
These units were waiting here to intercept units of Impact. They're going to be caught now.
Oh,
my
wow,
god!
that's I don't know, that's a hot pickup. That's like the wrong kind of hot pickup.
That's a cold pickup.
Yeah.
Kappa. It's going to get chased down here a little bit. Impact, who doesn't seem to... I guess he
You know, Polt
guessed
seems
there
to
would've
be
been that
pretty
many
stubborn
turrets.
about this whole missile turret
Yeah.
thing. He's lost a lot of SCVs, these mutas, and now the Mutalisk cloud is reaching. These are the scary numbers that you're basically like, oh no.
It's so smart that he has an overseer, because he could have flown into like 4 Widow Mines, and then it's the beginning of the end. So, oh, there was again a big detonation in that base over here by some Banelings.
Impact is actually...
He's
Impact
playing
is
like a
actually-
Protoss.
yeah,
He's sending units everywhere.
He's
and
going
then-
ham right now. This is actually really impressive.
Oh god.
Like I don't understand how a human being can have Mutalisks moving around this actively while also doing everything else back home.
Well, there is a quick and easy explanation. He's not actually a human being. He's a Korean StarCraft pro gamer, man. These are way beyond regular human beings.
I believe that. Killing his engineering bay is also super annoying because he canceled the +3 armor pull, right? And these banelings are going to move it. Oh, the Widow Mines just get picked off. He could go for add-ons with these roaches and mutalisks.
Polt is starting to get fed up. You don't really
but those
ever
mutas are about to have +2 attack without building armor. The missile turrets are actually going to missile turrets are just going to die super fast. Look at this, gets Widow Mines, tanks. Okay.
Impact is throwing around with Polt right now.
Wow, he's like, yeah, you beat him. He's like, yeah, you beat DRG. Well, guess what, buddy? It's like, I know you're kind.
Ooh.
Does bleed out quite a few mutas. Actually, I think he
upgrades
flies
for
over
Polt.
another mine.
There's action everywhere, man. I'm having a really hard time following everything, actually. Polt's looking to take... Oh, a lot of the mutas died here. 29 mutas have died in total, so now Impact suddenly is down to 15. He's remaking a whole bunch.
The mine spread for Polt has still been really good. He's actually had a lot of Widow Mines out on the field for the majority of this game. The drops still haven't done anything. Like, this is Polt basically donating supply at this point. 2 Thors, 11 Widow Mines. Actually, still really good. And that planetary fortress in the center top is still really
relentless.
And there's no depots on the wall. He broke it down earlier and he never rebuilt it. Polt suddenly.
Does he go back? I think he goes back.
And that's
going to open a window for this to get blown up here, and there's a lot of SCVs there as well. The Zerglings, man.
A-click on that with all your Banelings
52 SCVs
and watch the fireworks. That planetary is dead. He's still got a couple lings in the main. He's still got lings in the natural. Planetary Fortress is gone. And Impact, he's doing it. He hasn't really taken any economic damage. Fighting off creep is like the only way he could lose, but oh my god, that's like... Oh, those Marines didn't even try to split from that.
It was a never-ending line of Banelings.
That is actually... Polt, that hurts me to watch.
He's down to 27 SCVs against a Zerg who's going to be on 10, who's already on 10 bases. I'm sorry, who's got gases there, fully saturated. 10 gases here across 5 bases. That's so scary. I said it before many times, but I'm going to say it again. A Zerg on 10 gases is just not supposed to lose.
No. This is almost an irrecoverable position for Polt. He basically needs his Widow Mines to be accidentally flown into by every single unit that Impact has, and then subsequently
even then,
lost.
He still has the money to remake a lot. Look at Impact's gas is insane. He's just going to keep on flying around those turrets. He's not even scared anymore. Oh, actually flies into a Widow Mine here. No Overseer with these
He needs to get some more Overseers in his units, but like this on my base, like, yeah, pick these off, no problem. Kill the command center, and he's going to force Polt to keep stemming. He just doesn't. He actually doesn't stop with this. This is beautiful. He takes every possible opportunity that Polt gives him to go for a counterattack. That Polt gives him to hit one of his bases. And I don't actually know if Polt, like you make jokes like, well, Terran doesn't want to step on creep. Polt never actually was safe enough to try stepping on creep at any point in this game.
Those counterattacks, man, on this map. I wonder if like everybody's gonna try to copy that, but it's just so hard to execute. What do you do as Terran? Do you get Sensor Tower? It's so hard to see those units coming, so you have to leave Widow Mines everywhere. But
bunker walls,
yeah, your army is just...
sensor towers are nice. This is nice. Clean up a few of the lings, but it's not. You know, it's like not repairing that wall.
Look at these guys.
Banelings. They're like, yo, came for the party.
Oh man, so many SCVs have died. 71 in total this game. You shall not mind. 23 SCVs left for Polt, who's trying to stay alive in this game.
Polt has so much mule energy saved up, but he's like, man, I really don't want to call down mules on these bases because they're all about to mine out anyway. I'd love to get a fresh base. But now Ultralisk is coming out.
Yeah.
And I am doubly concerned for Polt. Impact has actually played a phenomenal game. We didn't even need to do anything too cheeky aside from that fake out with the 1-1 roach attack.
Polt's army supply is still pretty big, but I mean, against Ultras, there's just so many Banelings. At this point, he can just trade even badly. Impact, he's going to pull back after sniping a bunch of those units. Oh, man, so many Ultras are coming out with Chitinous plating as well. He's not maxed on upgrades. I think he's
got +3 armor, though. +3 armor plus chitinous equals unkillable Ultralisks when it comes to Marines, so.
Oh, really? Is that the math behind it?
Yeah, man. Ultralisks with all those upgrades have 6 armor, and Marines will only do 3 damage per hit, man. It's like, it takes forever to kill a 500 hit point unit.
Those mutas at this point could even be sacrificed. Impact actually doesn't have that much minerals, but that's just because he's been trading units cost effectively the whole time.
Yeah, he's just been attacking so much with all these Zerglings. Now, it is important that he try to pick off some of these orbitals, because if all Polt, like, for Polt to get a renewed war effort, he just needs to actually secure one or two of these bases.
Oh my god, he's so careful with those mutas. So many times they could have flown into units and died. And at this point, Impact has had enough.
He's just killed so much, like so many workers. Polt, he has not been able to replace any semblance of his economy. And now the Ultralisks are out. I still don't like Ultralisks fighting off of creep, but this army, the army is so marine heavy. I'm honestly not sure if it even matters anymore. These Mutalisks are basically going to say, yeah, even if you had 100 Marauders, then my Mutalisk would just kill anything
Polt
anyway.
even know, man. Polt saw nothing this game. Like, he tried to drop here and there, he got shut down. He doesn't even know about that 5th base of the Zerg player. He's just... There's nothing he can do right now. I never thought I would ever see a Zerg that would make Polt look so hopeless in a game, but yeah, it's happening, man.
Ultralisks to your right, Mutalisks to your left, and Marines are sometimes good, but man, they just don't. These Ultralisks just don't die. And the best part is the Mutalisks can chase here. So going to the planetary is where things get a bit crazy.
Yeah, very good stutter
stepping. Because Polt's got a lot of Polt's got a lot of minerals now from dropping his mule hammer on that base, but every time he stops, he loses so much. GG. Impact taking the first game of this series. He is one win away from putting Polt's head on the chopping block for Solar in the next series.
Polt, the guy who last time everybody waited until he was basically the last player with the most lives to start picking him, and it was Scarlet that finished the job. And now here, he could have been in a lot of trouble. I really think that if he loses here, Solar surely takes him, and then, I mean, it's like a do or die situation where you have to win. If you lose, you're out. You don't want that to happen in the last game of the day, especially in the last game of the day. That's just like unfortunate.
Yeah, tough map for Polt, honestly.
I wonder if Puck is watching. And he's like, yeah, Impact, because he had... It was Polt that eliminated Puck last time, right? In the last game of the day, yeah. It was Polt. So. He picked Puck and then he eliminated him. So Puck's probably watching. He's like, yeah, Impact.
Now, now you know what it's like to face the Executioner. But what's scariest for me is a night of the game. I'm like, I actually can't really think of too many things I would tell Polt to improve on. Like, some of the mistakes seem minor, but they were all products of the snowballing of Impact's really good control.
Can you do something like where you get a sensor tower in the middle of the map?
Sensor towers are nice, but Marines aren't going to move too much faster.
Give me sensor towers as Protoss, and I'm only going to make them in Mass Tempest and have some fun. It's like an oracle.
You're an evil man, Johan. So we're loaded into map number 2 of our second to last best of 3, the 5th challenge of the day. And spawning in the top left position, we have the Red Zerg player who's up 1-0, map win away from taking this series and putting Polt onto 1 life. Who would have thought Polt might be the first player with 1 life remaining? He is Impact. And his opponent in the southeast, the blue Terran player representing Cooler Master Storm. His name is Polt.
How has my observing been, Nate, to be honest?
You know what? I'm sure if Rotterdam were here, he would tell you that it was much better than mine during WCS America Challenger.
He will probably say some very harsh words that he will not actually regret later on.
I like to imagine that we're all good observers down at heart. It's just that we have all this other stuff to do, you know?
Yeah.
If we were placed in a cage like Funka, we'd be able to produce better results too.
We need the cage. That's what it takes to be a good observer.
They need to really motivate you with that.
I talked to you a little bit earlier about TVZ on this map. Or maybe it was Kev. Like, you know, I really feel like this map is the most death volley map there is, because you can take 4 bases easily and wait on them. So, like, how does that affect the TVZ? Tell me everything, Nate.
On a map like this, honestly, I feel like you want to focus around your faster units, and medevacs are difficult to make work because of how close all these bases are. I don't play a lot on this map because I feel like if a Zerg player gets it deflects any type of early aggression that you throw at them, then they end up being able to really spread creep. They can take those 4 bases, as you mentioned, and they generally don't have a lot to worry about. And in the same token, I don't like playing macro versus Zerg in this map, like 3 command center style, because then they just have creep spread everywhere, and they open up with like 6 queens, and it's really hard to pressure. But looking at a matchup like Polt versus Impact, if Polt has an aggressive build, it's not bad to try to bust this out because you want to get an advantage against a Zerg player.
Would you say cross map Zerg is favored?
Yeah, for the same reason that Zerg is favored on any big map, right? once the Zerg player establishes map control with Mutalisks, which after that first game, I'm pretty damn sure that Impact is going to establish map control with his Mutalisks and Zerglings. You have so many bases on this map that Impact is just going to start to freely take bases, and he didn't have any trouble with being harassed before. And Polt taking additional bases is not really going to be, it's not like, oh, well, you know, if Impact takes more bases, Polt can't. It's like, no, because he's got Mutalisks and Zerglings and map control, and this map is so big. Once you look, like the biggest difficulty I think on this map is when you try to get that 5th base, things get a little bit awkward, but beyond 5 bases, you're like, oh, I'm really strung out here as a Terran. Whereas on a map like Overgrowth, you'd be 1 base away from, you know, taking all your bases you get on the map. But
no 3 Reapers on this map, just 2 and then a Marine.
Yeah.
Any particular reason? I guess
this is looking so far pretty much the same as what Polt opened with on, I think it was Overgrowth against DRG in their first series. Basically just went into Banshee play, but since it's Polt, you know, all these builds that Polt does are like Swiss Army knife builds. They can he's got like always like 4 or 5 different ways that he can use it. It doesn't, just because he opens a certain way doesn't mean he has to follow the set pattern or, you know, the printed instructions, as it were.
Yeah. Polt scouting cross map first, got pretty fortunate. Was able to see what the Zerg was up to very, very quickly. He knows about the speed timing pretty well, I think, right now. Should be looking to maybe go back home and play safe very soon. Behind this, though, he hasn't been scouted at all. Impact has seen absolutely nothing, and now there is already a single Marine ready to possibly deny more scouting from an Overlord. Usually you don't kill it before it reaches your production facilities and your tech, but as long as you can kill some Overlords here and there early on in the game, it's always going to be annoying for the Zerg who's going to have to remake them. And now look at this. Speed just finished, he's going home. It's actually, these guys are playing catch up, man. You better be faster. Right, they turn around.
They could be, I mean, check the towers, check maybe obvious spots where a Reaper would try to run, I guess.
Yeah, look how perfectly timed this bunker was here.
Yeah, he's well set up. The Lings really shouldn't be able to do anything.
Where is he going?
They're on an interesting scouting path.
I guess maybe I didn't notice that there were some buildings here to be seen now. The additional barracks is going to be spotted.
The second gas was so late for Polt that it really couldn't be anything other than his standard Viking opener, because the second gas just finished.
Yeah, but Impact's not going to know that, though.
Yeah, that second barracks, though, this is something that Polt does, but it doesn't need to necessarily mean anything. Polt just kind of does this. This is also, I'd say, a fair response to people that like to open up roaches, because typically the average Terran player dies with about 8 Marines in 1 bunker, and Polt can have up to maybe 16 Marines by that time. And you know, if you can actually fill 2 or 3 bunkers, it gets a lot easier to hold off against early aggression, especially when you don't have burst damage like Banelings.
Whoa! There was a hole in the wall here. Maybe it was intentional. I guess he doesn't mind about Fuelings coming in. And quite a few Hellions and Reapers here are ready to try and do damage, but 4 Queens at the front are guarding the fort. This Viking, though, is going to start maybe getting some kills. How many kills do you think he gets this game? I say 4 on these Overlords.
4 is pretty adventurous, man. These Queens are already out here ready to rumble.
Ooh, he's going to get targeted here. Impact, man. He's actually moving out with Queens, and a drone is following. That guy's like, I want a piece of this fight, too.
Yeah. So Polt actually is going to do that double medevac follow-up. And I like drops on this map. There's a lot of space to go around. And
oh, he missed the double Evo.
Yeah. The thing is, the build that Impact is doing, the way that he's going for his upgrades and this lair timing, he
might have to scan.
He can get reasonable Mutalisks out, but it's not going to be fast mutas. It's going to be about as late as a regular economic build gives you Mutalisks. So Polt's medevac aggression should, well, I'm not just going to say should. I'm going to say it has to get something done, because
yeah, he's committing a lot to this. Like, I mean, no 3rd CC by this time.
It's the classic Polt conundrum. You have a good build that's good and defensive, but at the cost of your engineering base, your command center, and you basically put the ball in the Zerg player's court. And
he's hoping the Zerg over-droned, which I don't think he did here.
It's when you do builds like this, Polt is basically saying to the Zerg player is like, yeah, defend this build, or I'm gonna be way ahead. And Impact's like, if I defend your build, I'm way ahead because your upgrades are so much later, your 3rd command center is so much later.
Oh wow, that's so much. He could actually elevate those units and just wait there.
Yeah, I think he has a mine. I think he's dropping a mine on the low, or he could just drop the mines on the low ground. He doesn't.
Yeah.
I have no complaints either way, because there's no Banelings on the map, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. This is good denial from the low ground, though. Polt's pretty much saying, he's like, hey man, like, there's a reason why there's another base that's easy to take here, and it's not because, you know, It's not because this one is necessarily bad, but this one's a lot harder to hold when I'm bringing multi-prong aggression against you. And look at this.
The banelings.
Oh my! Oh, hits a queen. Well, that certainly could have been more impactful.
It's already detonated. The other one did not, though. And Polt is really trying to do as much damage as he can here. Zerglings are going to counter-attack, but they are going to be held.
Oh, kills a good number of Zerglings with the Widowmine. And not just these Banelings, man. Hellions aren't going to have any trouble with these bad boys. I really love this low ground denial.
Ultimately, Impact is producing out of 3 hatcheries. He's making a lot of units right now. And Polt couldn't reinforce. Look, where did this come from? He always manages to send pack of units across the map. While that one Viking, by the way, is having a field day out on the map.
Yeah, he's about to get his second kill. Not bad. These Marines are going to be finally forced away, but, I mean, what is away, really? It's just to the high ground. These Hellions, this is so good. Doesn't even need to fight these units. Like, yeah, he's going to lose everything, but he bought himself a lot of time for those Marines to continue to harass in that third base. Baneling speed's almost done, but this Spire is actually incredibly late. I feel like I'd like to see Polt.
Don't do it.
I'd like to see Polt just take his third base by that Hellion. That Hellion was on fire.
Oh my god,
that Reaper.
That Link was a beast, man.
And that Zergling's really picking up some last hits here, huh? Armory on the way for Polt, so he's lines up reasonably well with his upgrades. Nubatized Carapace is on the way for Impact, so he can get his Overlords out of risky positions. Yeah, I think he has an Overlord on where Polt's 4th could be. Something's there.
Impact, it's watching him play in this series is like watching life. It's like he's always trying to achieve something with his Zerglings. He's doing a ton of run-bys, macroing perfectly at the same time, and he just achieved so much with so little pack of units everywhere. He's always on the aggression, but not really committing to anything all that much. Just, you know, sending small packs of Banelings to try and bust and kill some SCVs here and there. He's done that so well in the previous game, and in this game, I think he's about to go into that mode again where he tries to be as aggressive as possible while he keeps on macroing and taking more bases.
He's done a really good job of it so far. Widowmine gets a couple
Got afraid of
kills.
friendly fire here for a second.
Yeah. The Overlords starting to spread out on the map, though, since he got the Nubatized Carapace upgrade. And look at this. The 2-2 is just now starting. Actually, I'm really surprised that Impact didn't start his 2-2. He could have already had his 2-2 done if he had immediately gotten it. But I guess that's the side effect of Polt bringing this, these waves.
And that Viking is on strike. 2 kills and then went silent. There's going to be a few Mutas on the map here very soon. Double factory being added on. The trademark of Polt. When you played TVZ after watching Polt play, do you try this build where you had the 2 factories?
Yeah. I actually.
And does it help you?
I've had actually a pretty good amount of success with it. Like if you have enough Widow Mines, anything can happen.
Polt was not ready at all for this.
No, those Widow Mines were caught way out of position. Not having Drilling Claws makes it very difficult to take sudden engagements, and he's gonna have to run back. But the only thing that is nice for him is that the Banelings are off creep. But once all these Marines are dead, like you kill all the Medivacs, which is totally worth it. 2
Medivacs are left, man. This is not looking good. The Marines in the main, though. That's going to be their cue to start and doing damage.
This is actually really nice for Polt. He gets in, denies gas mining, kills the Queen, which denies injects, potentially denies future creep spread or transfusions. And yeah, Zerglings are going to run in and try to hold this off, but since he didn't take advantage of his potential upgrade lead he could have had, I guess the Mutalisks are going to try to be the playmakers again today.
Man, those Mutalisks, they are evil. They just fly around, they keep on sniping stuff, they're going to target the turret. That means the attacks keep on bouncing on those SCVs. He's killed already so many. He's killed 16. Yeah. Impact with the Mutas, that's a tool you shouldn't, this kid shouldn't be allowed to use.
These Mutas have had like a really incredible impact on this game. Oh, look at that Contaminate on the factory, that's pretty cute.
Gonna halt the Widowmine production. I really wonder why Polt is not yet completely fed up with this and doesn't drop down like mass turrets on every base.
Put 2 turrets and 2 Widow Mines in every base. The Zerglings are in the 3rd mineral line of Polt, picking off SCVs, trying to get mules and what have you. And these Mutalisks, they're relentless.
These poor Marines, they keep on steaming, and it doesn't even have that many Medivacs to heal. Impact right now, while his economy is untouched, he's being very, very aggressive. He's finally defended that drop in the main. More Marines.
Impact's Muta control is really good. That's all. That's really all I have to say. Like the Zergling Baneling micro has been less than inspiring this game, but the Mutalisk control has still been doing wonders for Impact, and he's getting ready to go back in again. Just like, yeah, I'm not even going to give you time to build a missile turret. I know how long it takes to build one of those bad boys. Like, imagine if he was able to come in with the next hit and then kill the armory. Whether or not these mules
Look at this
do
economy,
any more
though.
damage, yeah.
Doesn't care, drops down the mules.
Guess what? All those the mule fundraisers just ran out. But
so we have Polt
is,
basically trying to take a fourth, but in the meantime, the Zerg is being left alone. He's still Chris spreading. He could take very easily to Hive and get more upgrades. Hold on, though. We have a small engagement.
Yeah, like I said, the thing
back.
is, as long as the mutas are pulling this army back, Impact can actually just do whatever he wants back home. He can take it to the base, go to Hive.
It's crazy, actually. He's always looking at his mutas. Never does he look away and flies into a bunch of Marines and loses them. He's always trading cost effectively with them. Oh, those SCVs.
This is super.
He's not reacting.
Oh my goodness,
Oh my
he just
God.
walks right into them. Oh my God. 41 workers killed this game, contaminating all the barracks. He's like, yeah, man, I don't care. My mutas, no matter how many or few I have of them, these mutas are gonna wreck face, and by God, they have. This is actually just disgustingly good play from Impact. Whether or not he wins, like if Polt finds a way to pull this series back and win it, I'm still gonna say that Impact is actually completely blowing my mind with his play
He's
today
the MVP
so far.
of this series, anyway.
Yeah, this has just been like absurdly good control from him. Polt, a player like Polt who loves to be aggressive, spent the last 10 minutes of this game on his side of the map. Like he just can't leave. He can't leave.
Man, I really wonder how much Impact has been focusing on ZVT, because I studied his match history and it looked like every time he played against the top tier, and he lost almost every single time. And now he's playing against Polt, one of the very best. It doesn't really get any much better than that. Like, if you want to get good at TVZ, you watch Polt play. Like, he's always been very good in it. He had a little bit of a rough patch for some time, started losing a little bit more to Zergs, but he's still an insane player against Zerg. And now he's playing against somebody who's just toying with me. He's sending links everywhere. He sniped 50 SCVs already this game, bringing Polt down to 38
And the mutas
SCVs.
are back in the main base.
It never ends, man.
Like you can't.
He could actually snipe these debris.
He's
and
got
then
2
come
control
through
groups of mutas now. Oh my God, I don't even want to know what he can do with that.
there. Some very bad things, Nate.
The thought of a Zerg
He's gonna
player being
regroup, I
good
think.
enough. Yeah, I like the regrouping. I was gonna say the thought of a Zerg player that could control 2 separate groups of mutas at once is actually just
41
that's nightmare.
mutas.
41.
How do you feel when you have to play against 41 mutas, Nate?
Oh, I feel like typing GG. This
Really?
is he's been able to get up so much,
Oh!
build so much. Widowmine plays nice.
Yeah, there's some Marines under there, and he's gonna get a few kills here, but that Thor is gonna get magic boxed.
He's trimming the fat a little bit, but he's gonna kill the Thors. He did eventually kill his Widowmines. The other mutas are about to rejoin the army.
59 SCVs have died, Nate.
Oh
How
my
do you
God.
recover from that? He's gonna get the CC here as well. Impact, who again in the meantime is on 10.
Like,
10 gases
how are
now.
you this good? It's not even fair, man.
He's macroing like a boss, man, making spines, spores.
I don't even. Oh my God! Like I don't even know how you study Impact.
You can't even attack him back
like,
at home.
You
It
look at
looks-
Impact's game, you're like, man, how do I play the Impact? Like, no, just play better because he's not doing anything funky. He's actually just wrecking face. He didn't even need to open with roaches this game. This is gnarly. His 3-3's on the way.
Ooh, careful. Did he see it, you think?
Yeah. I think he lost a muta to it if one of them triggered.
Oh God, no. Polt, you're out of position. He steams everything back. But I'm not sure he's gonna get there on time before those banelings can detonate, and actually everything's gonna die here. The mutas still having some fun. 31 mutas.
You know what? Everything that's nightmare-inducing about playing Terran versus Zerg I've witnessed in this series. Like, this is about as good as you're gonna get. I don't know what else. Oh, losing that overseer actually really hurts because now the Widowmines are not gonna be.
Yeah, but he's not gonna go there, I guess. Actually,
Yeah.
if he goes here now.
Well, I mean, being able to see them, you know, more
Can he
than
lose
2
this
seconds
game if he
in
loses all of
advance
these?
is also
Oh!
nice.
Only one is gonna go off. Oh man, almost had the cardiac arrest here.
This is pretty sick. This game is actually. I'm a Terran player, and this game is awesome to watch just because of how good Impact's Mutalist control is. I think Polt's got some medevacs in the top right. He's got something in that top right base.
Yeah, he's finally trying to go for a counterattack. He's done well with those before. I think he realizes that if he just sits back at home, it's just never going to happen for him. So he has to go for... If you think about it, I mean, the mutas are across the map.
Well, this is how you play Terran versus Zerg.
Impact is going for the counterattack. Are we going to have some kind of base trade here?
I feel like we're going to see a lot of Banelings. He's making a lot more Banelings to defend at home.
I just heard a bunch of Banelings being morphed. He's actually pulled those back to try and defend here. Zerglings in the natural, or in the 4th base here of Polt are going to snipe some units. This army is very scary. Polt, you think he can still win?
There's no Widowmines with this army, and there's no battle cruisers, so I feel like Banelings could have a very good impact against this force.
No pun intended.
No pun intended whatsoever. He needs to get some more Zerglings out, though. He's waiting on some old.
The Mutas are coming back.
Support.
And they are angry, man. They're coming back with the revenge.
Well, the Mutalisks with this force is actually going to wreck face. He's moving through. Marines taking lots of pain, and eventually the Mutalisk count will actually be high enough to just bowl over these forces, and that's really all he needs.
Behind this.
Yeah. When Mutalisks are beating Marines, that's when you know that you are in deep.
Oh, dude, those guys. They kill so many units. Sergeants for one of them. Mutas are chasing back the medivac. They don't have Ignite Afterburner now.
And these are units that are too expensive for Polt to replace. Like
came to reinforce, but they have
when
like
you look at
broken
Polt's
legs.
production tab, you realize how broke he is. Like, oh, he's making 11 Marines at a time. Yeah, but he's not making any medivacs. He's not making any mines off of his 3 factories.
Oh, remember, there is no... Oh, he's gonna get a surround of those Mutas. Might be able to trade well. Polt is so far behind on supply now. He's gonna have to face Ultra soon.
Too.
He's in a lot of trouble, man.
Well, if there's one thing you sure as hell can't do when you're in this situation, he's like, okay, now I'm building medevacs and mines, but now I'm not building any Marines. Well, you sure as hell can't afford to build Marauders. Those are some good mine shots.
Yeah, but I don't think it even matters anymore. I want to see those detonate.
Yeah.
He knows, I think. He knows they're there.
I think every Terran in the world wants to see these detonate.
Actually, he might not want to, because then he remaxes on Ultras. Look at those big bad cows, man. Actually, look at this. Looks so cool.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to tip those things over when they're sleeping, man.
Gets a medivac here. Again, a double drop here. Flying across the map for Polt, who's gonna get spotted by this one Overlord. He's getting chased. I wonder if he realized. Does he drop down now? If he's not careful, this is gonna get sniped very quickly. Those Mutas, they have +2 attack upgrades.
Yeah. Okay, now he's unloading. He realizes, okay, this is a bit much.
I don't think Polt even knows about this. Like there's this many Ultras. He saw the Ultras cavern, but oh
Pathogen
God,
Glance is on the way too.
Polt, that one Widowman is like, no. He needs to pick up and evacuate ASAP and drop across the map.
Well, this is awkward now because if he tries to move in, I guess the Mutalisks aren't close. He wants to get those medevac drops
here.
The double Ultralisk assassination squad of Marines.
Yeah, he's not even reacting. Polt is looking back at home at those Ultras. He's trying to defend as well as possible. Ultras are
Dude, the splash damage from the mines hitting the Overseer is actually killing all of the Marines. This is actually just insane. Impact is in such a good position. I'm really blown away by how well Impact is playing today.
Yes. Yeah, he has so much gas too. He could do an Infestor transition if this didn't work, but I think this attack is even going to work here.
Why didn't somebody tell me Impact was this good? Damn. He's like...
We casted him before.
Yeah, well...
You should have been able to realize, man.
I don't know, man. I wasn't ready to jump on the Impact hype train, but when I see Mutalisks and Queens and Ultralisks all moving around at the same time...
Total Biscuit can be proud, because this guy's... He's played one of the most impressive series I've seen in recent times. This was actually insane.
Yeah.
How well he's played this.
He has had momentum control over Polt for the entirety of this series, and Polt, yeah, he's got some forces left, but he's never going to get his fourth. 28 minutes, no fourth. Yeah, right. You don't have the money now. The war funds have run out.
Even if he holds here, I mean, the economy of Impact was never touched, basically. How many? 10 drones have been killed in a 30 minutes game. 93 SCVs. This was a ridiculous game, man.
I'm surprised Polt remade enough SCVs to lose 93 in total.
I mean, you have to remake them. If you fall below 50.
Last game, he was like running on the mule fumes.
Yeah.
He's got a couple
You can't try
the
mule train forever. GG.
It's not enough, man. Polt is suddenly a single life away. You see that Terran armor. It is beyond damage, man. This not going to be able to fix that. Ouch.
Did Polt just go full foreigner? Well, I guess he's American to some extent.
Yeah, spend enough time in America, it can happen to anybody.
He just went full Todd. That's a lot.
I don't think that's
a lot worse than.
I don't think that's the result that people were expecting from that. That's maybe like you would be surprised if one of the Kespa players did that to Polt. But well, speaking of Kespa players, something really worried. Polt's head is on the chopping block.
And to be honest, like after seeing this game, like I wonder, are we gonna see better ZVT than this from anybody? Like this was insane. Honestly, like those Mutas flying around. It's like
I've never actually seen anybody do it that well with just the Mutalisks. Because at the beginning of the game, the Zerglings and Banelings didn't do much at all, but the Mutalisks.
Yeah. I was having a hard time going around and following the Mutas and the units, and he was playing and macroing at the same time. Can you imagine how sick this guy is?
Well, please don't let other Zerg players get good at that. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to retire and just only ever commentate games, because that would just give me nightmares for the rest of my life. We have 1 life remaining for Polt. The next player that's going to be picking is, of course, the only player that hasn't played Solar. But before we go into our next match, we've got James in the green room to hit us up with all the buzz that's been going around here at the Battlegrounds Global.
Hello guys, I'm here in the green room with one happy camper, Hydra. 지금까지 목숨 하나도 안 잃으신 행복한 신동원 선수와 함께하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
제가 선수 이제 김준혁 선수 픽하는 거 보고 대인배라고 불러드렸는데 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요? So when you were picking Hydra, you picked Impact, who because your reasoning behind picking Impact was because he hasn't played yet, and you wanted to be the generous guy, you know, closely following up the big guy of SOS. How do you like that nickname?
그냥 별 생각 없이 그냥 제 생각을 말한 건데 그냥 그렇게 말해주시니까 좋은 것 같아요.
I just picked Impact because, like I said, I just wanted to pick someone who hadn't played, just to be fair. And I guess thank you, James, for giving me such a nickname. So from now on, you're gonna be known as the generous guy, right?
Thank you.
네. 아까 화장실 가시다가 좋은 기회를 놓쳤다고 했는데, on your way to the bathroom, you said you missed a great opportunity. Tell me about the opportunity, the missed opportunity.
아니 그게 쉬는 시간에 제가 잠깐 화장실 가는데 저기 그 뭐 통로 쪽에서 여자분 3분이 좀 게임 잘 되냐고 말을 걸어주셨는데 제가 저한테 말 거는지 모르고 바보같이 그 이쁜 분들과 말할 수 있는 기회를 놓치고 말았어요. 그래가지고 나중엔 영어 공부 좀 열심히 해가지고 나중에 왔을 때는 그런 기회 꼭 살릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
So in between matches, I actually took a little break and went to the bathroom break, and on my way through the hallway, I saw 3 beautiful Red Bull staffs who were apparently talking to me, asking me how my games were going, but I didn't think they were talking to me at all, and I just kind of went by. And after I gazed back, I thought about it, and then I turned back to see whether, you know, if they were in fact talking to me, and they actually were. So there's a very unfortunate missed opportunity there, and I guess next time I come to Red Bull Battlegrounds event, I'm gonna study and level up my English skills so that I don't miss such opportunities. 3분 중에서 누가 제일 마음에 들던가요? 설명 좀 간략하게 해주시죠. Of the 3 beautiful Red Bull staffs, which one were the prettiest, you think?
자세히 안 봐서 모르겠어요.
해줘요 좀.
자세히 안 봐서 모르겠어요.
I was too shy to actually, you know, check them out, scan them. So I took a quick glance. I can't really remember, but I remember they were all very pretty. 그럼 앞으로 영어 공부 계획에 대해서 어떻게 하실 건지 각오 한마디 다질게요. Now, for his future to step up his English language, let's talk about what he thinks about his next plans to step up his English.
일단 게임을 하고 있기 때문에 영어 공부를 따로 할 시간은 없을 것 같고 제가 영어 공부를 하게 된다면 그 해외 대회 같은 걸 계속 참가하는 게 가장 큰 도움이 될 것 같아요. 그래가지고 앞으로도 해외 대회 예선 같은 거 있으면 꼭 올라와가지고 해외에 이렇게 올 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
My occupation is pro gamer, so I don't think it's too smart to focus too much on studying English. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to qualify for all the events that happens overseas that's got seating and invitations. And when I come, I guess I'll try to learn by picking up words here and there. 이게 뭐 해외 중계진들 하는 거 보면서 스타로 영어를 배우면 되겠네요. 고고고 하고. So I told him, well, if you know, easiest way to learn English is to, you know, when you watch VODs, look at the foreign casters cast and also learn the speech, things that the units say, change this language setting to English and learn it that way. And he says, yeah, I think that's a great idea. So before we go off to our last match, we're gonna throw it to commercial break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
The Red Bull Signature Series continues to bring you the best collection of action sports events from around the planet.
Huge flip out of Jeff!
In store for the rest of 2014 will be some of the best of the series competitions, featuring the top athletes in the world pushing their limits. In Rampage, freeride mountain biking's elite return to the picturesque landscape of virgin Utah in some of the most brutal conditions ever navigated on two wheels.
Red Bull Rampage is just the pinnacle of freeride mountain biking.
And the winter slopes of Whistler become the summer home to Joyride, the slopestyle event of the year.
The course where every single feature is incredibly trickable, and there's close to a dozen of these features.
BMX's top stars face a new unparalleled dirt course with jumps over 30 feet in height at Dreamline near Asheville, North Carolina.
There's some big hits out there, and if you do come off, it's going to hurt, but with bigger jumps comes bigger risk and bigger reward.
Enduro riders from over 30 nations head to Sibiu, Romania for an event known as Romania. It is the world's hardest and harshest enduro rally. We're just finishing is an honor. From Southern California, we bring you the evolution of Supercross with straight rhythm. There are no turns on this track, just 3/4 of a mile of straight-up, wide-open racing, allowing these riders to prove who is the very best when it comes to head-to-head technical racing. The world's elite big wave surfers descend upon the cold, intimidating, and often dangerous surf spot of Northern California, known as Mavericks, for the Body Glove Mavericks Invitational. These top surfers will put it all on the line against massive and powerful surf. 13 of the most innovative competitions fused into one epic experience. Watch the Red Bull Signature Series all year long on NBC.
Welcome back everybody to the Battlegrounds Global as we are getting ready for our final series of the day. We've seen pretty much everyone in action other than that one DongRaeGu that's been surprisingly quiet. He was actually pretty talkative off camera, but on camera we haven't seen him a whole lot. He speaks really good English as well. It is Solar.
He's a funny guy, actually. Been talking with him a little bit. He's definitely one of those guys that I feel like he's learned fast because like he hasn't been around like forever, and I feel like there is something special about Solar because like he's on a Kespa team, and usually Kespa players don't do much streaming, and they don't attend all that many foreign tournaments, whereas he's like always streaming, attending a lot of foreign tournaments, and he's very open about it too. So there is something special about this guy, and now we're finally going to see him in action. An alliance was made supposedly between him and Impact, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to be picking Impact here. The question is he going to pick Polt? Is he going to go for Zerg? Does he go for MMA? The only chance somebody could be eliminated today is if he picked Polt. You think he goes for it? Does he want the money?
Well, we can take a look at the scorecard. The scorecard is essentially the bracket of this tournament, and then you guys can see why Johan is breaking up Polt. Because as you guys can see, everybody has 3 lives. Well, we could take another look at that because my eyes are good, but I didn't catch it. Actually, my eyes are not good at all, but even if your eyes are very good, it would have been hard to catch that. You guys can see MMA currently has 2 lives left. He lost the first series of the day, but after that, he surprisingly dodged all bullets. So that's actually a very different scenario than we had back then in Battlegrounds North America. DongRaeGu lost 1 life, Polt lost 2 lives already. This means if Polt will be the player that's getting chosen right now by Solar, then he will be eliminated of the tournament. He will have no hopes left of winning Battlegrounds Global, and that also means that we won't see him in DC unless he wins Detroit or he wins Battlegrounds Online. So 2 more chances, but he's not going to win this weekend. And of course, at the end of the day, we give away $3,000 to all the players that are still alive. So if everybody makes to day 2, that means everybody gets $500. However, if Solar decides to pick Polt now and eliminates Polt, the remaining players will get $600 and Polt will go home with nothing other than the money he got for winning the qualifier.
Yeah, actually he won $100 earlier when he won a series, which
okay.
I guess is a consolation prize, but I'm pretty sure he's not here for $100, man.
No.
It's like, no, he wouldn't even take it, I think, if
I don't think Polt's bank
throw it away.
I don't think Polt's bank account will notice a $100 deposit. He's like, oh, what did I buy? Oh, I got $100? Whatever, you know, I don't even know where it's from. And Polt has, of course, done pretty well for himself over the years. Either way, James is standing on our left. He's standing with Solar. Like we said, he's a very talkative guy. I wonder if he's going to do the interview in English or Korean, as his English is pretty good. James, take it away.
Finally, it's time for Solar while sun is still up. Solar, how do you feel?
I'm a little excited about my match because this is my first match today, and I feel very nervous now.
You sound a little bit more fatigued than excited.
Yeah.
I guess too much delay. So then I guess instead of drawing out, increasing more hype, let's just get to it. So you have multiple options. So first option is to pick Polt, eliminate him, to change things, you know, to eliminate a person today is one thing. And another is that Polt has been going runner-up position every single Red Bull Battleground. This could be a different result for him, not in a better way, but nonetheless different result. Second is, I think it could be the pride issue. Hydra is the only one that hasn't lost a life yet. So you could pick him so that you could be the only one that stands at the end of day 1 at Red Bull Battlegrounds Global to have all 3 lives. And the third choice, you have another choice, just thinking about it. You did claim with Impact that you built an alliance for sharing the room and doing crazy stuff yesterday. But you could backstab him. I mean, it's the end of the day. You know, if you backstab him, there's nothing else he can do. He can't call you back up today. He's gonna have to wait for his turn tomorrow and try his luck then. And I guess last is just pick another person and be generous like Hydra was. So what's your take?
I'm considering about that. Maybe I will pick a Terran player.
A Terran player? Does that mean it's gonna be the option 1 or 4, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, without further ado, let's announce the player.
He is MMA.
MMA! Come on up. Yeah, I think MMA forgot how this system was working. Played first game, kind of dozed off, had lunch. How do you feel?
아무 기분이 없네요. 그냥 빨리 게임하고 싶어요.
Man, I waited for such a long time. I just want to play. All right, then before we go to map vetoes, let's do one final smack talk for the day. Want to wrap it up. 이제 경기 시작하기 전에 문서호 선수한테 한마디 하세요.
I'm really sorry to him, but I don't wanna element in the first day. Polt, I don't wanna he element in first day, so I pick him. So I pick MMA.
연장자에 대한 배려인가요? Because he's the oldest.
Also that.
이해했어? 설명해줄까? 이해했어? Alright, he said he understood what he said. So, your response.
뭐 미안해할 필요 없을 것 같아요. 제가 첫 번째도 폴트 선수 찍고 좀 미안해했는데 지니까 미안한 마음이 없더라고요. 그래서 뭐 질 수도 있으니까 네, 미안해할 필요 없을 것 같아요.
I appreciate your sincereness, but I don't think you have to be sorry at all because I played the first game, I lost. I picked Polt, but I lost, so I didn't really feel sorry about what happened. If anything, I was a little bit sorry about me. So I guess you don't really have to apologize because there is a chance that you could lose. All right, we're gonna take these two guys to map vetoes. Back to you guys, casters.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, Solar. What a nice guy, yo. And that Korean culture shining through, not wanting to eliminate his elder.
If you can't eliminate older people, I should have played in this tournament. I'm pretty sure I would survive forever.
Good point.
I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
Like usually this really doesn't come into play in competitions. Solar really is a rare human being.
Yeah, he respects everything that is like normally taught to you in Korea. Of course, it's all about respecting people that are older than you. And Solar is showing a little bit of mercy on Polt. I'm sure that mercy will be gone tomorrow, but it's a very nice gesture of him. This does mean, guys, that whatever happens in our final series of the day, all 6 players will be here again tomorrow, and all 6 players will be in action tomorrow. So that's awesome. That's going to be fun. There is a rare chance that all 6 players make it to the final day as well. I think if it goes really crazy, like Hydra has to lose 2 lives, then maybe Solar has to lose 2 lives, but it is possible. Theoretically, it is possible. But then the final day is going to be an elimination fest. Either way, I'm excited to see his EVT. I must say I was blown away by that last series that Impact just shown us before the break. If you guys just joined us, you missed some pretty awesome EVT by Impact versus Polt. As he's like, well, it's pretty easy to deal with Terran. Just make sure they can never ever attack me. And that was pretty much what Impact did. He just kept being busy with Mutalisks, kept being busy with Zerglings and Baelings. And by the time that Polt really was able to attack, he had to run into a bunch of Ultralisks. Just a phenomenal play by Impact.
I still think it's pretty insane that Solar didn't pick Polt. Like, I wonder, like, now I'm really thinking about his game plan. Because he said he was going to wait until the end of the day. Like, he actually chose to be the last pick today. And he's like, I want to see how everybody plays, and then I'm going to pick someone. And now he picks somebody that he cannot eliminate in MMA because he still has 2 lives. So I think his plan might be, in a TV reality, in a TV show.
To be the nice guy.
Yeah, to be friends with everybody. So everybody, like all the other players, they don't have any beef with him, and they beat each other, and then at the end, he's like the last guy standing, ultimately. That would be insane. If you think about it, he has no beef with Hydra. He kind of saved Polt, or at least didn't eliminate him. He picked MMA, but apologized. He's got an alliance with Impact.
Who's left?
Who's DongRaeGu?
DongRaeGu.
Then I guess no beef with DongRaeGu either.
Zerg brothers. No, it's fun. It's definitely a conspiracy theory, but it could also just be. It could also be that the other players look at this like, come on, Solar. All day long we've been working on this plan to eliminate Polt, and now you're kind of ruining our plan. Now you're ruining our plan of getting some extra bucks on day 1. You know what? Tomorrow you'll be the target. Things can backfire.
Yeah. So in a TV reality, I guess you will be that guy who tried to make a bold move, a cute move, and then who got everybody.
You know what they say, nice guys finish last.
Yeah, that's why you're such a bad boy.
So we are waiting right now for the map vetoes to be done, and then we're going to fire up the final series. Hopefully you guys had a lot of fun today watching Battlegrounds Global Day 1. This is of course just Day 1. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Pacific. And we're going to do the same thing all over again, and the same will be set for Sunday. It's 3 days of non-stop StarCraft action. Make sure to keep your tweets coming, #Battlegrounds, a lot of funny tweets. People seem to particularly love the little lines with the 8-bit animation graphic at the end of the series. Those lines are good though.
Man.
Those are ruthless.
My grandma has more IPM to this Polt DongRaeGu.
Did you see the other one? You'd be better off being a caster.
Really?
Yes.
Who got that one?
I believe that Polt gave it to DongRaeGu.
No, it was my. Oh, actually. Yeah,
Oh no, you're right. So in the fourth series of the day,
that's just.
It was Hydra.
Hey, what's up with casters? Anybody got problem with casters playing or what?
Just
you wanna go there?
Just when nobody is watching.
Anyway, shout out to me.
The first map is going to be played on Catalina. I'm going to let the players know that we are ready when they are. But like I said, we'll be back tomorrow again as well. And of course, at the end of the day, we're going to wrap things up. We're going to let you guys know what the score is. But I think it's kind of nice that everybody has something to look forward to in day two. All the fans, you know, every player out there is someone's favorite player in the world. It doesn't really matter who it is. Someone out there is like, hey, that's my favorite player. That's my favorite player. Now everybody has someone to cheer for again tomorrow. I think it's cool. I also think it's very funny to see how different this is going than Battlegrounds North America. It seems like the Koreans play a lot nicer when it's just Koreans among each other than what we have in North America.
At least so far. When things get really tough and there is like a few players down to one life, that's when things are really gonna get spicy and like alliances could be broken. But yeah, so far, like in the first day of Battlegrounds North America, we had a little bit more drama, I guess, than here because everybody was teaming up on Puck and sadly for him, he was eliminated in the last game and didn't even earn anything. Whereas here, I mean, even if Polt had been chosen and eliminated, he would have still got $100, which, as we said, is probably not that much for him.
Now, before we're going to hop into the final series, which, like I said, is going to start on Catalina, Johan, I want to ask you, is it hard if you're a player and you played in the very first series of the day, and then you haven't done anything for a while, and you're kind of mentally preparing for your break already? Because I didn't see this MMA pick coming, to be honest.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it. I don't think that MMA was really expecting it either. Would you have a hard time as a player to bounce back, or are you ready?
Yeah, I think especially if it was hot. But you know what? This is America, and there is AC, so there's no excuses here anymore.
All right, well, it's hot outside, but it's not that hot inside. Perhaps it will get hot on Catalina, though, as we're already loaded in. So we can just go ahead and jump into our final best of 3 of the day. We've had some pretty phenomenal games so far. I was really impressed by Impact. This man, however, Acer's MMA, who is our red Terran player spawning at the 12 o'clock position of the map, did not have a fantastic start of the day. I hate to use the word, but I do feel he got sort of outplayed by Polt. There's almost no other way to put it.
Why don't you like to use the word?
It sounds like, you know, like you're talking about a scrub, and this is MMA. He's one of the biggest legends that we have in our scene. So saying that he got outplayed never sounds nice, but...
Everybody gets outplayed, Roddy, from time to time.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Unless you're Rain.
Rain? He's been getting outplayed quite a bit.
Over here on the right bottom side of Catalina, we have our blue Zerg player representing Samsung Galaxy. It is Solar. Now, Solar actually did not play a single ZVT in his qualifier bracket, at least not up to the rounds where it truly mattered. However, he did, of course, recently had that pretty hot run at the Intel Extreme Masters Sun Zen. There he did play quite a few Terrans. He played against Innovation in the quarterfinals, dismantled him as he was able to win 3-0. And in the grand final, he went up against the one and only monster himself, TaeJa. Put up one hell of a fight, couple of great games, very back and forth. In the end, he did fall to TaeJa 3-4.
He beat Innovation, right?
Yep, he 3-0.
Yeah. Congratulations, by the way. You butchered that city's name even more than Apollo.
Who? Oh, the city's name.
Yeah.
Sun Zen? What's wrong with it?
Shenzhen, I think.
Sun Zen sounds great. I'll bring a little bit of sunshine in the life of those people there in China.
I bet you do.
It's going to be a hatch first over here for Solar on the low ground, followed up by the spawning pool in his main base, and of course gas is going down as well. Now, MMA did play a couple of ZVTs in his qualifier run, Johan, and he actually defeated StarTales Curious 2-0. That's one hell of a victory, I'd say. Nothing to feel bad about. Also was able to defeat Bly, who was the last remaining foreigner in that qualifier, the last one. He was able to take Bly out 2-0. Those was also pretty convincing games by MMA. So I just hope for MMA that he will be able to bounce back strong and will finish day one with a blast.
I feel like MMA right now has his up and downs against Zerg. Like sometimes he really struggles, sometimes he plays fantastic, and it's not even enough. Like against Snoots, not too long ago, just barely 1 week ago, he was playing against Snoot in a tournament, and oh my god, that was so close. And it was 1-1, and in the last game he tried for some mech play, and at first it looked good, but then suddenly he was up against Swarmhost and made a few awful moves, had a few awful moves here and there, and didn't micro well enough in the late game, as you should when you play mech, and it really felt like, you know, he lacked experience with mech, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing bio play here out of him.
Well, he is one of those Terrans that you pretty much always expect to play by it, though. However, so far it's a pretty okay opening for MMA. He's going to work on the second drone as well. He was really looking for it before, but Soda did a good job in running it around, ring around the rosy, as Nathanias would say. But still, the Reaper picked up one drone. That's in general one drone more than you will get against Zerg players like Solar. So it's an okay-ish opening, I'd say.
Yeah. You know, MMA actually, he did not win or take second in the qualifier that he qualified in. He took third to fourth with Hero, but then Hero also couldn't make it. So in the end, it was him who was asked to come here, and he accepted. And look where it's got him. He's going to win money for sure today. It's pretty good. He could win a lot more later on too. Could even maybe qualify for Washington. That's the best we can wish him.
Anything is still possible, but it is going to be hard
Hydra, right? In that qualifier, I think he lost to Hydra. Like 0-2.
Yep, he lost in the upper bracket against Hydra because the south side of the bracket was all Protoss, Trust and Hero. It's a pretty quick layer for Solar. It's actually, you know, a pre-6-minute layer. That's not something you see very often. So he's not one of those Zergs that likes to get his double evolution chambers down and even research +1 armor and then go up to layer and delay his Mutalisk. No, he's pretty much going to straight up rush to Mutalisk. And with the opening of MMA, it can get tricky for Solar to go up to 3 bases. He's going to have to send his drone out in the near future.
Are you sure he's rushing to Mutalisk? He's only on 2 gases and he's not taking...
Yeah, he still has plenty of time to take his third and fourth.
All right.
I mean, I do think he's going to drop a Bailing Nest and stuff, but I think he's going to get Spire out before he gets anything else.
Okay. MMA, on the other hand, might go for something like an elevator. I mean, he's going to have quite a few units to elevator into his opponent's base with that one Medivac that he made. Not going for any kind of Polt Viking. Oh, he's going to be forced back here by those 2 links. Man, those top Korean Zergs, they are so active with their links and they always achieve something. It's pretty insane.
Such a good scout over here by Solar. A couple of Zerglings in the middle of the map will spot the Medivac. We'll see the Hellions being loaded in, and above all, he also he almost got in with the Zergling, but he did get into the natural, like you said. Spire is going down, but look at these Zerglings. They're on top of this Medivac. How many Zerglings do we have now? 17 with 4 queens. I do not think that MMA is going to be able to get all that much done over here, unless Solar really messes up.
I think MMA has been opening a whole bunch with, actually good position here on those Hellions, but there's enough units and queens to really defend this city. I think this build here out of Solar might be to counter the Banshee build he's expecting out of MMA, because MMA has been opening a bunch like this. And if you think about it, Banshee, Cloak against Overseer, Mutas, you just get it killed. Then you get counter-attacked. You're usually not going to have enough bioforces to defend. You need turrets. But in this case, he just starts his E-base, so I'm not even sure he's going to have them on time. So
this time the Zerglings are a little bit out of position, yo, and the Hellions do get a couple of juicy shots off. Much better than the first time the Hellions were unloaded in the main base. But of course, I 100% agree with you. As soon as the Mutalisk are on the field, as soon as there will be an Overseer, it's going to be hard for this Cloak Banshee to pay for itself.
Do you think MMA knows that there is most likely going to be Mutas?
No. He had Hellions in the main base. He saw the quick layer. It would be very, very difficult. Like the Reaper was in the natural as well. Didn't see evolution chambers.
Yeah.
There's nothing really else that would be an option.
Banshee going to be a little bit annoying here, but we have 6 Mutas starting now as Solar spent most of his guys already. Could get a few more here and there. Doesn't start any kind of attack brigade. I guess he wanted to make sure he got some units first.
Zerglings are about to leave the main base, but actually are still there. If that would have happened 2 seconds later, it could have been really unfortunate for Solar.
He's doing a good job of creep spreading here as well too, whereas MMA though doing a good job keeping up with the walker counts. I think he's forced a lot of units out of MMA, and that's definitely going to be good for him to keep up that well. If he can take a quick third behind this, not take any damage from the Mutas, but now they're getting in position to start and harassing.
Oh, I like this a lot.
How many Marines are there?
Like 6 to 8. We have 8 Mutalisks now, but there are already a couple of missile turrets, but I really like this Overlord dropping creep already. He's going to start working on the tech lab. I have a hard time imagining he will ever have the DPS to cancel Stim, and Stim actually did finish up already. However,
Solar, man, he was trying to pull an impact, and his Mutas are all red already.
When Muta Harass goes wrong. The other day was actually, I think, Jadong against Polt. Wow, look at so many of these Mutas are very low HP, but none of them have died yet. Bailing Nest just now going down, but it's okay to have it a little later because he knows that Stim is late. He knows that MMA opened up with Cloak Banshee, so he can get away with
already
that.
have killed 15 SCVs, man.
Marines will stim, might be able to pick off a single Mutalisk here, not yet. So the only thing Polt truly has going, MMA has going for himself is that the engineering base are almost finishing up their 1-1 upgrades, while Impact on the other end is just starting his evolution chambers. So that is a nice little advantage. However, it's going to be difficult for MMA to be aggressive with these Mutalisks flying around.
How many drones is he on? 69 to 58, not bad. Here for Solar, who's been fairly solid early on. He's lost what? Just a very few drones?
Yep.
9 drones, I guess.
Yeah, the second Hellion drop got a good shot off. That was the only thing that really went MMA's way. Now MMA has the upgrades. This is the first time MMA is going to move out with Stim. Bayer would love to take a couple of good trades, especially before Baneling speed is ready. The Mutalisk count is already quite high though, Johan. 15 Mutalisks by the time that the first Terran push makes their way across the map. That's a very healthy number.
Should he step on creep?
He should definitely push creep back, but I don't think he should just run up a ramp.
That's wrong, Kev. You should never step on creep.
No, I think getting a couple of the creep tumors is awesome. He's actually getting the majority of the active tumors. Banelings will roll in, but Baneling speed is not ready yet. If MMA splits like a god, he might be able to get a good fight over here, but there is a lot of Zerg.
He's barely staying away from those Banelings enough so that they don't get good detonations, but the Mutas are doing a ton of work now. They might be able to kill some of those Medivacs. Did he already use Ignite after burners?
Yep, already used it once.
Guess there's enough Marines. What's the units lost in terms of resources? Trading pretty evenly, usually.
Which I'd say is a good case scenario for Solar, because he made it through the scariest phase in the game. No Baneling speed, no upgrade. Already has his Mutalisk out. From this point on, the Mutas should be very, very cost effective.
But 2-2 upgrades already for MMA, whereas Solar didn't even finish 1-1. So I guess he invested a lot into those Mutas. And even though he didn't really do any economic damage, I guess he traded decently enough in terms of army to have a decent supply lead now. Oh man, that we don't mind.
It's a good scenario for Solar. I think most look at the supply on. He's up 30 supply already. Like yeah, being down a little bit in upgrades, but that's the style that he went for. He rushed out all those Mutas. He's getting his forward base now. And when is MMA supposed to do something about it? Do you really want to drop when there are 19 Mutalisk out on map?
He's committing a lot to this attack, right?
Sorry?
He's committing a lot to this attack.
Yeah. Well, wow, that was a good Widowmine shot.
A juicy one, as you say usually.
Every now and then you get the juicy shots. That's how it is. Widowmine is being produced 3 at a time. There is a first real drop, and that's actually surprising that this Medivac made its way across the map. The armies are engaging each other over here as well. The Banelings are really clumped up, but the Widowmine does not get the right target. Uh-oh, MMA's base is in trouble. He does have a bunker to fall back on. I think the drop in the main is doing some okay work though. But the SCV, one Baneling! One Baneling could have been the end, but still the Mutalisk are going to clean up.
Those Mutas got the job covered. On the other hand, those Marines are doing a ton of damage.
The spawning pool.
Oh, nice. That means no more Zerglings for now. Those Mutas here are going to have to fly back if they want to be able to defend. MMA actually confident enough to get mules landed on the third base here. Does he have a lot of turrets around? Because those Mutas, if they start flying around, then they start doing a lot of damage.
Not that many, so I think you're making a good point there. I think Solo just needs to recollect himself real quick, and he's probably a tiny bit scared, because if there would be another drop in the main, without a spawning pool, you're going to have a hard time dealing with it. But now it's about to finish up, so he's going to be looking for openings with these Mutalisks. Still has plenty of money to burn as well. Upgrade department, he is behind. Everything else, I think he really likes it. Just take a look at his map vision. I think he has way more map presence on his side of the map than MMA has on his. MMA is pretty much in the dark, is hoping not to find creep too far on his side of the map.
Yeah, but upgrades are very important. I really wonder why those Terrans make so little turrets, man. Have they never watched any game of Warcraft 3 or what?
They're trying to play greedy. They're not trying to make an overinvestment. But
I'd rather lose to Ultras than lose to Muta harassments.
Here goes that only missed turret in the main mineral line. This mineral line is so exposed. MMA is going to take a lot of economic damage here. That's not even enough Marines to deal with all these Mutalisks. Yeah, maybe with a turret extra and a Widowmine there, but still, this is going to most likely go from bad to worse. MMA is going to go for a big drop. These drops did not go all that well in his TVTs earlier today. Mutas are doing some serious work over here.
Congratulations, MMA. You now know how the Protosses feel when we leave our base and we get counter-attacked by Mutas, except he has Medivac, so he's going to do a big drop over here in the main. Should pick up on time to escape from those Banelings, but the Mutas are closing in. That's a lot of Mutas.
Yep.
That's like 20 something. How many is he on?
Yeah, a little over 20, 23. 5 more on the way. 2 upgrades are halfway done now for Solar.
Those Widowmines in the middle of the map, by the way, they were nothing was done about it. The Mutas fly around there.
If MMA loses these 3 medevacs full of units, he's going to lose most of the Marines, Marauders. Muta's going to try to chase him down. There are a couple of Marines over here that are going to try to save these medevacs. 1 medevac will maybe be safe, but that's about it. Good focus fire there on those Banelings, because that could have backfired.
Yeah, that would be really bad for Solar to move down that ramp. There is a bunch of Widow Mines in position. 41 SCVs only for MMA. How many has he killed? 38.
This entire middle line got ravaged, and the main got ravaged as well.
Wrecked is the word you're looking for, Kev.
All right. Unfortunate shots there for the Widow Mines. I think MMA would have rather seen these Widow Mines not shoot at all. As just losing both of them for a single Zergling is not what you want.
Very quick 3-3 for MMA. I guess considering the circumstances where he's been losing a lot of units and he's been behind the whole time. I think Solar is not going to want to give MMA any time to reach a maxed out army, because then he would be at disadvantage. So he's going to attack even before 2-2 finishes.
He has a lot of Banelings, but yeah, he is down in... Oh, the Widow Mine's doing a lot of friendly fire over there. Sweet Jesus, Nathaniel would be covering his eyes, because this is not what you want as a Terran player. There are still a lot of Banelings in the mix as well. I think all of these SCVs are going to die, and I think this is almost it for MMA. I don't really see how he can come back from that. Those Widow Mines did more harm than good.
I got a flashback from 4G of Stefano, man.
On Neo Planet Death.
Those Widow Mines.
MMA is going to lose his fort base. He has a small drop active on the left bottom side of the map, but this has been a rough
MMA
game.
has 3-3 completing soon, Kev. I don't know.
Yeah. 3-3 is pretty good, Johan, but it's not all that good. It's not 130 supply good.
It's not looking all that good. GG. Solar is going to win the first map here after picking MMA. He apologized. Man. If somebody picks me and apologizes and it beats me, I'd be so tilted.
It's
like, hey, you apologized in advance for?
It's like, hey, sorry, man, but I'm gonna beat you. It's like, no, you won't. Like,
you should apologize for apologizing. That's how bad it is.
Really solid game 1 over here by Solar and Catalina, rushing up to Spire, prioritizing getting middle scout on 2 bases before getting upgrades, and just above all, not taking any damage at all from the opening, getting good scouts off with the Zerglings, not taking too much damage from these Hellions, and as soon as he had 50 middle scout, like that first push by MMA in the middle of the map, MMA is supposed to trade good there. That's like the fight, that's the only fight he's gonna get against that opening, where Baneling speed is not ready yet, and he's supposed to trade a little better, but Solar had a good engagement. The Banelings got the connections that they were looking for, even though they were slow. And after that, I felt Solar was in control of the game.
Told you, man, you don't step on creep. Actually, watching all those games, I feel like if I was Terran, I would be traumatized. I understand now why Vilo only plays Mech and Turtles, because like, look how the game goes if you don't. You step on creep and Baneling rolls in and you lose everything instantly. So I would be so paranoid. I remember actually there used to be a time where I was paranoid like that. I think back in Wings of Liberty, like on Zenlaga Caverns, every time I attacked, roaches came from every side and I lost everything. Like even Force Field wouldn't help me. I was really bad. But like, MMA is not a bad player. But here in those games that we've seen in Zerg versus Terran, it's just been so hard for the Terrans to make anything happen. Every time they step on creep, Banelings roll in, Widow Mines don't really help. Like it's very hard to micro your army, to split and to target with the Widow Mines. So it's just very difficult to deal with these fights. And the one game I think it was Polt that won, he was just counter-attacking just so well that he somehow made it work.
Against DRG, Polt was able to win one series. That's been the only Terran victory so far over Zerg opponents. However, perhaps MMA is able to bring it back. Game number 2 is going to be played on Deathwing. And we'll see if MMA brings out a different style. Maybe he's going to open up even more aggressive, less on the Hellions, more on bio units, try to hit with the quickest stim like Polt tried to do. Or if it's just going to be a 3 command center opening and pray to God that he doesn't open roaches. Let's go ahead and jump into game. This game number 2 is live, and we don't want to miss it.
Starting on the bottom left-hand side corner, he needs your support because he's down. He's facing elimination. We have Acer's MMA.
You know I ordered an Acer hoodie, right?
You did?
Yeah.
The new one? The one that he's wearing?
Yeah, I ordered the black one. I had the black with green. I think black and green complement each other really well.
Really? I think
the white one is badass too, don't get me wrong. I was like, they're both cool. Unfortunately, I live on the West Coast and shipping was as expensive as the actual hoodie was. I got Tyrannosaurus wrecked by UPS or whatever. That's fine.
It's cool, you got that dirty sports money, man. Put it to some good use like Nathanias. And buy useless stuff. No, just kidding.
All right. I'm putting esports money back into esports. Over here on the right top side of that wing, we have our Blue Zerg representing Samsung Galaxy. It's the only series that he has played today, and it will be the only series that he is playing because this is the last one of today. It is Solar. He looked very strong. He looked very solid in game number 1. And the type of Zerg play that, like you mentioned, must be very, very hard to go up against if you're Terran. However, we know that it's possible because the actual Terran god himself, Teja, did it just a couple of weeks ago. Not even that, maybe like 2 weeks ago. There's like a major StarCraft tournament every single weekend, so it's kind of hard to put everything in the right time frame. But it's very recent.
Man, on this map, I'm worried for MMA, especially if he goes for a similar build. Like the bench, he will take forever to get across the map. There's just so much room for counter-attacking. Impact made this map unwinnable for Terran. Like that's how bad it was. Like even Teja was probably watching this game. He's like, oh my god, like Terran is even weaker than I thought.
I definitely don't recommend MMA or going for benches, but like you said, it's going to take a long time for benches to make their way across the map. What I would like to see MMA do is open up with a few more Hellions than he did on Catalina, because I think against this style, against this very quick 2-base style, no Roach Warren, not making too many Zerglings, then going straight up the middle list. If you open up with 8 to 10 Hellions, I think it can be very difficult for a Zerg player to deal with. Especially if you take a look at, there is no ramp over here like there is on Catalina.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot easier for Hellions to see where the queens are positioned and whatnot. So I wouldn't be too shocked if MMA opens up with a few more Hellions, instead of 6 going to 8. And I think that perhaps could work out very well for him.
Not bad for Poloskev.
I've been watching so much ZVT over the last few weeks, Johan. It's too bad that my hands are so slow, otherwise it'd be an actual god.
Is that the reason?
Yes, I'm old.
You say that to me? Jesus, man. Don't go there, please.
You had a poker break for a while. I've been in it non-stop, so my hands are worn down.
I feel bad enough watching kids 12 years old, younger than me, play like gods and fly around everywhere with mutas and snipe everything and just play insanely well. But man, these Korean Zergs, they are not here to joke around. They've been playing so well, and now Solar is putting MMA in a situation where if he loses here, he will face elimination tomorrow because he's got 2 lives left. And you don't want that to happen.
Yep, if MMA loses this series, then he only has to lose a single series tomorrow, and that is going to be it. And let's not forget that MMA was a replacement, so he was the lowest seed in the tournament, and nobody else wanted to start, so MMA had no saying in it. So he is going to be the first player to play tomorrow as well. So if he loses today, Johan, he's going to have to sleep real good about who he wants to play in the morning. If he makes the wrong choice, it's all over for him. Now, first Henny is on the way. We did see the second refinery go down. I hope that he's going to open up with Stim. He has the money for it, but if he switches it up and goes for Benjis, I get worried. Okay, it's a Stim opening. I like this a little more. He can open up with a Viking, snipe some Overlords, and then follow it up by a Medevac, and open up with Hellions and Marines. And
you think he's going to go Viking?
Yeah.
Not Medivac?
No, I think 1 Viking, then Medevac. If he makes a Medevac now, he can't do too much with it.
It's MMA, man. It's his favorite unit.
I mean, I don't mind it, but I expected it the other way around.
Come on. I can feel the annoyance in your your voice.
Okay,
it's fine,
I'm a little bit heartbroken. I'm not lying. It's one of those feelings where like, are you sure you're okay? Like, yeah, I'm okay. And
you want a hug?
They walk away and you just break down and cry. Why?
Those Hellions here actually, how is the creep spread going? Okay, he just got a few queens here to really start speeding up with this.
It's a different opening though by Solar, very, very different. Much quicker 3 bases.
There's your Viking.
Yeah, he's gonna drop the evolution chambers as well before he gets his upgrades. And he's still on hatchery tag, so this is a little different. This is different than I think what MMA is expecting of Solar as well. But MMA's opening can still work.
Is he going to do an elevator, you think?
I think first 4 Hellions, then he's going to bring them back, and then he's going to go with Marines and Hellions as soon as he has Stim.
2 more Hellions are getting in a position here where they could attack as well. Is that an Overlord at the Watchtower in middle? Oh yeah, I'm guessing he's going to send the Viking here later.
These 4 Hellions can do some work over here, Johan. All the Zerglings are out of position. Yeah, first good shot. Nothing wrong with that. Gets a couple of Zerglings as well. Okay start there for MMA. Took down 12 units, of which 4 of them were drones.
Oh
That's
man, that queen was angry after that Medivac. Didn't want it to do anything much here. Made sure he had to leave before he would lose too many hit points, and then the Hellions will be trapped in the main.
Okay, the only unfortunate part for MMA is that he took quite a bit of damage on his medevac.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to be very careful if he wants to push with Hellions and Marines. And that's kind of what it looks like. He will get stim, but just a couple of queen shots will shoot this medevac down. So MMA is going to have to be very, very careful about it.
You think he's going to try to drop at that third base, like from down the ramp, like do some kind of elevator where he just trade very well?
I'm not sure what he's going to do. I think he's going to dance back and forth. It's really hard to say. I'm not sure yet what his intentions are.
Yeah, he's going to do that.
But it could be tricky.
The medevac very low on hit points, though. The Queen getting into position. MMA needs to react quickly. Look at that Reaper, wants the piece of the action.
Hellions could swing around. The Reaper doing a really good job in soaking up a lot of damage, by the way. I'm not sure if I really like this fight for MMA. Like, he's fighting queens that have a lot of energy, and there wasn't really that much DPS because only like true Marines made it to the high ground.
Zergling's looking for an opening here.
Yeah.
MMA, he didn't take out the debris, so I don't think he's going to be taking the left-hand side base. He has to go for the other one, but then how do you wall it off? Well, the Zergling is trying to go first around here. Nothing's going to die for MMA. 67 drones to 50 SCVs. I guess that's pretty okay for Solar. Pretty good even.
Yeah, very good, Leon. He's also like, he has his upgrades, 1-1 upgrades ahead of the ones of MMA. He did finish up Leia. Spire is going down. And like we saw, Deadwing can be a very, very hard map for Terran to actually attack the Zerg, because it's such a large map, and once that Muda number goes up, you'll just be running around for a little while until you perhaps eventually catch a break. Zerg player overextends, makes a mistake, but if you are on top of your Mudalist control, and I think we know that Solar is, it's going to be really difficult for MMA to ever get everything in the right place to somehow commit to an attack. This is looking already without too much happening, and even though MMA's Hellion control was good and he picked off 34 units, I'm already a tiny bit worried. But one good engagement can change everything for MMA.
I feel like MMA though, like he's not like Polt where he gets the additional factories where you get like a lot of Widow Mines, you can even add in some Thors and stuff. He's the Terran that will commit more to the bio and stay on one factory. And he gets concussive shells now. Athenia's talked a little bit about this, how he can help when you have some orders shooting down the banelings.
Yeah, it can definitely help, and I agree with you indeed. MMA, of course, has always been an actual, bio god. We know that he loves it, probably dreams about it.
Oh god, he stepped on creep. It's time for the fine.
Widowmine's not getting a shot there that's so good for MMA. He just took down a single Zergling or so. So overall, everything's just shaping up so good for Solar. Like, I'm trying to figure out and paint the picture myself. What is good for MMA? Like, when would I like to see MMA move out? But whenever he tries to do something now about creep, he's going to end up losing units. He could perhaps soon try to start dropping, as his Viking has been doing a good job. He's shooting down some overlords, but...
Man, this creep spread is ridiculous.
Yeah,
this
really
should be illegal. Like, I mean, even Fuego is illegal in California. Like,
there are some countries where you can get arrested for this, I'm sure of it.
Which one?
Netherlands.
Come on.
We like it.
It would be the last of the countries.
Okay. Singapore, because they really love clean streets. So if you spread creep like that.
You can't even bring gum over there.
Yeah, I know, it's illegal.
You have to throw it away.
Like
you're a Zerg player, they deny entry, sorry. Go back home.
So, sir, do you have any fire weapons or gum on you?
Yeah.
All right, drop your gum. It's like Viking does get taken down by these Mutalisks over here on the left top side of the map. 87 drones. It's just a disgusting economy for Solar, and it's been so completely uncontested. 3 drones went down over here in this small little skirmish, and 4 drones went down to those.
He just can, but he didn't even kill all the creep tumors. It's like hopeless. You step on creep, you're like, oh god damn it. Like, I'm not even going to bother. An additional factory is being made at least.
And Macro Hatch as well is down in the main. Solar comfortably mining off 4 bases. He's probably has quite a bit of lava to work with as well, despite the amount of units that he produces. Actually, he's been spending all of his lava.
I think it's that time he's going to start trading here very soon, because he can remax so quickly with the injects. But MMA, instead of stepping on the creep and trading badly, he's been patient. And as I say that he's about to be engaged, he's going to have to pull back the Widow Mines. I'm not sure there are that many. Ooh, big connections on some of those banelings.
Oh, there's a counter-attack as well. All the Mullahs to start working on these SVs. Now, the only thing that MMA is going for himself is that if MMA maxes out one more time, then his army is going to be so much bigger than Solar's army. However, Solar is sending a lot of Zerglings across the map as well. Widow Mines are going to try to burrow. Oh, that's a good shot. Welcome back, Commander. Gets 19 shots.
In the middle of the map, though, is being engaged. And there is enough banelings to get rid of the center army. I think here for Solar, who's done the damage he wanted. He's looking for the 2-0 and looks like he might be able to get it.
Yeah, he's ravaging MMA. There's really no other way to it. Definitely a very difficult map.
It's coming up. Are you ready? What is it going to be?
I don't know. MMA's Ghost will take some damage. Maybe we should play Candy Crush.
What level do you think he'd make it to?
I have no idea. I actually haven't played a whole lot of Candy Crush, but I do know that if MMA would send me a Candy Crush invite on Facebook, I'd accept it, because that means I would be Facebook friends with MMA. So that'd be a win-win.
That's all it takes, huh?
Yeah. Really good series by Solar. I don't really think there's too much to it. He looked so solid, so uncontested from start to finish. MMA tried to switch it up a little bit in game number 2 with a slightly different opening, slightly quicker stim, but Solar also showing 2 different openings, and his opening of game 1 was excellent against the Banshees, and his opening in game 2 was excellent against MMA, what MMA was trying to bring. I don't really understand the quick stim when you're only getting like 5 or 6 Marines anyway. Like, I was a little bit confused by that. Maybe I have to ask Nathan about it, but
I thought he wanted to drop 8 Marines and 4 aliens, do an elevator, and then do the best micro we've ever seen. It was like with the Marines shooting and like dodging the banelings and everything. Man, those Terrans, they are an endangered species. Nate is probably crying a few tears right now.
You know, there are these weird stories out there that once upon a time we had 3 races instead of 2, and there used to be this alien race called Protoss, but nobody really believes it. However, now the human race is in danger as well, Johan. As the Zergs are taking over, the Swarm is dominating so far the Battlegrounds Global. As the Zerg players Solar and Hydra are going to make it to day 2 without losing a single life. MMA only with 1 life left, Polt only with 1 life left, and of course MMA is going to have to open up again tomorrow as well. I think we can start doing our homework for all the ZVZs, because I think it is going to be a ZVZ festival on day 3 at least, and maybe even towards the end of day 2 already.
Dude, these Terrans, they have no brotherhood too. He's probably gonna pick Polt.
Yeah, like
he's like, I'll take you with me in my fall.
I know, I know. If you go, we go together. It's like, no, my Terran brother, let me go. It's like, I don't understand. Like, Polt really didn't understand it either. Like, if you only have 2 Terrans
if we were in this tournament, would you ever pick me?
No. Well, yeah, because you're the weakest player. But I'm sorry,
Oh my God.
I do think I would get wrecked, so don't worry. Like, I'm gonna give you that. But come on, like, hey, if you're me, would I want to get demolished by the roaches of DongRaeGu and Solar?
Yeah.
Or try to get a build order win over my brother?
So you see, you're no better than them. You know nothing about
no, but like, they are a lot better than me. Like,
I
they
wouldn't
have
pick you, man.
They have an actual chance.
Okay. Okay, you're right. It's not comparable.
No.
But I would never pick you. And now I know how you really are.
No, in a different circumstance, I wouldn't pick you, Johan. But with this field, I mean, you know how I feel about roaches. All right, let's take a look at the scorecard. Basically, our bracket at the end of day 1, Battlegrounds Global. We had a lot of fun today. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed it as well. MMA and Polt are on the verge of being eliminated, as both of them only have 1 life left. DongRaeGu lost the series against Polt, and Impact lost the series against Hydra. And Hydra and Solar both only played 1 series, but damn, they looked solid, man. Johan.
Yeah. Hydra with the very convincing win over an Impact who is in TVZ. That kid, man. Like, I haven't seen any better TVZ in a long time. It was actually insane. Like, probably my favorite series of the day. What about you?
No, I agree with you, especially that game too. That game on Merry-Go-Round. You know what's funny as well? Because like traditionally we used to say like Merry-Go-Round is not the best map out there for air units because you can't fly behind the base. So once you go in, it's hard to go out.
You don't need to.
Yeah, but Impact is like, well, we'll see how hard it is to harass Milisk on this map. And he did a phenomenal job. I think there was also Polt DongRaeGu on Merry-Go-Round was excellent in my opinion. The Roach Hydra game I thought was really entertaining, very back and forth. So those 2 definitely high up there. If you guys want to check out the VODs, of course you can just on the Twitch channel. Well, let's take a look at the upcoming schedule. As of course we'll be back tomorrow, and want to let you guys know that we will be back tomorrow. As Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series will continue Saturday and Sunday, tomorrow and the day after, which is 8 AM Hawaii time, 11 AM Pacific, 2 PM Eastern, and 8 PM European time.
You're in your Hawaii time, man.
I've got like 2 tweets already from people from Honolulu that are like, hey Roddy, thanks for the Hawaii time. I really appreciate it.
Do you think that's good enough support to continue?
Yes, totally.
Oh, man.
I knew, that's all I want. I've always wanted a fan that lives in Hawaii, because maybe then one day I can visit him, and then I don't have to pay for a hotel. He could be like...
What's that time, European time, Central European time?
8 p.m. 8 p.m.
Oh, damn, you're good, man. You know your stuff.
Yeah, only the Australians are upset with me because I don't include them yet, and I keep forgetting.
Yeah, but isn't it like a fairly bad time for them?
Yeah, if it's 8 p.m. European time, I would say that it's probably like 3 or 4 a.m. Australian time.
So they got passion, man.
Yeah, Aussies have a lot of passion. If only we had Igers in this tournament, man. Australia would still be awake.
But there will be no Protoss to pull SCVs against.
Of course, guys, you see the rest of the upcoming schedule as well. Battlegrounds Online. I know we haven't talked about it a whole lot yet, but we will do it. Of course, we want to shine a lot of light on the current event first. But Battlegrounds Online, keep a close eye on it. All you aspiring players is going to be open to everybody once more. You won't be flown out to Santa Monica, but you can still qualify for Washington, D.C. And that too is all happening next week, August 14 to 18. More information will follow throughout the days. And of course, keep a close eye on Battlegrounds Detroit. That's an open bracket offline tournament.
There is still all 3-day pass tickets for spectators, so make sure that you get them quickly if you're even thinking about coming, because they're gonna go, and then you're not gonna be able to get 3 days pass anymore. Still, player passes available as well. I'm hosting a satellite. Maybe I can talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, you can talk about your satellite tournament, Johan. I'm a sponsor of your tournament, so please do.
I'm hosting a satellite. It's only US and Canada players. I've made a thread on Team Liquid about it, and basically the top 3 of the satellite, right now there's 35 registered players, will basically have a trip of the flight, the hotel, and the pass paid for. So, and the winner might even get to a room with me, if he's okay with it.
That's not a prize.
That's the sickest prize.
That's not a prize.
We can like hang out, like go to breakfast together, share stories. I'll give him some coaching. And you wish you had that.
And you'll send him to 7-Eleven to pick up Kinder Buenos for you?
I saved that for you.
All right.
That's your job.
Now, you guys can find out more information on Todd's Twitter as well, twitter.com/xmgtodd. If you're a very good North American player and you live in the US or Canada, make sure to check that out, because you might win just a free trip to Battlegrounds Detroit. And like Johan said, there are still spectator passes available. There are still a few player passes available, but we have a lot more signups than we had in Atlanta. And even Atlanta came pretty close to filling up at the end. And this venue also for spectators is a little bit smaller than the one in Atlanta. And we sold more tickets already. So if you want to come to Detroit, and this is not the sales pitch of like, yeah, pick up your tickets now, otherwise you're going to miss it. It would be a shame if you really want to go to your first StarCraft 2 tournament, and it will be sold out.
Don't wait till the last minute.
No, exactly. Don't wait. If you are free and if you want to go.
You're going to end up like Roddy, never being able to attend anything.
Hey, the first time I ever saw you, ever in my life, was 2004. I traveled 2 hours by train as a Dutch Warcraft 3 fan. I didn't play in the tournament, but I still came out to see you. In Almere.
Well, look where you are now.
Yeah, it was 2003, not 2004.
We are best friends. And yet you still never attend the football matches you want to attend. You never get tickets.
It's been a long journey. Either way, guys, just find all the information on battlegrounds.redbull.com. So much StarCraft coming your way from the Battlegrounds folks over here at Red Bull. It's awesome. We love being part of it. Hopefully you guys love watching it as well. Last but not least, make sure to follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/Red Bull Esports. And of course, keep those tweets coming. #Battlegrounds. Let us know your predictions about tomorrow. Who is going to be Alliance? Will Terran make it to day 3? With both of them 1 life left, I think it's going to be difficult, but we look forward to it. And of course, after that, let's just join in the Roach Festival, because you might as well appreciate it.
Might as well. To be honest, these players are so good that I don't even mind. Yeah. Like even Roach against Roach.
Yep.
They just, it's like PvP. You know, a lot of people criticize PvP.
Exactly.
When 2 of the best play PvP is just...
No, it is really beautiful, because you see these guys play and they make all these decisions in ZVZ that if I would have Fog of War turned off, I wouldn't do it any better than they do it. And they're in the dark, they're scouting all the time. So if you get into it, if you put some real thought into it, it's actually a pretty sick matchup. And I look forward as well, because the Spire players be making a comeback. Maybe we'll see some Muda Link play with upgrades, with like quick carapace. It's a fun matchup. We're going to see a lot of it. Haven't seen too much of it today. Today's been a TVZ day. Tomorrow could be a TVZ day, but it's more likely that we'll see some ZVZs. So we had a lot of fun over here. That's going to be it for Johan and me. Do you have any final words before we're going to toss it to James and Nate?
It's been fun, man. I can't wait until tomorrow. And if you're a Protoss player, if you tuned in by accident, if you're a Protoss and you weren't planning on watching non-Protoss matches, make sure to tune in again tomorrow, because like I said, it's going to be amazing. Everybody should be watching, no matter what race you play. As long as you like StarCraft, there's going to be some amazing StarCraft, some amazing trash talk in the winning scores.
And post-game quotes in the 8-bits victory screen.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, they'll probably get even better tomorrow. I can't wait to see what they come up with. Either way, James, Nate, hopefully you guys had as much fun as we had today. Take it away and close it out.
Thanks, guys. One final time here from the green room today. Of course, we had a lot of awesome StarCraft action. Now, James, you've been here, you've been talking to the players.
Your Korean's a little bit better than mine. I am one of the matches that I thought was probably one of the coolest we had today. I was really surprised by how well Impact played over Polt. Were there any matches that jumped out to you, or any matches that surprised any of the Korean players that you had a chance to speak to today?
Oh man, all matches were pretty good, except, I mean, to be honest, the first match kind of sucked. I mean, coming in here as a Terran player, watching a tournament that only has 2 Terrans hacking away at each other is just it's a bit heartbreaking. But I mean, Hydra's game was fantastic. Like, you see him at Pro League. Pro League is stacked with phenomenal players, and like his playstyle is good, but he's shown that he's not one of the best. But then he comes here, preps for the Red Bull events. Once he's prepped, he was just seems like he's unbeatable.
He's probably one of the players that had to show the least of his builds or his skill. He had one of the shortest series of the day, along with Solar. Of course, didn't really have a lot of game time. Solar only had to play 1 series himself. I just want to ask any final things that stand out to you. Who do you like moving forward? Do the Koreans have anyone that they're fearing amongst each other moving on to day 2?
Personally, I had a lot of chance to talk to these guys, on and off camera, and it was intriguing that these guys are forming some sort of unspoken alliances of who picked who, and it seems like people that didn't pick each other is starting to form this unspoken alliance, which is interesting, and it'll be something to keep in mind for tomorrow.
All right, well, you heard it from the man himself. The secret alliance is forming. The Kespa players doing pretty damn well here in the first day of the Battlegrounds Global Challenge Series. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more awesome StarCraft 2 action. Make sure to tune in. Have a great night.
Thank you.